Hi. Oh, hello, everyone.
Hello, friends.
We fired up for a show today. What's up? Warren gets a bell today because we are up in here. What's up? Happy Tuesday, Russ Dog. Good morning. We're gonna
Morning,
talk.
everybody.
We're gonna talk a lot about this today.
A lot about what?
The Celtics Blazers trade.
Who the what?
Wheezy, what's up? Good morning, David. Good morning. I hope Disney World is treating you well. What's up, Zabo? In my Coach Christie era, Loki Trickster. Any chance Kings make a move today? Yeah, there's always a chance. Filthy McNasty, what's good? What's good? Casey Tucker, hello. Map, what up, Map One? Johnny
Andrew,
G,
what's up?
Hey, Candola.
Curtis,
Curtis is here. Hi.
Eric.
Oh, good. I am not Ham's back. Thank God. What's up, Marcus? Hey, what up, Bronson? And Nick V. Hi, guys. Hello, everyone. I'm missing someone.
What's
Megadome.
up, Johnny G?
What up? Westsack? Did I say hi to Westsack? Sacktown Tony? Eric? Chris Ochoa? Disneyland's in Anaheim. The vibes are always back there. What's up, Curtis? What's up, David? Rayshawn, Andrew. My God. So many people in here today. What's up, Hail Season? Oh, Mr. George. Hi, Mr. George. There we go. Hey, there's Bryce. What's up, Bryce? Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday.
Hi, Kyle.
I love this time of year, dude. The NBA is the best.
It is the best.
The NBA is the very best. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil produces this program. Jiffy Lube sponsors the show. We appreciate you for hanging out with us for the next couple of hours as we sift through the latest NBA news, how it affects the Kings, things the Kings may or may not be working on. Somebody asked if you received the same email as KC this morning because Kenny Caraway of D-Lo and KC said he received a very interesting email today and then posted the photo of Brian Windhorst doing the Brian Windhorst fingers. Like, now, why would they do that?
I'm gonna guess what Casey. Maybe we're way off.
We could be way off because I could have been a responsible person and reached out to KC and said, "Hey, can we get a little heads up on what this is?"
Yeah, you could have said like, did you actually get someone? I mean, nobody really emails you like information now.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm working sources, it's either we're texting or
chatting on a sideline, doing a phone call.
Yeah, or when the texting gets a little too close.
Sure.
And it's like, hey, we need to cut this. We'll like have a phone conversation.
Sure.
Yeah, and like share information.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, look, the Kings did decide yesterday that they're going to have a media watch party for the first round of the 2025 NBA playoffs.
Now, why would they do that?
Well, it's a couple of things. Number one, if they do trade into the first round, then you don't want to be caught off guard. Like, and send out like a last second Zoom notification or something. Right. Mm-hmm. So that's, and what I've heard is like, look, they're going to have a media watch party and there is potential for Scott Perry to have a conversation with us if they trade into the first round. If they don't trade into the first round, then we'll get Scott at a later date.
Yep. When you'll sit there at the quote unquote watch party.
Yeah.
All night.
Yeah, because even if there is a massive trade that happens, it's very unlikely that he'll be able to have an actual conversation about it because trades of that, if there's a trade that happens, it has to clear the league office first. Right. And so very few trades happen like during the draft that actually are able to like be completely consummated by the end of the draft where you can actually have a conversation about it.
That's why you have those weird things. Like we just talked about Emmanuel Quickley the other day.
Yeah.
Technically, Emmanuel Quickley got drafted by the Oklahoma City Thunder, but they did so in service of a trade to the New York Knicks that wasn't official until a few days later. That's why you get the weird things with players who weren't drafted by that team wearing a different team's draft hat.
Well, and a lot of teams, they want to avoid that.
Yeah.
So, I remember, I think it's, the 2011 NBA draft. The Kings drafted Bismack Biyombo. They traded him with Banu Udrih to Charlotte for the draft rights for the 10th pick and John Salmons. The 10th pick, of course, was Jimmer. So they traded 7 and Bano for 10 and John Salmons. Well, the trade couldn't go through in time. So Jimmer sat there and waited and waited and waited and finally said, okay, of course, Jimmer doesn't say F this and leave.
Says, doggone it, to heck with this.
Doggone it.
That's what he said.
I'm leaving now, you mean people. So he went back and celebrated with his family, glasses of cold milk around for everyone. And, so then it came time for the trade actually goes through that night. And then we're sitting there like waiting and waiting and waiting. They're like, finally, like 2 hours after the draft, they're like, hey, sorry, we're not getting Jimmer tonight. He's had one too many glasses of milk, clearly. And we're not going to be able to have him come in and speak to you. And so we wasted a lot of time waiting for a draft pick. And so people know, too, it's one of the most ridiculous things you've ever seen. It used to be like they would bring out this phone with speakers all around it.
Like a conference phone.
Yeah, and they would just set it in the middle of a small table. And all of the Sacramento media would like surround the table like, we're about to like get a pizza or something.
Huh.
And we're all just standing there and it's like, all right, we've got Thomas Robinson on the line. Go ahead. And they just like a media relations staff member would be like, all right, go ahead, James, ask a question. And you'd ask a question to a phone sitting in the middle of the table. And
everybody talks abnormally loud because it's a speakerphone.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody's going to be like, hey, Thomas, congratulations. When in the process did you realize that the Kings were going to take your whatever question you ask? I don't know. And instead it's this. Yeah. Hey, Thomas. Hey,
can you hear me?
You got me? Thomas? I don't think you can. Oh, there he is. Hey, Thomas, is James Sam here? Yeah, no, Jay. What a mess. No, at least you do a Zoom.
Well, sometimes.
Usually.
No, we did during the pandemic. And then it's almost
You're back to phone calls now? So hang on, stop. This is we'll get to the Jrue Holiday trade. We'll get to maybe it just to put a bow on the KC tweet. Maybe Kenny's going to break some news today. Stay tapped into ESPN 1320 at noon when D'Lo and KC starts. Okay, so you're telling me that in an era where Zoom is available, where FaceTime is available, Skype, I think, is still around?
No, Skype died.
Skype died?
Skype died. It's dead.
What?
Rest in peace, Skype. Just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Hey, we're gonna applause for Skype. What an app. Ahead of its time. Not wrong, just early. So, Zoom, Google meetings.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah. Teams.
You got Teams. If the Kings trade up into the first round, let's say they trade, I don't know, DeMar DeRozan to the Heat for Jaime Jaquez, Duncan Robinson in the 20th pick. Just throwing something out there.
Okay.
Let's say that happens. They make a pick at 20. You guys will surround a telephone to ask questions in the year 2025?
That's if the prospect is there. If he's not there, then no, we won't even get that. So I will tell you, like there was a time when Zoom became like literally in the NBA, the most powerful tool.
Yeah, man. You send the prospect a Zoom link, say, find a computer or on your phone, click on this.
Yep.
Meet the media.
Exactly. So it used to be like, again, either you were in person or you weren't, right? And if you weren't in person, you got nothing. Then we go through this era where we're all on lockdown and we're all at different stations 8 feet apart in the arena watching a game with no fans, but we're all on Zoom computers and we're all on Zoom and on our own computers. And then you have to unmute when it's your turn to talk and ask a question.
Right.
And then on occasion, someone forgets to unmute. And so you start hearing the reverberation throughout the room. Right. But Zoom became like the most powerful tool for reporters because we're able to ask all kinds of stuff, right? Via Zoom. Well, Zoom is still available, and they could still have, especially now post-pandemic, very few teams travel reporters. Like the Sacramento Bee travels reporters to most games, but not all, and that's it. There is no other representation unless you're talking about team employees that work on the broadcast, right? So as opposed to having a Zoom still and having it where a Zoom audience could ask questions, which we did for like 2.5 years. Like we were able to ask questions while they're on the road.
Yeah. Right.
Well, we can't do that anymore because it's up to the team whether they want to do that or not. And most NBA teams have decided they don't want to give reporters an opportunity to ask questions at a post-game podium when they aren't there in person. It's weird.
Interesting.
So no, we're not getting a Zoom call with a prospect this evening if they trade for one.
Wednesday evening.
Oh, Wednesday evening. Sorry.
Yeah, the draft is tomorrow. Huh. What an odd thing. Anyway, all right. Well, last night, we'll see if the Kings make any moves. They haven't today as of 10:09 and 34 seconds a.m.
Yep.
But if a move happens, we will be here. We'll have the news, the analysis. We'll have it all for you right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Again, we're the insiders. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then D-Lo and KC are going to take over, and they will have any latest breaking Kings news and analysis for you on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. Okay. Last night, a team traded for a point guard, and it wasn't the Sacramento Kings. Jrue Holiday is headed to Portland again. Remember, they initially traded for him in the Damian Lillard trade, and then sent him to Boston and helped catalyze their championship run last year.
Yep.
They've now acquired Jrue Holiday again in exchange for Anthony Simons, a young guard, and 2 future second-round picks. I see this trade drop, and because of my job, I don't immediately go, what? This doesn't make sense for Portland, or this doesn't make sense for Boston. What are they doing? My immediate thought is like, how were the Kings not involved in this? Anthony Simons in 2 seconds? You couldn't do, I don't pick a player and slap a first on it and go get Jrue Holiday? If you wanted him that bad?
So I'm hearing the Kings were totally involved. I'm not hearing that from someone inside the walls of the Kings, but I am hearing that the Kings were involved.
Well, that's
I'm hearing that they were willing to go up to a first-round pick for Jrue Holiday, and some sort of other matching salary. But the problem is that the short-term contract to Simons and whatever Portland was offering just seemed like a better fit for what they were trying to do. It's also possible they consulted Jrue and said, hey, we're going to move you. Which team sounds better?
That's true.
But I don't know that to be the facts. What I do know is that the Kings were willing, from what I know, to put a first-round pick in and a young player. But at the same time, you got to a point where, clearly Anthony Simons is a very good basketball player. He's on an expiring contract, and there's a tremendous amount of value, not just him as a player who can come in and instantly give your bench a boost. He might be able to start for your team. But also that's a really, really nice contract to have, whether it's to save a whole bunch of luxury tax money next season, or it's to make a move at this deadline and go get better. If you have the power of, what is it, a $23 million contract, something like that.
For Simons?
Yeah.
27.6 this
27.6. Okay.
But Holiday was 32.4. So Boston, a team that's way up against it, is saving just off this doesn't even factor in all the savings you get from coming out of the second apron or whatever.
Yeah.
Like $6 million, a little over $6 million. No, I'm sorry, a little under $5 million this year.
So it's probably going to save them roughly $30 million, close to $30 million between luxury tax and everything else.
That's crazy.
And that's why you make a deal like this. And again, let's just for for instance, and I have no idea if this was actually part of an offer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let's just say that they offered the contract of DeMar DeRozan, right?
Okay.
The problem is that next season you owe DeMar DeRozan at least $10 million.
Right.
Simons is owed nothing next year.
He is a fully expiring deal.
Yeah, so it just makes it easier for them to have a clean break. And if they like him, they can work out some sort of, extension or whatever. They'll have Larry Bird rights to him and everything else. But at the same time, they're trying to save some money now, especially when they kind of realize that they're in for a year of maybe a little bit of tough, some pain with Jason Tatum out. But look, you got a big time scorer, who maybe can eat up a little bit of that the loss by Jason Tatum and him being gone and not being able to score for you.
He's also a career 38.1% 3-point shooter on a team that hoists them up.
Well, that, and he's averaged 9, 8.8, and 8.5 3-pointers per game over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes to shoot it. And, he averaged 22.6, not last season, but the year before.
Yeah.
19.3 this last season. This is a really nice basketball player to have on your team. He's not a great defensive player.
No.
But for a team that probably needs a little scoring bump with Tatum out, this is a nice acquisition for them.
He also has 7 years in the league, and he just turned 26.
Oh, yeah.
That's, man. So Boston saves a ton of money.
Yep.
They get a good young player in Anthony Simons and an expiring contract in Anthony Simons, which may be the bigger deal for Boston as they navigate the waters of Jason Tatum having that Achilles tear. This isn't like a moral victory thing, but I'm so happy to hear that the Kings were at least involved.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. They were involved.
Because if they weren't involved with Jrue Holiday, and I've seen conflicting stuff on Trae Young, but it doesn't sound like they're super in on the Trae Young idea.
No.
For me, it was turning into, okay, then what? You want a point guard, okay? You don't want a Trae Young type. You don't want Jrue Holiday, and I understand why. With Holiday, he's expensive. He's a little older, but it's like you're kind of running out of options. So I'm glad to know that they're not going, we need a point guard. Don't want any of them.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, at least they're trying. They're trying to do stuff. I'll take that for now. Again, it's not gonna be good enough if they have the same roster by the time the season starts. But hearing that they were at least active in those talks and willing to go up to a first-round pick to go get a player like Jrue Holiday, I'll take that.
Yeah, that, and the Kings have a number one priority that they're going to attack in this offseason. It is their laser focus. It's everything that they're trying to accomplish right now. But we can discuss that after the break.
Very good. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil over there. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. More on the Kings offseason. Could Jrue Holiday be on the move again? And if the Kings are focused on a point guard, then who is it? We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Well, I will be attending the media watch party.
Space. You got to get on Space early because A, that wait time is only going to tick up, and B, it might break down.
Oh, you know what? Somebody asked me a question yesterday, and after you asked the question, we forgot about it during a break, but it was, who is my favorite Kings player that didn't develop?
Yeah, that didn't work out.
And to be honest, it's really, really easy. It just took me a second to think about it. It's Scal. Scal is my dude. He's such a good kid. Talk about just a sweetheart of a human being. And you hope that, I hope he gets another shot in the NBA. But yeah, he's my, he had all the skills. It just like the physicality it takes to play at the NBA level is different. And physicality is something that you can't fake.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not me being mean to Scal, because I think that there are ways, even right now, I think the modern NBA, Scal is like a stretch 5 would be brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand why he doesn't get an opportunity, because he's played really well. But it's that physicality piece where, you can see guys that are like, they work with him so much to become more physical.
Mm-hmm.
And it just looks like someone trying to push somebody. You're like, hey, that's not what being physical means. Like, I dealt with this with soccer kids that weren't physical, and they're like, we need you to be more physical. And they're like, I don't know what that means. And then you start throwing them around and teach them what physical looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them respond like, oh, okay, I get it.
Right.
And others are like, they lean into you really hard. You're like, hey, stop leaning on me. If I just move, you're going to fall down.
Right.
Like, oh, I'm trying to be physical. Like, well, that ain't it, bro.
Generate a little space, dog.
That ain't it.
The physicality.
Yeah. I've told this story before. Scal, I was invited to go to Haiti with Scal. And NBC was actually going to send me to Haiti. But he changed his agent at the last second, and the NBA said we don't have a point of contact for them. And the NBA pulled their security. And people who don't know this, Haiti is on the U.S. no-fly list. And so you're not recommended to go to Haiti without massive security. And it would have been an incredible trip.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, we got a bunch of Jrue Holiday stuff to get to.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to Danny Marang from 1080 The Fan in Portland. There aren't that many people more plugged in with the Blazers than Danny.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really excited to talk to him to get, his thoughts on whether Jrue Holiday could be on the move again. Because that's thought number one I had last night. And then two, if just kind of what Portland's plan is here. We'll talk to him at 11. Because that's one of the teams when we're talking about the Kings and where they are in the hierarchy of the West. The Blazers were not that far behind them this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with this trade, the Blazers get a little bit better. So I'm interested to see what kind of their plan is. And we'll talk with Danny about that at 11. So let's go to the world for now where the the Blazers did acquire Jrue Holiday because they had the means to do it without giving up any of their no Scoot Henderson, no Shaden Sharp, no Denny Avdia. They didn't have to give up Tamani Kamara, any of their core.
Mm-hmm.
If they are looking to now flip Holiday again, do you think the Kings would still be involved?
Oh, yeah. I think if Holiday is available, the Kings would be involved. Like, if he's going to be again, you don't want to give up everything to go get Jrue Holiday.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a disrespectful thing about Jrue Holiday. And I saw here in the chat, and I started here, but Zach, NBA guru Zach, he's worried about Scott Perry's trying to trade a first-round pick for Jrue, who's a bad contract, and it is a declining 35-year-old. In all honesty, Jrue Holiday is a better player today than anyone else the Kings have at the point guard position.
By a lot.
He's also a two-time NBA champion. He's also an all-star.
Mm-hmm.
He's also a guy that even if he is less of a player at 35 than he was at 32, he was the starting point guard on a championship team 2 years ago.
This is a perfect example. What you're saying is a perfect example of what I've tried to talk around, or I don't want to say caution against, with this offseason.
Yeah.
Jrue Holiday in a vacuum is not the type of $30 million contract you want to acquire.
Yeah.
But if you're Doug Christie and you are Scott Perry and your team needs a point guard, and on top of that, you're trying to establish a winning culture, a culture of playing a certain way, a culture of playing, of preparing a certain way. If you're trying to build that from the ground level, because that's what they're doing, they're starting at ground zero from a building the Scott Perry, Doug Christie culture perspective. If they've identified that Jrue Holiday is that guy to help them establish said culture, as you said, a 2-time champion, an an Olympic gold medalist,
a 6-time All NBA defender,
a 6-time like a player who just, if you're creating a point guard for the Kings in a lab for what Scott Perry and Doug Christie say they want, it looks a lot like Jrue Holiday. And so if you can get that guy in the building and start, and maybe you draft a young point guard and you say, follow his every move. Like, do everything he does. Get somebody in the building who has that voice, who can be that leader and help you establish this culture that you don't have right now. That is so much more valuable than his 3-point percentage was down. But he's not quite the defender he used to be. I don't care.
Yeah, and I'll add there's other layers to the Jrue Holiday thing, right? So, number one, if we take away the age issue, the fact that he's 35 years old, he just turned 35 a couple of days ago. June 12th. If we take that away, name a better natural fit next to Zach LaVine.
Not one that's acquirable.
Well, yeah, but is there one at all? Is there another point guard that plays defense at this level? I mean, you could say Dyson Daniels, but Dyson Daniels is a natural point guard.
No, probably not.
Yeah, and you could say Alex Caruso.
Not a point guard.
Not a point guard, and we saw that in Chicago. And it works some of the time, right? But like Jrue Holiday, if we take away the age issue, now what you can't do, in my opinion, is trade for Jrue Holiday and still have DeMar DeRozan on the roster.
No doubt.
You can't have 71 years of player on two positions. That's not like, unless you're a team that, is trying.
Unless you're Golden State, and that's it.
Yeah. It's like Golden State, and then there might be one other team that's collecting, older players that
the Lakers technically, because LeBron's got 40 of those years.
No, that's true. That's true. You can add him to any 30-year-old on their roster, and they're already there. I'd say the same thing with the Clippers. Between Harden and Kawhi Leonard, and then if they bring back a guy like Russell Westbrook, like they had 2 years ago. But look, the Kings need to get better right now, and they need a clear direction. And the fact is, we're watching Mike Conley not be a hyper effective player, but still a effective player for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Effective in his role
at 38, 39 years old. Like Jrue Holiday can be that for the Kings. And then there's the other layer of Jrue Holiday, which is he's one of the best community and behind the scenes guys in the league, without any question. I've said this before. All three of the Holiday brothers are very, very good human beings. Their parents raised extremely good people who give back and who are a functional member of not just a locker room, but a community as a whole. And these things have value, especially if you're a Kings team that is teetering. You are teetering, trying to get back in it. Now, I'm not saying go out and get a whole bunch of 35-year-olds and build your team that way, because that doesn't make any sense. But adding one guy and subtracting another in some other way would make sense in my book, because I think Jrue Holiday fits what the Kings are trying to do. It fits the culture that Doug Christie is trying to establish. And look, if the Kings swung and missed here, that's a bummer, because this is a really good player. It's just the $104 million over 3 years. It's a little jarring,
no doubt.
But okay, you got to pay people.
I was going to say, at some point, you're not going to find the perfect player on the cheap.
No,
at least not with where the Kings are right now. So all of that, saying all that about the Kings, all of that is kind of why I love this for Portland and why I don't think they're going to move him.
Yeah,
because they're in a pretty similar spot. You have Scoot Henderson, who is ideally your point guard of the future.
Mm-hmm.
He's only in his second year, going into his third year. Excuse me. You have Shaden Sharp. You've got Tamani Kamara, who is an all league defender. You've got
Denny Avdija.
Denny Avdija.
Yeah,
There's did I say Shaden Sharp already?
Yep.
Klingon.
Yeah.
Donovan Klingon.
You got a young group
from UConn. Right. You have this really young group that kind of made a little run at the 10 seed last year.
Mm-hmm.
And they looked at this and they went, okay, at least this is what I think happened. They looked at their group and went, we need a point guard. We need all of the things I just said the Kings need. Portland also kind of needs. It's a young group learning how to win. Can you add an established veteran like the Rockets did with Fred VanVleet and with Dylan Brooks and with Jeff Green? Can you add some established veterans to kind of help get this group to that next level of, okay, fun young team to, okay, legitimate contender for a playoff spot? And that's where I think Jrue Holiday fits perfectly for Portland.
Actually, and that's why, in all honesty, Kyle, I think he fits more perfectly for Portland than he does Sacramento. And that's because Sacramento doesn't have a young point guard to learn behind Jrue Holiday, to work with Jrue Holiday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, again, I think there's a possibility you start Jrue and Scoot Henderson in the same backcourt.
Why not?
And they're just like two road graders, like, two linebackers, basically, playing the guard position. There's that possibility. The problem that the Kings have is that they don't have that player to pair, and they don't really have a way to get that player because they don't have a first round pick this year. And if somehow you are good, your first round pick next year isn't going to be that good. So you're in this rough spot where, Jrue Holiday makes more sense with a young point guard to pair with him, but probably makes more sense next year with a young point guard to pair with him, not this year. This year, I think Jrue still got enough in the tank to give you, 30 plus minutes a night. Next season is where I really see the transition where you'd want to have somebody that was there to take on a lot more of the minutes, and Jrue drops to 28 or 27 minutes. And then by the next year, he's down to like 24, and people are like, why is he making 30 something million bucks a year, but he's, only playing it. That doesn't matter at this point. He's basically handing the position off to somebody who he's helped create at the NBA level.
Right.
So if you're going to go get a guy like Jrue Holiday, then you better find a way to go get the young point guard to go with it. And that's where I think that the Kings are sort of behind. They're behind, specifically Portland, in this search to try to create, to try to build your roster better. But I do like the idea. I really like the idea of, again, Chris Paul working with
Stephon Castle.
Yeah, Stephon Castle in San Antonio. Like it's a really, really smart strategy to help a young point guard along.
Yeah.
And it's something that I don't think happens enough. And it's also, hey, it's something Scott Perry did in 2017. He drafted De'Aaron Fox with the number 5 overall pick, and then he brought in George Hill to be that guy to work with him for 3 years.
Yeah.
But you got to have the top tier point guard prospect for that whole thing to work. And Scott would have a year sort of to figure that one out.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a tough spot for the Kings for sure with the point guard stuff.
Well, that and everything I'm hearing, Kyle, everything I'm hearing is that priority number 1 for the Kings, like league sources are telling me, their number 1 priority is finding a point guard. And they are putting almost everything on hold right now to make sure that they get that position filled in the next couple of days, because we're literally talking about, like, the draft is tomorrow. Free agency starts on, Monday, where you can start having conversations with players. We'll know whether they're going to land a player in the next 4 to 5 days, 6 days. And that's what their priority is. And I don't blame them. Like,
I don't hate that.
If you're going to build a culture, it's really difficult to build the culture of a team without knowing what your point guard is.
1000%.
Yeah. And if your culture starter at the point guard position was Jrue Holiday, you did a good job. The fact is he's an older player, so you're going to have to deal with that aspect of it. But that's still like a really, really good starting point.
Okay. So let's play a fun game. This is why I like to print out my rundowns, because I can write on them.
Oh yeah.
But I'll just type, I guess. Let's who are some point guards they could conceivably go chase? Derek White, who we'll talk about in a bit. We'll talk about more Celtics players who could be going.
Yeah,
John Morant, Trae Young.
Okay.
We're talking trades here, I imagine, because I don't think they're putting all their eggs in the free agency basket, given that the list of free agents is uninspiring.
It's like the two Jones boys.
Yeah. LaMelo.
Yep. LaMelo. Maybe Ja.
I got John Morant.
Okay, you got Ja.
I have Derek White, John Morant, Trae Young, LaMelo Ball. Are those the four like needle movers at point guard?
Well, yeah, because those are the four guys who are top 15 point guards.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't, and I'm sure that maybe there's some weird trade. Emmanuel Quickly will go on this list.
Okay.
Just because we've heard his name a lot.
Oh, Darius Garland.
Oh, Darius Garland's another good one. So that's just it. Now we're looking at 6 names.
Something like that. Yeah, because I'm just going through the list. I'm not trading for Lonzo Ball.
Right, because you're looking for an impact player.
Yeah.
There were some free agents: Trey Jones, Tyus Jones, Dennis Schroeder. Where if that's your second point guard, you feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
That's not a culture setting primary number one game in game out ball handler, scorer, distributor. Offensive catalyst.
Well, even like people have brought up Jordan Poole, and I don't put Jordan Poole in that list at all. Like he's not a top. I don't think he's not a top 20 point guard, let alone a top 15.
He can dish it a little bit, but he's not. I wouldn't call him a point guard.
No. And again, I've brought this name up, but there's no way he's going to be available, and that's Tyrese Maxey. Yeah. So if there's a player out there that I'm like pushing all of my chips in, and I'm saying, hey, look, I'm giving up 5 first round picks for something crazy. It's not Trey. It's not LaMelo. It's not Ja.
Okay, so if Tyrese Maxey, we're gonna do something I call tiers, right? Okay. So it's TIERS. So like the top tier is the best.
Yep.
The second tier, instead of trying to rank them, because then you get into nitpicking. It's this thing I invented. It's called tiers.
Yep.
You're welcome, everybody. You can use it. So if Tyrese Maxey is a tier 1 guy for you?
Oh yeah, he's beyond tier 1.
Same.
I think he's probably at this point he's young Jrue Holiday with more scoring upside, and he's probably the best 2-way point guard right now in the league,
which is probably why he is not available at all.
Well, and he's 25 years old or whatever he is.
But who knows? Weird things happen in the NBA, right? Derek White, tier 1.
He's a step. Like I only have one tier 1.
Okay,
but then tier 2, Derek White's in tier 2.
Okay, so Derek White's tier 2.
Yep.
Darius Garland, tier 2?
Yes. And I like Darius Garland a lot as well, but he's more of an offensive version.
Yeah, not super defensive minded, but I think Darius Garland, for me, if we remove Tyrese Maxey from the list, because I don't think he's going to be available, but again, weird things happen in the NBA, so we'll keep him here. Darius Garland, to me, is at the top of the list because he's a tier 1 guy for me. Because I think there is still so much upside with him as a player.
Yeah.
Where you give him the keys, because right now he takes a backseat to Donovan Mitchell. And then there's Evan Mobley. And then you've got Max Strus who can shoot it. And then you've got Jared Allen who's catching lobs. And you got there's all these different things happening offensively for them. Where I think if he comes to Sacramento, it's, hey, this is your team. You're the guy.
Yep.
So I think he'd be 25 plus points a night. Type of point guard with
it's
quality,
very possible.
Who can distribute and do all the things you want a point guard to do. So I've got Darius Garland and I think Derek White's in that same box for me.
Yeah, Derek White, the one people will bring this up. They don't know if he's a true point guard, but I think Derek White is a point guard.
For what you need if you're the Kings, let's say he's playing next to Zach LaVine, for a guy who can hit a 3, who's going to be smart with the basketball, who's going to play good defense, who's going to do the dirty work, who when the opponent's on an 8-0 run and you need somebody to bring the ball up the court and settle things down and just get the team into their offense, Derek White can absolutely.
Yeah, he's not a natural creating playmaker, even in the same vein that I would put Malik Monk. But he is a very good player.
I would take him there for sure.
Yeah.
I've got Emmanuel Quickly a step down from that. I've got Emmanuel Quickly as tier 3.
Yeah, Quickly is super physical, super. I don't want to say super athletic, but like he's a powerful player, and that's something that I think the Kings could use. I mean, he really is built like Ron Artest.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's just a big guard. Yeah, I would take him, but again, he's more of a scorer. He's not much of a pass first guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I guess we could do tiers of pass first versus scoring.
Love
Best
tiers.
2-way players. Like,
Maybe,
there's a lot.
Maybe quickly. I'm sorry. Maybe quickly goes tier 3. 2 is the Morant, Young, Ball trio.
Yeah.
I think they all have tons of upside, but with a red flag here, a red flag there.
Yeah, they
that
all
just
do
gives me a little bit of, but the
one or
upside
two
is,
things. Yeah, they do one or two things spectacularly.
Yeah,
but then they also have some warts.
So I think it's Garland and White. Be thrilled if the Kings can land one of them. Morant, Young, or Ball. I think you're changing the trajectory of your franchise. And Emmanuel quickly is third, where you feel okay about it, but
yeah,
it like not underwhelmed, but when names like John Morant and Darius Garland and Trae Young are being thrown around, it's like, all right.
Well, your big three of Morant, Ball, and Trae Young, they're the ones that get all the fanfare.
Right.
That's where you would, quote unquote, maybe win the day.
Yeah.
But you might not win as many games as if you went with one of the other guys who are more functional.
So I have another Celtic that we've not talked about who's not a point guard who I think would be a perfect fit for the Kings. And if the Celtics are kind of dismantling this thing, we're going to have to talk about it. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. I almost said Ja Brazil. That's not your name. Joe Brazil. We're the insider sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Sure. Yeah, man. Why not? Yeah. Shout out to this guy.
There is no way that Emmanuel Quickly is 10 pounds lighter than Malik Monk. Absolutely no way.
I feel like those dudes get measured as rookies after their first major workout.
Yeah.
And that's just their weight for their entire career.
Wait, we've got are you in the no, not that one.
When that first popped up on the screen, I read Derek Carr. Like, he retired, sir.
Eric, are you in the Grass Valley Auburn area? Because I found the spot.
Oh.
There's a hidden can return place behind the Rayleigh's / Bel Air.
They are always hidden.
Well, they used to be like those giant dome container things. No, not anymore. Now there's a hidden can return spot off the Forest Hill exit behind the Rayleigh's, and you got to kind of like snake behind the grocery store, and there's a very, very nice group of people up there that take your cans. Like $60 for the cans. That's how many cans?
$60 worth of cans is so many freaking cans.
Yeah, it was like 6 giant 50-gallon trash cans, because I couldn't find a spot for like I don't know, like a year, like to take them without going to the dump and going and waiting in line doing all that stuff. Yeah, lame.
Oh. Yeah, man. They used to be like in a parking lot, but at front and center in the parking lot.
Yeah, they just don't do that
now,
anymore.
Every single one I know of is literally, like you just said, like tucked behind a grocery store.
Yeah, yeah.
If you go in the front of the grocery store, out the front of the grocery store, and don't drive behind the grocery store at any point, you won't know it's there.
Yeah.
Super strange.
I don't know if it's the Rayleighs on Lincoln Way. Ramsey. I think it's maybe that's Lincoln Way. I don't know. It's a Forest Hill exit. The Lincoln Way is over unless Lincoln Way continues on to the other side. I don't think so though. Lizzie, there's just no way to get up to Jeremiah Fears.
Yeah, isn't he going like 3rd overall?
No. Top 10. Oh, maybe it is Lincoln.
Looks like we got a bunch of viewers in here today. Why don't you guys hit that like button while you're stopping by? Be much appreciated. Hit that like button.
Loki Trickster, you should be able to put your plastic bags in your recycle bin.
Oh, dude, this is trash. Well, that is literally trash. But have you seen these videos from the OKC parade? You know how typically they have barricades?
Yeah.
Like waist-high barricades. OKC, at least the bits I've seen, put up 6-foot-tall chain link fencing around the sidewalks.
Oh, no.
So players are going over to like high-five fans, and fans are having to reach up.
Okay, so when I was a kid, the 49ers were here in Rockland.
Right.
And they would pass by the fence. And again, it like a 6-foot-tall, maybe 8-foot-tall chain link fence that surrounded the football field.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd have to like roll up a piece of paper and slide it through the fence and they would sign. But I remember I climbed the fence to the top and Bill Ring, the little, climbed the fence. The top.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Well, great news, everyone. Great news for some of us. I don't want to speak for everybody. Aaron Rodgers told the Pat McAfee show that this is probably his last year of football. And then also said after he retires, quote, "You won't see me."
Hallelujah.
Our national nightmare is almost over, folks. I don't know, man. It's not even, I mean, it is, but it's not even what I think about Aaron Rodgers' worldview.
Yeah.
It's like the Brett Favre thing. I just don't want, I'm just tired of, and again, this is when Brett Favre was playing and retiring and then not retiring and then he's playing again and is he going to play? Is he not? Okay, he's playing. I just don't, the discourse, is he still good? Is he not?
Yeah.
I'm just tired of it. The should he appear on Pat McAfee? Should he not? Oh my God, dude. I'm excited to not have to discuss Aaron Rodgers ever again.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally. Fingers crossed. Anyway.
Let's see. According to Brett Siegel, teams are wondering what is next with the Miami Heat after striking out on Dwayne Durant trade.
James didn't care about anything I just said.
I did. I
couldn't care less.
I cared. After striking out on a Durant trade, Miami continues to make Andrew Wiggins available in trade talks and will be willing to part with the 20th pick in the draft for an upgrade alongside Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo, sources say.
I would take Andrew Wiggins in the 20th pick.
Yeah?
I think so.
Okay. No, I mean, sure.
But apparently nothing is going to happen until the Kings get a point guard. So is that literally okay? So you said that earlier, and I want to talk about other Celtics players, but
sorry,
who could be on the move? No.
I'll ignore those as well.
No.
Go ahead.
No, this is interesting. So you said earlier that the Kings are putting everything on hold while they look for a point guard.
Yeah,
that to me indicates any trade with the Miami Heat or any other team they're not doing. They have doesn't Keon Ellis have a deadline on like July 1?
No, he has a deadline on June 29th. The Kings have 5 days
Sunday
to make a decision on whether to pick up the option on Keon Ellis's final year or okay, so we can revisit this really quickly. If they pick up his option,
right,
he then becomes an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year.
And he plays this year for
2.1, 2.3, whatever it is, right? It's pennies on the dollar for Keon Ellis.
Right.
If he gets to the end of the year, he'll be an unrestricted free agent. If they don't pick up his option, he becomes a restricted free agent right now with a very minimal cap hold. So like a 2 point whatever $1 million cap hold. They could go into this next stretch, see if another team sends out an offer for him, but that can get dangerous because, the Kings are going to work out a long-term contract with him. Maybe they start with like a 4-year, $32 million deal, right? Maybe that's where they're kind of centering around. Maybe a 4-year, 36. I don't know. You're trying to keep his salary down as much as possible because for every Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis, you need a Keon Ellis not making nearly as much.
Right.
It's just the way that the NBA balance sheet works, right? But this is a tough one because he doesn't want to play for $2.1 million this year. He's worth more than that. But it's a contract he signed. So you risk him saying, hey, if you pick up my option and make me an unrestricted free agent this season, at the end of the season, I might not sign back here. Like if you're going to make me play for $2 million this year, I might lean towards saying, hey, I'm going to go see who else is out there and wants to pay me.
It's the reason NFL players get extended after year 3 of their 4-year rookie deal, typically.
Yeah.
And they don't play out their 4th year on a minimal salary with no future guarantee.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's a really tough spot to be in, but it's one of those things that the Kings are kind of putting on hold, it sounds like, because why you put it on hold is because, number one, you don't have to answer the question right now. You can always like pick up the option and then try to negotiate a deal with him, 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
When everything else is cooled down, you can say, okay, this is the offer that we're willing to go. And you know what? We'll even go a little bit more than what we were going to go because, we want to make sure that you feel comfortable with the money you're making now.
Right.
But in the meantime, what you don't want to do if you're the Kings is eat up whatever little bits of salary cap space or money under the cap or under an apron that you can use and then make decisions on this player or that player. Now, again, they can communicate that and they can say, hey, this is what our plan is. Bear with us, like show a little faith in us and we will get to you. We promise. But also as a player, you're looking around and watching, a bunch of guys that number one got drafted and you didn't, who you're better than. And then number two, who are making a bunch more money than you. Again, it doesn't feel good to be Keon Ellis where you're making $2.1 million this year and Devin Carter, a rookie that is like not competing for your job, who's behind you on the depth chart and not competing for your job, makes 3 times that.
Yeah.
So that's where it's tough.
You've dramatically outperformed your contract. And now you're being told, hey, you're not the priority. We want to take care of you, but hang on. You wait. Like, I've been waiting. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's tough.
But ideally, again, this is why you bring in Scott Perry, the people person, to be able to have that conversation, to be able to sit down and go, look, we want to keep you around. We want to make sure that we give you an offer that is fair and works for both of us. We've got to figure out the point guard position to put us in a position to win as many games as possible. You're also going to get paid. Just give us a minute. Yeah. So we'll see. But so what I'm intrigued by though is this Brett Siegel report that you say the Miami Heat, now that they've missed out on Kevin Durant, are looking to move Andrew Wiggins in the number 20 pick for upgrades next to Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero. And let's say the Kings go, man, you know what? Hey, we'd really like that 20th pick, and Andrew Wiggins would fit into our starting lineup. I could feel pretty good about that acquisition, but we're going to hold off because we need to find our point guard first. And then you wind up missing out on that.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Wiggins goes elsewhere. And this is the concern I have. Again, not that I have a huge problem with the way the Kings are necessarily doing this, but it does come with this risk. If you're sitting there going, okay, we're going to do everything we can to go get Ja Morant. Let's just say Ja Morant is a guy they've identified. And Memphis is just kind of like, we'll listen, but and you're just hammering away at this thing. And all of a sudden, Trae Young's getting dealt. Darius Garland's getting dealt. LaMelo Ball's getting dealt. And you're left holding the bag, and Tyus Jones is your starting point guard. That's a little bit my concern when I hear, oh, they're not going to do anything until they get a point guard.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean, that's why you have to attack the need like day one of and day one for the NBA is really tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it can happen today. We saw a trade yesterday. It can happen today. It can happen tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
It can happen in the hour leading up to the draft. It can happen during the draft, and can happen the day after the draft.
Mm-hmm.
But you're still like, this is that moment where you can make moves before we start a new calendar year. And a lot of moves that are happening now are moves that will have to wait until the moratorium's up on, like, I think it's July 6th. So even I think the trade that happened yesterday, because of all the pieces and because of the financials, they all work, and that deal will probably be over and done with now. But that's not always the way it works. Sometimes we hear a trade that happens today. Even the Kevin Durant trade, I still don't think we've seen an official press release on the Kevin Durant trade, which means that deal is still open, and other teams can be added, players can be shipped other places.
Right.
And that's how, teams basically keep a trade open until they have to announce it.
Shams tweeting something out doesn't make it official.
No.
That means
same with Woj when he was here.
Right. That means like, okay, a deal's happening at some point, but that Kevin Durant trade, like you said, might include Brooklyn at some point, or for I don't know. I don't know if that specific deal would, but there's the opportunity for a third or fourth team to get involved.
Yeah, and that's why also we can confirm a deal is happening, but we also send out a press release saying the deal is official now, because the official deal and what we've heard and what everything looks like is happening can always change, except for when it comes to the trade deadline and when we get to a specific time of day, the deal's got to be done by then.
Yeah, Phoenix could conceivably go, you know what? Let me make it 6 second-round picks, and then when that press release comes out, it'll say 6.
Can we? Do you have a third round pick? We want a third. Like, there is no
number
such
one
thing.
pick in the third round.
Yeah, we don't care. Add a third round pick.
If the NBA ever expands the draft, we have dibs on your first third round pick.
There it is.
That's how that deal is going to go down. Just wait for the press release. All right, he's James. I'm Kyle. Danny Marang. He is one of the most plugged in people in regards to the Portland Trailblazers. He's going to be joining us live from a golf course.
Oh.
We're going to talk to him about Jrue Holiday, what the Blazers are doing. Have the Blazers passed the Kings in the West as of this Jrue Holiday move? We'll talk about all that with Danny Marang coming up next from 1080 The Fan in Portland. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's over there. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Third round pick. That's so funny.
Yeah. Hey, I for one believe there should be a third round. And I think they should expand G League rosters to include more players on the main roster, more two-way type players, tiers of two-way players. I'm fine with that as well. But I think the league needs to do a better job of developing talent, especially when they have intentions of expanding.
So there was a... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
There was Justine, the office mom, brought in a milk frother, like a handheld milk frother. Yeah. It's just...
I've seen it.
It's got okay.
Yep.
Apparently it broke.
Oh.
So JC was looking for it today, and we couldn't find it. So I ordered one on Amazon, and I'm waiting for it to arrive. And
Right now?
If it arrives mid-show, it says between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m.
Did this happen yesterday or today?
No, this happened today.
How did you get something delivered on the same day?
It's the power of Jeff Bezos.
Oh, wow. Well, maybe it's because I live in the sticks and that doesn't happen in my house.
Dude, that's facts. There's a warehouse in Rockland.
Oh.
And then there's one in Oakley, the town I live in. And we get stuff either overnighted where it's at our door at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Or same day all the time. It's incredible. I almost asked Joe who was on the phone, but it's our guest.
Oh.
Yeah, it's happened last year, and they still won the championship.
That's true.
But yeah, at some point, you got to do something if you're LA. My man. Danny. Oh yeah. I know the sound when other people do that. I've not ever. Mine's more of a because there's
I think I've told you,
because you're swinging on concrete. You probably shouldn't do that.
Tim Tebow on the tee box.
Well, I got to play it off the cart path.
Tim Tebow at the celebrity golf tournament. It sounds like he's shooting a shotgun.
Oh, I bet.
Like when he gets into a ball, you're like, what? Like everyone is looking around. Like, what just happened? Is there a shooting happening?
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh no.
Son of a gun.
You lied to us.
Joe.
Joe lied to us.
If that is your real name.
It's not. My real name's Joseph.
See? Just lying. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil, a liar, it turns out. A liar who wears cargo pants.
Wish
Awesome.
Joe wasn't a liar.
We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're joined now live from the first tee box at an undisclosed golf course in the wonderful city of Portland, Oregon, is our guy, Danny Marang from 1080 The Fan out there in the Pacific Northwest. Danny, how's it going, man?
Not too bad, man. I'm not on the first. I'm on the 6th. We're out here having our 1080 The Fan golf tournament out here, and it's great because they set up a liquor sponsor literally right next to our tent, and we're having an absolutely fantastic day out here.
Okay, well, we're live on the radio, so please don't say any bad words, okay?
Oh no,
I know things get wild on the 6th tee box
today. We aren't turning up too much just yet.
Perfect. All right, so late last night, the Portland Trailblazers acquired Jrue Holiday for Anthony Simons and 2 future second-round picks. My first question, my immediate reaction was, Portland must have done this to flip Jrue Holiday again like they did when they traded Dame, but it doesn't sound like that's the case this time.
Yeah, I get to do the whole league sources tell me situation.
Nice.
League sources have confirmed directly that the Portland Trailblazers will indeed be keeping Jrue Holiday. He factors into what they want to do next year. I tweeted out last night, maybe this is a situation like Houston where you get some good players like they did with Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks on contracts that make sense. And if you want to make a move, you got those contracts. But I was told that is not the case. Now, if that ends up happening down the road, it's more happenstance than anything else. But officially, they value Jrue Holiday. They look at it as a talent upgrade overall. The Trailblazers going into next year, I think you're going to see them be very Denny Avdija-centric. I think they want to see just how much of an offensive burden he can handle, and they wanted to get some guys that could reinforce their identity defensively and play off of that. And, Jrue Holiday for the last 5 years has really been playing off the ball, whether it's been playing off Giannis or playing off the Jays in Boston. He brings bona fides, a guy that comes in the locker room. Everybody knows who he is when he walks in. It's something that honestly they've been missing since they traded away Dame.
Danny, this seems like a guy who can step in and be an instant mentor to Scoot, but a 3-year mentorship is not typical at the NBA level.
No.
How long do you think they stick with this? Is this like a 1-year deal and then they'll look to move him? Or do you think this is going to be someone who's there to build the culture?
I think he's going to be here to help build the culture. And as much as I think he's going to help Scoot, I mean, Jrue's not only, his bona fides are there. He's one of those guys in the NBA. And James, just being around guys, if you're somebody who doesn't like Jrue Holiday, it says more about you than it does about Jrue. Like Jrue is incredibly well liked, incredibly well respected. Yes, he's a 2-time All-Star. He's a 6-time All-Defensive Team member. He's a gold medal winner. He's a Twyman Stokes 3-time winner of, Teammate of the Year. This is a guy that's beloved, well-liked, well-respected. You can't question his game. You can't question his championship pedigree, 2 titles with 2 different teams. He's a guy that when you walk in the locker room, he's going to have the corner locker. He's going to be the sage. And while he will mentor Scoot, I think it's going to be more of a mentorship for the entire team. Like he's going to be a guy that everyone in that locker room can turn to. And, he can be the guy that speaks from experience. And is people think what they want to about Jeremy Grant or DeAndre Ayton. They're accomplished players. They're good players, but they don't have the bona fides that Jrue has. And it does sound like the Blazers are going to lean into him for the next couple of years. Now, again, they could move him down the road, but every discussion that I've had over the past 12 hours or so has been, no, we want him. They value him. They value his feel, his IQ. They look at his defense, and even though he's 35 years old, they studied the tape incredibly hard and said, we don't think there's going to be much of a fall off. And, you can always play with father time until it's too late. But that's a risk with this. And that's really the thing that pops off for me. The other part of this is I don't think they're done. Just, around the NBA, the league is loud. It's incredibly loud. And over the next 48 hours, I think they're going to see a lot more movement. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if Portland had more movement in them. And I don't believe it's going to be Jrue. Again, I will state very certainly that Jrue Holiday is here, at least for the immediacy.
Talking with Danny Marang, 1080 The Fan in Portland, the person I go to for all things Blazers, joining us here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320. So you mentioned the Rockets, and that was a young team that brought in Fred VanVleet. They brought in Jeff Green. They brought in who's the other one? Dylan Brooks.
Oh yeah.
So they bring in that trio of veterans. You say you wouldn't be surprised if there's more moves coming for Portland. Would it be for other veterans to continue kind of establishing a culture with whoever they consider their young core to be?
Yeah, I think the 2 guys that Portland is 100% locked in on are Denny Avdia and Tumani Kamara. There's still belief within the organization for Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe. And Donovan Clingan really started to kind of put things together towards the end of the season after he came off an MCL injury. And he really started to kind of find his groove. He had never really played more than 20 minutes in his career, so he had to get his conditioning right. So there's little things they're still trying to figure out. But I got a text from a coach after the trade last night. And it was pretty funny. He said, y'all are going to bleep and guard. And that's what they're leaning into. And it's very Houston-esque in kind of what they did, where they're going to have a bunch of wings. They're going to be a defensive pressure team. I have questions about the offense. It's going to be interesting to kind of see how that shakes out. And I think they're going to, like I said, they're going to lean very heavily into Denny and see how much he can handle, and then adjust from there. But I do think that there's probably a decent chance that they could move their draft pick. I would say it's probably around a coin toss, whether or not they use it at pick number 11. There's certainly some guys there that they like. But they made the move for Denny last year that surprised everybody. They made the move for Jrue this year that surprised everybody. And the Jrue deal literally came out of nowhere. It was very, 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 very quiet. And I heard last night that it was something that came together pretty quickly over the course of a couple of days. So it's very interesting to kind of see how this is all going to shake out. If anybody else is going to move, I would probably bet on it being Jeremy Grant. And I don't. There's this thought out there that it's going to cost Portland draft capital to get off Jeremy Grant. I've got it on pretty solid ground that is not going to be the case with Jeremy. That there are suitors out there for him. It's just a matter of what kind of return they're going to get for Jeremy.
The Blazers made a ton of improvements on the defensive end down the stretch of last season. This is another piece that helps them defensively Where does this put them, though, in your mind, in the Western Conference, like, sort of hierarchy?
Organizationally, they feel like they got better overall from a talent landscape. I love Ant. His ability to shoot off the bounce. He's one of the best 3-point shot creators in the NBA. Going left, going right, catch and shoot, off the pull up. His career has been that's what he does, and that's something Portland is going to drastically miss. But Jrue is going to add some stability, particularly on the defensive end, that it's really going to bolster them. I don't think it necessarily improves their win-loss standing. I could see them winning 36 games again, but I think it would be a more consistent pattern because they were awful. I mean, let's be honest. The first 2 months of the season, they were awful. Mm-hmm. And there was kind of a come to Jesus meeting late in December where Chauncey Billups laid into basically everyone about what their roles were and what you need to understand and what you need to give up and what expectations truly are for guys up and down the roster. You know, Scoot Henderson got taken out of the starting lineup because his defense was waning. The same thing happened to Shaedon Sharpe. And both those guys, they weren't thrilled about it. But I supported Chauncey on that move because he's been there. You know, this is a number 3 overall pick who struggled right out of the gate, got traded, bounced around, ends up in Detroit, finals MVP, title winner, all-star. Like, when it comes from him, it feels a little bit different because when he tells guys, I've literally been every role in the NBA, he has literally been every role in the NBA. He's been a key reserve. He's been a starter on a title team. He's been a guy that failed in his first couple of stops. And those guys respect that. And even though they were frustrated and they were upset, you know, their minutes are getting cut and their roles are getting taken out from underneath them. Once they understood it, they bought back in, and you saw them post January 1. They were one of the best defensive teams in the league. And I don't think they're going to end up being, you know, a top 5 defensive team. But if they came into next season, they finished in the top 10 defensively, wouldn't shock me one bit. Now, offensively, they're going to struggle. The shooting, the playmaking, the consistency, those are all very, very, very real questions. But I think Jrue is going to add a level of stability, at least on that end, even at his age, where maybe they can calm some things down. They can get a few more turnovers. They can get some easier opportunities and then see how it works from there.
Danny Marang, 1080 The Fan in Portland, plugged in with all things Blazers. Nice enough to join us live from the 6T box at an undisclosed golf course in Portland. Do you feel like the Blazers, after this Jrue Holiday acquisition, are a top 10 team in the West?
I think they're probably right in that 12 through 10 range. We don't know what Memphis is going to look like. I don't think they're done dealing. San Antonio, when they get Wemby back, it's not going to surprise me to see them shoot up. The Suns have 5 shooting guards. I don't know what they're doing. I mean, they don't have a starting level big. I'm not sure who's starting at 4 for them. You know, Who knows what they're going to end up looking like. I've heard noise about them possibly trying to trade up from 10 to get Ace Bailey. And I'm sitting there going, but why? You know, so there's certainly some teams in there. Sacramento, there's certainly going to be some changes there. I don't know what's going to happen there. You know, that bottom, you know, probably 9 through 15 in the West, you could just, you know, drop ping pong balls on the ground and whatever one comes up, you know, the top of that, I'd be like, yeah, I can see it. There's nobody in the West save Utah who I look at and go, yeah, I could see them getting into a play-in. Like that's just how the West is right now. And, you know, we've seen what injuries can do to teams and how wide open the East has become. If they were in a play-in circumstance, it wouldn't shock me. I don't think they're a team, though, that's like, no, we're a 8, 9, 10 team in the West right now. I think they still need to make some moves and really figure some things out. But I think they're talking themselves into, hey, if you know, this past year, they had an opportunity to play in that was, if you squint, you saw it. Sure. But if they can get beyond that, it wouldn't shock me. I mean, they have so many young guys. Their opportunity for development is still pretty high. So I don't think they're like they're firmly in that play-in group. I just think they have an opportunity at it more than anything else.
Danny Marang, 1080 The Fan in Portland. You can catch him noon to 3 every single weekday. Danny, go enjoy the golf tournament. We really appreciate your time, man.
Hey, no problem, guys. Appreciate you, and hopefully we'll talk soon about not a Portland-Sacramento trade.
Love that.
There it is.
Thanks, Danny. Danny Marang, 1080 The Fan in Portland, one of the very best. Love talking hoops with him. I've been any Blazers-related trade we've talked about, I just texted to him.
Oh, of course.
What do you think about this? Would they do this? He's, like I said, very, very plugged in and always super knowledgeable. Yeah, man, that's just, he kind of confirmed what we speculated earlier, that this move for Portland was a Rockets type of move. They're not going to go trade Jrue Holiday now to the Sacramento Kings. So I wondered last night when people were going, oh, Jrue Holiday's off the board. Charlie, our boss, walked in. First thing he said to me today was like, well, cross Jrue Holiday off the list. I went, I'm not so sure. It did this a couple years ago. Nope, they're not doing it again. But they're doing, he said the thing in there that we keep saying about the Kings, that this is just the right fit. At this point in time, this isn't the best conceivable player that they could have from a basketball skill set standpoint, but from a fit standpoint and the direction the team is heading, the Jrue Holiday acquisition just makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a balance of adding talent, but also finding players that fit what you're doing. And again, I think that's probably where the Kings struck out the most last season, is where they didn't match the idea of fit and the talent you're bringing in. There's no question DeMar DeRozan is extremely talented. There's no question that Devin Carter is talented, but fit has to be a consideration when you're doing anything. And moves that look like they're out of desperation, that's just not the way to do business. And unfortunately the Kings fell backwards because of it, and teams like Portland are trying to catch up. They've got a ton of talent. They've got a ton of high-end draft talent, and don't forget they brought in a new general manager like 2.5, 3 years ago. But they also have Mike Schmitz, who's one of the best draft specialists that there ever was.
Yeah,
and
he's outstanding.
He's been one of the guys that have gone out and found guys like Scoot, who found guys like even Shaden Sharp, but that knew so much about Kamara and players like that. And so don't disvalue like what they've built there as far as a franchise.
Okay. We have 2 more segments and a ton of stuff to get to. No handoff today. There's a staff meeting. And apparently we have to be involved in said staff meeting, which has never happened before.
Wait, there's a staff meeting after this?
Allegedly.
Oh,
at least that's what I think. Now, stand by. Let me just confirm this on the fly.
There's a full staff meeting starting at 11:30.
Joe's on it. So D'Lo and KC are going to be in that staff meeting. When our show ends, they will come in here. We will go out there.
Oh, okay.
We will be the ESPN 1320 representative. So there's not going to be a handoff today.
Oh, all right.
So we have 2 more segments.
Plenty to
I have
talk
to tell
about.
you why the NFL Players Association continues to shoot itself in the foot. Just a brutal union in the NFL.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. We'll get to the Boston Celtics player that I think the Kings need to go get. And we will also talk about what Tyrese Halliburton had to say. He released a statement on social media yesterday following his Achilles surgery that I think was pretty powerful, and we're going to talk about that as well. All that coming up here in the next 45 minutes. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. They're Jiffy Lube. They sponsor the show. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. I started to panic that it was next Tuesday.
Oh.
But now I see on the big board it says staff meeting. You guys want to see what I'm looking at? Here's what, when I say we're looking outside, I think D'Lo and KC have showed you this before, but so there's the television. There's Joe. So when I would say, I don't know if you can see
past Joe.
Just past, I know there's more cord there, but do you see, Joe, can you point out the little section of, see where Joe is pointing? Just right there. Stop. Nope. That right there where Joe's pointing, that kind of color, that rectangular color. That's the start of the screen. And when I lean back, I can see, shout out to Fat Joe. When I lean back, I can see that it says staff meeting. And apparently we have to be a part of this one. Which is never the case because they always take place during our radio program.
There will be pizza.
Oh, word?
There will be pizza.
Oh.
Hey, it's not going to be. Is it from the place that there was pizza the other day?
Oh, the one that we just had the other day?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Pretty mid.
Okay.
Hey, it's fine. I'm not complaining about free pizza.
Okay.
All right.
I remember I tried complaining about something free the other day and got crucified.
I said I wasn't complaining.
Fair enough. I should have said that when I said all things.
You definitely did. No, you definitely said I'm not complaining. But...
I know. But I was though.
Oh, does he? I had no idea.
Hmm.
It might be. Yeah, find out what Casey's email was about. Hey, I can confirm when you get fired from Audacy, there's no free pizza.
Oh. So
there's
that's not what's happening
direct
today?
manager,
Yeah.
his manager, and an HR person in a conference room. And they have to have a little quiet discussion about whether you're allowed to go get your things out of your office. No pizza, though. Just a long drive home in silence. Stop by my wife's work. God, Jrue, stop.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, James is over there. That's Joe. I'm Kyle. Apparently, we're getting free pizza today. Salute.
I like free pizza.
Yeah, anytime there's free lunch on the company dime, I'm in. All right. Before we get back into basketball, I want to talk about if the Celtics are indeed kind of dismantling their roster a little bit while they reset in the wake of the Jason Tatum Achilles tear. I think there's a player the Kings need to go get who we have not talked much about. Before we get to that, though, there is some unbelievable reporting out there right now from Pablo Torre of Meadowlark Media and Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. Pablo Torre on his podcast, Pablo Torre Finds Out. You may know him from his Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson kind of deep dive investigations. He just kind of answers silly, largely sports related questions and does like hard scrabble journalism on things like finding Sam Presti's jazz rap album that he released in college. Like unbelievable stuff from Pablo Torre. What Pablo Torre got his hands on was a 61-page document from an arbitration hearing after the NFL Players Association in 2022 filed a grievance against the NFL for colluding to limit the guarantees on player contracts. The reporting on it is unbelievable. I highly recommend, Mike Florio wrote about it, but I highly recommend going and listening to the podcast.
It's wild.
Because I went into it expecting, oh man, the NFL is going to come out of this looking terrible. This is going to be a scandal that rocks the league because it turns out, spoiler alert, and if this was not the case, we all would have heard about it. It would have been a huge story. So I'm not really. The NFL won this arbitration, but on kind of shaky grounds. And again, I'll let Pablo Torre and Mike Florio walk you through all that on the Pablo Torre Finds Out podcast. But the big takeaway for me was how much the NFL Players Association really sucks.
Yeah.
So I tried to Cliff Notes this, but the best way I can try and describe this. So J.C. Treader was an offensive lineman for the Browns who went to like Cornell. Brilliant guy. He was the president of the Players Association when when all of this stuff was going down. He was cut by the Cleveland Browns, which means he could no longer be, and then he didn't get signed. So he could no longer be the president of the Players Association because he's no longer a player. But that didn't kick in until some point in the calendar. So at the same time, the former executive director, DeMaurice Smith, leaves. So there's no NFLPA president, or there is, but they're going to have to replace him, and there's no executive director. Typically, the search for the executive director is this very big, transparent, open search.
Okay.
This one was very, very concealed. And the guy they picked, Lloyd Howell, he was this former chief financial officer for this company that had like a bunch of government contracts, that it was overcharging the government to make up for losses on private contracts. It was this whole scandal. And this guy was the chief financial officer for it. He wins this kind of shady executive director job. And this is all exposed in this 61-page document from this arbitration hearing. J.C. Treader just so happens to get a job from this executive director in a new position that this executive director created called Chief Strategy Officer.
Oh.
J.C. Treader gets that job basically as a way to pave his own road to the executive director job after Lloyd Howell leaves. This was his in. This was his way to do it. The problem with that, and the reason, because the thought was, man, the NFL looks pretty bad in this arbitration hearing. Even if they won the hearing, there's some stuff in there that doesn't look great. Like there's literal collusion in text messages between two owners.
Yeah.
Michael Bidwill for the Cardinals and Dean Spanos for the Chargers, basically texting back and forth about how much the Cardinals' lack of guaranteed money for Kyler Murray was going to really help out the Chargers.
Yeah, so that's the crux of this. It's the fight over non-guaranteed money in the NFL.
Yes.
That's the like sort of the backdrop is the players union is suing the owners for their lack of guaranteed contracts.
Yes. And
so you hear these gigantic contracts, but realistically they're not worth anything because a player can be waived 2 years in and lose, 60% of the deal.
That's what we always say. Wait for the structure on these contracts.
Yep.
Brock Purdy's getting a 5-year, $265 million deal. He is not going to see $265 million.
No.
At least not unless he gets an extension. Anyways. So it turns out, it also exposed in this document, and one of the reasons that the NFL players lost the case is because there's text messages from J.C. Treader talking about Russell Wilson, who, when he was traded to the Broncos, demanded a 7-year fully guaranteed contract. He did not end up getting that. J.C. Treader, calling Russell Wilson names in these text messages to somebody else, called him a wuss, basically said he set the players back by not getting a fully guaranteed contract. So you have this former president of the Players Association, who's now the chief strategy officer for the Players Association, who's trying to be the executive director of the Players Association, coming out against a player and blaming the player for not getting a fully guaranteed contract that he says is happening because of collusion with the NFL, but actually he's saying that the player should be getting it, but he didn't because of the fault of the player. I think I explained that right.
Sort of.
Just the NFL Players Association has done a really bad job.
Oh, for decades.
It's why there's no guaranteed contracts, or very, very few guaranteed contracts, or very few guaranteed dollars in contracts. It's why there's 17 games and why there's going to be an 18th game. It's been a mess. The new NFL CBA is up in 2030, and I think it's going to be ugly. I wouldn't be shocked if we get another lockout because the NFLPA continues doing things like this, where they can't get out of their own way. And this guy who fancied himself, J.C. Treader, again, brilliant person, who fancied himself the eventual executive director of this union, is out here trying to fight for guaranteed contracts while simultaneously blaming players for not getting guaranteed contracts.
That's why discovery is brutal. That's why,
really,
when you open yourself up to a lawsuit like this, then it becomes, they ask for discovery, but the discovery goes both ways. And so when that happens, like an arbitrator is going to get all of these emails, all of these things. Well, and both sides get all of it. And then they start picking out things that they want to push forward. Well, that doesn't mean that like all your dirty laundry isn't going to get aired, and it did. And that's trouble. But
there's and I encourage you to go listen to the podcast, but there's like an executive committee in the NFL that has slideshows and PowerPoint presentations about how bad guaranteed contracts are for teams. But basically the NFL argues, hey, we're just giving teams advice. We're not telling them what to do. Every team is its own entity. They can do what they want. If they want to give out fully guaranteed contracts, they can. We're not telling them not to. We're just advising.
Yeah.
And then Lamar Jackson's involved, and the arbitrator was saying that all of these reasons for Lamar not getting a fully guaranteed contract are valid, and his play style, and he gets hurt more often, and all this other stuff. It is a fascinating look into how the sausage is made in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to Pablo Torre and Mike Florio for their reporting on this, because it is very, very good. It is super interesting. And I went in thinking the NFL was going to look bad and the NFLPA was going to look awesome. And instead, everybody looks terrible.
They all look bad.
It's, man,
Imagine that.
just rough. We're headed for an 18-game season, everyone. Just buckle up.
Yeah. Again, I would expand rosters. Like, to me, you have no minor league system. Yeah. So expand rosters, make your practice squad 15 players, make your regular roster like 60. Just expand your rosters. Like, if you're going to do an 18-game schedule, the product shouldn't be so watered down and bad. And it's not watered down and bad because there's not more talent coming through. It's watered down and bad because you have no minor league system at all.
Right.
So we hear these great stories about how a guy was, Kurt Warner was bagging groceries and they found him bagging groceries. It's like, yeah, because he couldn't make any other money because there's no minor league system. There's no safety net. They're
trying to turn the UFL into a minor league system.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. The UFL is the NFL is the professional spring league. If you're playing in the UFL, it's because you weren't good enough to be in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're signed from the UFL to the NFL, you're probably like a practice squad back end of the roster guy, which is why you were in the UFL in the first place. So it's really tough because it's not like there's like the WNBA, right? There's constantly, you see players getting cut in the WNBA who should absolutely be on a roster, but just the roster sizes are too small and there's not enough teams in the league. That's not the case necessarily in the NFL. The issue for me with okay, they're going to go to 18 games eventually. They're not going to guarantee contracts, all that jazz. The issue now for me is you're going to have to do all the things you just said, expand rosters, expand your practice squad to 20, allow more players to be active on game days so you can have guys playing fewer snaps. You have to have multiple bye weeks. You can't get away with one bye week when you're playing 18 games. So I just have no faith that the NFLPA is going to get all those things.
No.
Because why would you?
Feeling that they're going to mess up everything because that's what they always do. And it's why they didn't have health care for their retirees. It's why they haven't had a proper implementation of concussion protocol. It's why half of their players are struggling with CTE after retirement. Like, how about you stand up for the players that have put their lives on the line for a sport and hold the owners accountable for what they've done.
Yep.
But both sides are so at fault here.
It's just so rough.
Always so.
Okay.
I like labor unrest, and that's why I really, really like Adam Silver. I do. I like they have been able to like during David Stern's era, they just kept tearing up the CBA and like getting in these knockdown dragouts.
You don't like labor unrest.
Yeah, I don't like labor unrest.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. My bad. I do like Adam Silver, though. Adam Silver is someone who, like, hey, we're doing really well here. How about we all just get in a room and work this thing out really quick, and let's just extend our labor piece for another 7 years.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's making money. We get it. Like, it's worked out really well.
All the little tweaks they're trying to make. There's the in-season tournament where they're just trying to make November basketball mean something.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even hate that. The tweaks to the All-Star game, the All-Star game, All-Star weekend needed some tweaks, so I don't hate that either.
Yeah. Well, I also like it's like a 51-49 balance, and then on top of that, the players do make extra money if the league makes more money, and so all of that's good. But also, like, they're able to keep the owner's stake and the team separate from basketball related income.
Sure.
So, like, I think there are a lot of like mechanisms for negotiation, and they've just lived in a really good spot the last couple of years where it's like, hey, we're not gonna destroy our game like what happened in 2011 and set the league back again. We're talking about 14 years of like smooth sailing. That's good.
Do you think the NBA will ever redo how it functions salary cap wise. Because and I say that not from like eliminating the salary cap or we've already seen him add the aprons and all that jazz, but I mean with like Oklahoma City, for example. Oklahoma City is a small market team that has loaded up on talent via the draft, via good trading, where you have to wonder after they win this title, like, hey, are they going to be able to keep the Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander core together long term? If they add another big piece, are they going to be able to keep him involved? Are they going to be able to pay this? Can they be a tax team? Can they be a first neighbor, second neighbor? There has to be a way to not punish teams for drafting well.
Yeah, I get
drafting
that.
Too many good players, like that's the point. You shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to be cutting good players loose or trading good players because you drafted them. You did the right thing.
No, I agree with that, but at the same time, the league just crowned its 7th different champion in 7 years.
Yeah, no repeats in 17.
It's working. Competitive balance is working.
Mm-hmm.
If an owner has so much money that they don't worry about writing a check for $200 million to the league, okay, but they're not going to do it 5 times. They're not going to write $1 billion worth of fines over 5 years, and that's what the Warriors had to back off. So I get it. You're able to develop a dynasty, but like having the Cavs and Warriors in the finals every year was not good for business. It just wasn't.
No.
People can say, oh, it's, you want Steph versus LeBron. It's like, yeah, but what about the other 28 teams?
Right.
Yeah.
You want Steph versus LeBron where there was adversity getting there.
Yeah.
You don't want the opening tip of the season being like, okay, well, hey, here goes 82 games of meaningless basketball.
Yeah.
And then a meaningless postseason because you know what you're going to get in the finals.
Yeah.
No doubt. I'm with you there. Tyrese Halliburton, speaking of the NBA Finals, released a statement after having his Achilles surgery yesterday. Really, really interesting statement from Halliburton. A really powerful statement, I thought, from Halliburton. He said, quote, "At 25, I've already learned that God never gives us more than we can handle. I know I'll come out on the other side of this." And again, this is just a portion of this. On the other side of this, a better man and a better player. And honestly, right now, torn Achilles and all, I don't regret it. I'd do it again and again after that to fight for this city and my brothers for the chance to do something special. And that like, I know it doesn't make it better. It doesn't make you feel better. It doesn't erase the just kind of sick that I think a lot of people felt when you saw Halliburton go down and you saw him crying and you saw him pounding the floor saying, "I did it," like it happened. That image is never going to go away. But A, his perspective on this is incredible.
Yep.
And B, knowing that he went out there knowing the risk. And we all knew that already.
Yep.
And the fact that he's taking it this way, like I would do that again. If I could rewind and go back to the night before Game 7, I would still give the Pacers a thumbs up that I was playing. Like, salute, man.
Yeah.
I get that there's always going to be people in Sacramento that for whatever reason don't root for Tyrese Halliburton. And I don't blame you. Fan how you want to fan. I find it impossible to not pull for this dude.
No, I think that's where everyone is. I think everybody is the same. And like, look, Halliburton is uniquely like built to take on this type of situation. It's what we talk about all the time. He has a gift for like being a level head, for speaking clearly and concisely and really laying out something that, it's difficult. Like there is no blame. There's no blame from him. Like he knew what he was getting into, and so did Rick Carlisle. So did the Indiana Pacers. They knew that they're going to lose some major investment. There was potential for them to lose $45 million in salary next year, $40 million in salary for next year on a player that won't play. They took the risk.
Yep.
And they lost, and that's a bummer. But again, I believe him wholeheartedly when he says he would do it again and again.
I totally agree.
Yep. I mean, Ronnie Lott had the tip of his finger cut off so he could play in a playoff game. Like that's what
Dudes
these
are built
guys
different,
do.
bro.
Yeah.
And I kept going even before Halliburton released his statement last night. I kept going back to this, and I think we talked about it on the show, and I talked about it with Jesse after the show. The visual of Tyrese Halliburton sitting at the end of the bench on a game 7, going, I got to make sure I'm ready for game 1 next year, is so much worse. That is the kind of thing that might be a franchise derailing decision, because you have your star player going, you guys go get it in game 7. I'm going to make sure I'm ready for next year.
I would have put a boot on him. If that were the case, I would have put his leg in a boot and said, hey, look.
Bring crutches.
Yeah,
wear a neck brace.
Yeah. He's not playing because he can't play.
Yeah, because he cannot physically walk.
And really, the right decision was to not play him. But
the right long-term decision.
Yeah. Yeah. But in the moment, like there are very few people that would have made a different decision.
Yeah, man. You don't. Yeah, for sure. Salute to Tyrese Halliburton, hoping for a full and speedy recovery for him, as well as with Damian Lillard and Jason Tatum and the rash of Achilles tears we saw this year. Hopefully they're not they're career altering, but not hopefully not career defining.
I think a total of 7, right? This season. 7 Achilles.
Just a ridiculous amount.
Yeah.
Of that one injury. Okay. We have an NBA draft prospect of the day.
Okay.
Because the NBA draft is tomorrow. We'll talk a ton about that in tomorrow's program. We also have the Celtics tease that I've been doing since the first segment. We'll pay that off. We'll pay that off first. I promise. He's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is The Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, we are.
Will Z wrote an article. A media watch party for a team that doesn't have a first-round pick. It could be nothing, or it could be everything.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, Will. Hey, here's an insane thing. Let me verify this real quick. What the?
Yeah, I saw this. Like we've talked about these trades. There's this weirdness going around right now where
What was it? I missed it. Oh, I see it now.
Yeah.
Huh.
Hey, real quick, do you want to show everyone what your hat actually says? Because it seems like a lot of them think that it just says Satan.
No, it says not today, Satan.
Oh, yeah, there's a glare.
He's against Satan with the hat, guys. He's not for him.
He's not pro Satan.
No.
It's a SZA hat from the SZA and Kendrick Lamar show.
I understand.
Good
I
Lord.
think it's a cool hat, but I just keep seeing people in the chat saying tomorrow you got to wear a hat that just says God on it. So I thought I'd help you out.
I'll do that.
Bit.
I will.
That would actually be funny.
Okay, great.
That'd be really funny.
I'll do that.
Cody, what the hell does this mean? Do we think Scott Perry does his job and gets a first round pick? Getting a first round pick might not do anything for the Kings at all. Like I'm confused. What do you mean does his job? Like doing his job is building a team that can compete for a playoff spot. And that may or may not include getting a first round pick. He's just a supporter, a Satan supporter.
Yeah, Scott Perry can do his job without getting a pick.
Yeah.
Here's an insane thing. The Golden State Valkyries have played 13 basketball games. They are the highest valued franchise in the WNBA according to Sportico. Whew. And they are worth more money than Joe Lacob bought the Warriors for.
Ooh.
They're worth $500 million.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because they own the Chase Center.
Yeah.
So that just.
Wait, who owns the Chase Center?
Lacob.
Okay, yeah.
Well, Lacob's.
Lacob's. Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Okay, Kristaps Porzingis. There, the tease is out.
You said it.
I think the Kings need to get Kristaps Porzingis. Not need. I shouldn't say need. Need is strong. They need a point guard. I think the Kings should go get Kristaps Porzingis.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
If the Celtics are looking to shed salary, and I understand the immediate knee-jerk reaction is he's hurt all the time. Why would you want Kristaps Porzingis on your basketball team? Well, let me tell you, folks.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, folks. We have been saying that a player who suits up next to Domantas Sabonis, the ideal type of player would be a shot blocker who can stretch the floor.
Oh, yeah. He's all those things.
And that is what Kristaps Porzingis is. Contractually, he is a expiring not 20. He is an expiring $30.7 million contract. He's a perfect fit next to Domantas Sabonis.
That's lower than I thought. The money is lower than I thought.
It's just we talk about needing to, like, you got to take a little bit of a swing. You might miss.
Yeah.
But I don't think it would cost a ton to go get Kristaps Porzingis from an asset standpoint.
Probably the same exact offer that you gave them for Jrue Holiday.
Salary filler and a first.
Yep. Maybe not even a first because he's an expiring contract.
Yep. Call it 2 seconds.
Okay.
Like whatever it is. I would go do that so fast. And if it doesn't work out and he plays 25 games, all right, he's an expiring whatever.
Yep.
But if he plays 65, 70 games, he's like the one of very few players who fits the shot blocker who hits threes archetype of player that we say would be perfect next to Domantas Sabonis.
No, I agree with you in that, right? And I also, when I look at his contract, again, like I try to consider everything. It's how Kyle Kuzma went from being a player that I would never, ever trade for to a player that I might trade for because of his contract to a player that, again, I would never trade for. Porzingis is a guy that, like, again, the baggage, there's some baggage there that has trailed him throughout his career. And it's one of the things that are like, okay, I wouldn't like normally say, yeah, that's a great idea. But here we are, like, deep enough into his career. He doesn't play a lot of games. He played 42 games last year. But again, that's on a championship contending team that was going to win whether he was there or not. Sure. So I think they probably held him out of a few extra games. But the 57 games the year before, 65 the year before that, if you could get 65 games out of Porzingis, I would be intrigued, especially if it doesn't cost you Keegan Murray and you have a 3-man, front line of Porzingis, Sabonis, and Keegan. Okay. I would at least be intrigued.
Yeah.
But it's not the easiest fit. Maybe it would be. I don't know. He's a good defender. He's not a great defender, but a good defender.
He's at least a shot blocker.
Yeah, he is a shot blocker, and you're right. He does hit the three at a, he shot 41.2% from three last season. For his career, he's at 36.6. He's not a great rebounder, but that doesn't matter when you have Domas.
Right.
As long as they can play together,
that's it.
That would.
And
make
I think
sense.
they can.
Yeah, I think so too.
So that's what it just, if you're going, hey, salary filler in a couple of seconds, you get an expiring contract and a guy who just might be a great fit next to Domas. And if you find yourself falling backwards into the playoffs, and great.
Yeah. I think the other thing that does is it so quickly turns you from what you are now, which is a small team, to a very big team. Yes. Because now if you have again, a 7'2" guy alongside a 6'11" guy, alongside a 6'8" guy. Now that's a big front line, as opposed to where the Kings have been the last couple of years with a 6'8" guy next to a 6'10" guy, and let's throw in a 6'6" guy.
Right.
Like, just like size wise as a team, you're very limited. And there are teams that just have like very specific types of players that you can't defend.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
he's a matchup nightmare for sure.
I might be on board with this.
Come on, Kyle. Let's go. I'll take that. I'll take a might.
Okay.
No, and as with all things, this is not, hey, if they get Kristaps Porzingis, put him in the title contender convo. No, there has to be more.
Well, yeah, they
But
still need the point guard.
Right. You still need a point guard. Ideally, you'd get more switchable wing defenders in here. Another one or two of those. And there's only so much you can do in one off season.
Mhm.
But this wouldn't be this is the move. It's just a move. Where if Boston is really going, hey, we're looking to shed some salary. We know we're not going to win much this year, so here we're trying to get rid of Kristaps, and you can do it for salary filler and a couple second round picks. I like the move as a piece of a larger offseason puzzle.
Yeah. What a sad state that all of a sudden the Boston Celtics are finding themselves in.
Brutal.
Where you were not just like walking into the season like a title contender, you were the odds-on favorite to repeat.
The favorite, yeah.
And now here you are. And, part of it's because of injury. And Jaylen Brown also had knee surgery already, during the offseason. I think he'll be fine for training camp and everything. But, you're starting to look at this thing and go, okay, what's the longevity of it?
That's where all the stuff with is an OKC dynasty coming?
Yeah.
Man, maybe. I tried that with Denver. I learned my lesson with Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Denver won that title in 23. It's like, man, they got prime Nikola Jokic. Aaron Gordon is one of the very best role players in the league in his role. Awesome defender. Christian Brown's coming up like, oh my God, they're just going to be awesome forever. And now they're not getting out of the second round.
Yeah.
And then Boston, you said it. They won the title, came back this year, and it's like, man, this might be Jason Tatum got so disrespected. They might win 70 games. They coasted, and then they get to the playoffs. They lose in the second round. Jason Tatum gets hurt, and now all of a sudden they're shipping out salary.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's just, things happen so quickly. So, yeah, if OKC stays healthy and continues trending this direction, yeah, they're going to be around a while.
Yeah.
But haven't had a repeat champion, like you said, in 7 years.
No.
2017, 2018.
I think it's a good thing.
It's hard to win a title, man.
No, I think so too.
I think that idea got so warped by the Warriors and the Cavs during that stretch in the mid to late 2010s, because LeBron was just such a dominant singular force, and the Steph Curry Warriors were just adding Kevin Durant made them such a dominant force. It made it seem like, oh, it's super easy to just go to the finals. That player should win the finals this year. Nah, man, winning a championship is hard as hell.
Oh no, it's tough. It's tough. I know. Just to answer something in the chat, Chris Ochoa brings James. Why are we out on Lonzo? Why am I out? Is injuries the main reason? Man, Lonzo Ball is an extremely gifted player. Totally. Kyle and I have we've had this conversation. I thought coming into the draft that he would be a generational point guard and a game changer. That would, a surefire Hall of Fame type player. That dude's played 35 games in 3 years. He literally just went through 2 seasons where he did not play at all.
Yeah.
And the year before that, he played 35 games. So he's got 70 games in a total of 4 years out of a possible, 328 games. Look, that's not injuries. That's called a player who, if you are going out and getting a player like that, it's just to roll the dice and say, hey, maybe at 28, he got healthy, and 27 years old, he got healthy and he can hold together for a season. But the talent has always been there.
Acknowledge me.
Just a little sound check for D'Lo and KC.
Oh, okay.
Coming up next.
Yeah. What I wouldn't want to do is trade for him and still have Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan on the roster and go even further down the rabbit hole of the Bulls West Coast.
Yeah, if you're getting rid of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan and then you're bringing in Lonzo Ball as your backup point guard, okay.
Yeah.
I don't hate that at all, but I'm not going to get Lonzo to be we were talking about Darius Garland earlier. We were talking about Trae Young and LaMelo Ball and John.
Yeah.
He's not in that conversation.
No. It's a bummer that his career has gone the way that it has, but a player literally missed 2 years completely.
Yeah.
And played 35 on the 2 seasons, the one before and the one after.
I'm psyched he's back on the court. Psyched for him. Just not something I'm going to go actively seek to be a part of.
Yep.
All right, draft prospect of the day before we get out of here.
Yep.
We need to talk about Sion James.
Okay.
So Sion James out of Duke, he's a senior. Listed at 6'6", 220, 6'4.5" barefoot, 218 pounds, 6'6.5" wingspan, 84-inch standing reach. Here's why Sion James jumps out to me. He is big. Like he is not tall necessarily, not a huge wingspan, but built like a linebacker.
Yeah.
And a very good athlete. Shot the heck out of it this year. Was over 50% from the field. Was over 40% from three. I think he was 80% from the free throw line. At 42, you're looking at, can this guy be a rotational 3-and-D wing?
Mm-hmm.
Can he be a switchable 1 through 3
or 2 through 4?
2 through 4, whatever,
Yeah.
wherever he winds up landing. I think he's athletic enough to kind of. I think his athleticism is something I'm willing to bet on. Again, at the 42nd pick, is something I'm willing to bet on. Could potentially be maybe a 1 through 4 type of defender if everything goes right. He just really profiles to me as a pesky defender, hustles his ass off, really good athlete. And if you told me that in 8 years he's playing 20 minutes a night and playing good defense and knocking down some corner threes,
yep,
it wouldn't shock me at all.
It's my David Lighty theory. Don't go out and draft a top-tier athlete who may or may not be able to convert into a 3-and-D player. Go get a 3-and-D player at the NCAA level that knows exactly who he is.
That's it.
Go find another Keon Ellis, because there are more in the college game. There are.
Yes, 100%. So this is again, he's not going to go blow anyone away as a playmaker. He's not like an awesome but you're not asking him to be a superstar. You're not asking him to be an all-star.
Nope.
Can you be a rotational 2 through 4 type of guy?
Go out there and do your job.
Probably a 2-3.
Yep.
Oh, he's big enough to be a 4. But we'll talk more about the draft tomorrow, because the NBA draft is tomorrow. If Kings news happens, we'll have it for you here on ESPN 1320. D'Lo and KC are coming up next. James and I are done for today, along with Joe. Well, Joe's got other response. Our show is done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. All the latest NBA news, specifically if there's Kings news, we'll have that breakdown for you. And we'll look ahead to the NBA draft. Will the Kings trade into the first round? Will they stand pat at 42? Will they trade 42? I expect there to be a lot of movement from the Kings. So stay locked into ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento sports leader. D'Lo and Casey are next. For James Hammond, Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And this is ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Until tomorrow at 10. Drink water. Be nice, people. See you, Chatty House. We got to clear out pretty quick here. Appreciate you guys. Talk to you tomorrow. Really looking forward to talking Kings with you guys. See you.
It was awesome. Great show, guys, by the way.
Bye, friends.
Hey, great show by you, Joe.
Chatty House, what's good, baby?
What up, though? I didn't watch the new episode of BMF. I don't want to do that thing where I get cut off. Oh. Good decision by me.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's get to work here. It's the day before the draft. Well, it's 2 days before the Kings draft, but
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll talk about it. I don't even know. Well, we'll get to it. We're thrilled that you're here with us. CeeLo and KC, the June 24th edition.
It's
Tuesday,
June 24th,
24th, man. Let's go. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Well, you know who.
What are you doing with him?
In fact, I think you might want to jump in here. Round number 1. I think everybody's curious what you got to say.
Feeling pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah, you hit the group chat pretty excited.
Oh, yeah, it's an expiring deal for Anthony Simons in 2 seconds or whatever, but I'll take that for Jrue Holiday.
So the offseason, so you got the expiring. He's extension eligible. Jrue Holiday was one of the, I won't call him obvious names, but there was a lot of noise around Jrue Holiday. We'll get to the Sacramento Kings part about it in just a minute. But you have a scorer. I mean,
you
for
need
those that don't
buckets
know,
with Tatum out.
Jesse's and I'm sure everybody knows, Jesse's a Celtics fan. But like now you got a scorer with Tatum out. You have options as the year moves along. He could become an extremely valuable asset come February if he works out for you. You got him carrying through. I love the. Now,
it's low risk, high reward.
I want to be clear. I actually love this for both teams. We'll get to the Portland side in a minute. But you was pretty hyped in the group chat about this one.
Yeah, because I guess the other side of it, you could get a first rounder for Jrue Holiday, but I feel like with Anthony Simons, I guess there's a lot of upside there. And like you said, if it doesn't work out, then maybe you trade him at the deadline and see if you can get there. But for me, it's low risk, high reward. So I'm good with it.
Okay.
I've always been a fan of Anthony Simons. And I was just reading the tea leaves a little bit.
Oh, them tea leaves, boy.
Reading the tea leaves. Jesse basically said Jrue Holiday's trash. Said he's washed up. Said he's finished. Without saying it, he was trying to be respectful. But
yeah, I was I didn't say he's washed up and all that stuff, but I said, hey, maybe you're starting the washer right now a little bit. Maybe you're starting the washer now.
That's cool.
You're loading the dishwasher.
Yeah, maybe
That's
you're getting
cool.
the settings all ready to go because it's about that time.
And also, for what you expect of Jrue, he's entering a different phase of his career.
Okay.
I saw a mentor.
Before y'all take him out to pasture real quick.
Well, no, that's a different phase. He's not being taken out to pasture. He can still play in the NBA, but he ain't Jrue Holiday, world champion for starting point guard for a world champion.
Yeah, the insiders had
2 years ago.
The insiders had
I'm
Daniel
talking about
last season.
He wasn't that then either, but I'm talking Milwaukee.
Who won the championship last year?
He was
The
Who won the
Boston
champion?
Celtics.
And who was the point guard?
Jrue Holiday.
Is Jrue Holiday? Was he the same Jrue Holiday that won in Milwaukee? No, he wasn't. He's declined a little bit as a player.
Hey,
That's
Jrue
all
Holiday
we're saying.
this season wasn't even the Jrue Holiday last season.
That's all we're saying. That doesn't mean he don't need to play in the NBA no more. But if you trade for Jrue Holiday, what you think you get in Milwaukee, Jrue Holiday?
Well, I said
no. Are you?
You're still getting a good player, but you're not getting that Jrue Holiday. He's in a different point in his career.
Yeah,
to
Tristan
say
was
he's not
on-
a starting point guard
I
on a
didn't-
championship
He
team.
is, but Tristan yesterday was on Twitter, and then the insiders had Danny Marang from Portland on today. They're throwing around the word mentor a lot and stuff like that.
And
what he's
that's
here
why,
for.
I like this. Portland needs a grown up in the room, but it's a bit unclear if they're keeping him.
It seems like they are now.
It depends on who you're reading, because there are people in Portland and Boston, who the first impression was that he's a trailblazer. But almost immediately it was like, yeah, Portland actually hasn't committed to this. Now, it would be bizarre to trade for Jrue Holiday twice and then immediately ship him off twice. That would be kind of crazy. But I love the idea of – I love this for Portland.
Yeah,
like, I don't expect Portland to be a title contender, but I think Trista used this – Trista used this analogy. We'll talk to her too. Chris Paul in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Chris Paul was better at that point, though. Like Drew's not that.
I ain't trying to dog Jrue Holiday, but Chris Paul was better at that point than Jrue Holiday is right now. Once again, Jrue Holiday don't need to go out the pasture, but Jrue Holiday, it borderline starter, point guard starter right now. Like him and Scoot in the backcourt. Yeah, maybe you probably want Shaden to be your starting two guard. You know, ideally if you're Portland and have Jrue coming off the bench. He is still 100% effective and productive in the league. He's just not the same. I think it's a great role for him if he comes in there as an adult, as a mentor, and kind of plays that six-man leadership role. I think that's where he's at in his career.
I feel bad for Jrue Holiday, to be honest. Like, this dude was in Milwaukee forever, goes on, to win the title, gets, shipped off and then shipped off again, lands in Boston. You thinking he found a little spot here in Boston with the contract extension, maybe to see this thing through with this group. And it's like, nah, we're in kind of a different spot. We're dealing with these aprons. We got to save some money. You're an expendable contract. You're an older player. We're gonna ship. I feel like he is a pro's pro. Like, every franchise, regardless of what you think he is a player, would want him in the locker room. I feel bad for him.
Well,
it's tough. I mean, it's the game, but still.
I don't. Like,
that's fine.
When you sign that contract, you knew what time it was.
No, I'm not saying he was caught off guard. I'm not saying he's shook. I'm saying, like, the consummate level of a professional that he is. Yeah, I just feel bad. Like, he's at the point in his career, he's not even going to be able to settle into anything anymore. Like, this is what's going to happen moving forward with 3 years left on that deal. He's probably on at least one other team before that deal's over. At least.
You would think so.
Maybe two. Yeah. Oh, whatever. I ain't nobody. I like it, brother. I feel bad for him.
I like him too. He could have signed a cheaper deal, and that would have guaranteed he could stay somewhere. That's an option.
Casey really hates Celtics point guards.
Boy, you really hate Jrue Holiday. Jesus Christ, man.
From Marcus Smart to
he could have guaranteed he could have stayed in Boston if he would have played for $15 million a year.
Casey, you're the only person I know who says out loud, yeah, I'll willingly turn down money.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, if I'm taking $130 million, I know I'm not going to finish it here.
I'm not saying he's surprised by it. I just stated I feel bad for him. That's all I said. He's getting shipped off all over the place when he's a consummate pro, man. He's not a jackass.
Okay. You don't have to be a jackass to get traded. Okay, like, he's not a jackass.
Man. All right, man.
He's not a jackass.
Damn, like, either I'm an idiot who can't make his point, or you're just purposely not listening to me. But get your stuff off, man. Talk about how trash Jrue Holiday is. I'm just here. God damn. Go ahead, get your stuff off.
One time I said Jrue Holiday is trash.
Bro,
you want me to talk about how Jrue Holiday is trash?
You talk about, like, it doesn't even matter, man. Jrue Holiday is a Portland Trailblazer. The end. Jesse's happy. This is a good look for the Boston Celtics. Anthony Simons is headed there. What else?
Nothing. I mean, nothing else. I could agree with what you want. Like, I could agree with it. I feel bad for him too. Then, but like, I feel bad for him too. I can do that.
I don't care, man. I don't care. Go to commercial. Go to commercial. God damn, man. Seriously, go to commercial. What are we even doing here, man? Jesus Christ.
Hey, like I said,
if we're just gonna be argumentative for argumentative's sake, what the fuck are we even doing here?
So do I not believe it?
Shit off.
Do I not believe?
Mike's on. See that?
Yeah, I'm looking. It's CJ, right? Yeah.
Well, got a couple more names KC can check off of his wish list. The New Orleans Pelicans are trading CJ McCollum, Kelly Olynyk, and a future second-round pick to the Washington Wizards for Jordan Poole, Sadiq Bey, and the number 40 pick. Man, you say it sometimes as a cliche. Floodgates are opening. That Kevin Durant trade. That's all everyone was waiting for. Now the floodgates are open, and we're 28 hours away from the draft.
And a lot of people thought they were going to wait around for Giannis. I'm glad they're not. I'm the league talking about. I'm glad the league isn't. Like Giannis, I don't know what Giannis got going on. The KD one seemed to be the one everybody was waiting for that domino to fall. And you've got this situation where people are trying to get their ducks in a row before the start of the NBA draft, which is about a little more than 24 hours from now. Yeah, they getting active right now. I hope this is just the beginning of it.
Man, it would be great to see the Sacramento Kings name mentioned in one of these.
Man, all the prospective point guards or people they're looking at are starting to fly off the board. And if they Scott Perry and the Kings organization, if they're just, and I'm not even saying this in a negative type of way or condescending type of way. They're cool with just playing it slow, using this year as a little bit of evaluation period, maybe even up into the trade deadline to kind of figure out what their next step wants to be. And they think it's going to be a little easier come the trade deadline or something like that, or maybe next offseason. Cool. But I feel they might have to bend on some of these things that they are steadfast on, like, no, we don't want to do this, or I don't like this type of player or anything like that. Because if their plan is to like be competitive.
That was pretty transparent. Because we know you ain't talking about Jordan Poole. It ain't him.
If their plan is to be competitive and go out there and go get him a point guard, I like Trey Jones, but that'd be a little bit of a letdown.
What does this say? So the new deal. So the new deal is the one just announced from Shams Charania. It's the Pelicans sending. We'll really focus on CJ and Jordan Poole in this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do with Washington. I don't know what to. That's a team that had wins in the teens. I don't know what to say about them. But Portland is a team that people are going to watch because at least as of 12/17 on June 24th, Zion Williamson is part of this team. Mm-hmm. What does shipping CJ out of there mean for them? What does it mean for the direction? You like Jordan Poole? You spoke very highly of Jordan Poole.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really disagree with some of the things you said a week or two ago or whatever it was, but he is a very, very, very different type of player than CJ McCollum is. These like they're polar opposites.
They both are shooting guards by heart, masked as point guards. So CJ to me is real steady. He's steady.
Organizer?
Yeah, but not really, right? Like he's not a point guard. He just plays point guard because he's a
with
team
Dame
player.
For so long
yeah, he's a team player. Even when I look at the nature and the way that he goes about playing basketball, I see a shooting guard. but he's not that tall. He can handle the ball. He can run an offense. He's a high IQ player. So he plays point guard because that's probably where he's going to be at in the league. But by nature, it's almost like Allen Iverson, right? Like Allen Iverson was the size of a point guard, but his heart was a shooting guard. He was going to get him up. That's how I look at CJ, and that's how I look at Jordan Poole. So their demeanors and the way they go about things, I think are stark differences, like you said. But I think they're more alike than people realize, with just as like where their true positions are as basketball players. So it looks different. Jordan Poole he's not as steady. He's not as like calming and steady as CJ. He can get a little wild, but I think at the end of the day, they still gonna get about 17 shots up a night. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Let's look up a couple of things here real quick. Okay. CJ's at 30.6. He's expiring after this year. Jordan, I know. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I want to make sure we got that right. I think Spot Track is being flooded right now with users because this site does not want to open.
Crashing.
So I'm guessing he has 2 years because he signed this extension with the Warriors. What year? He might. Is he expiring too? Spot Track was just like, stop searching for us.
I think he probably has 2.
Let's try
because it's been 2 years since Kings Warriors.
So
that's when he's
so we're at 25 and 26, right?
Yeah.
31.8 and 34. So he has 1 extra year. So I guess,
and that's just a regular year. That's not no kind of option or nothing. Huh?
It looks solid. Like it's a again, Spot Track quit. And so I'm looking at Hoops Hype. Hoops Hype's a little bit different, but it's here. It's 31.8 and 34 flat. So I don't know.
Washington.
I don't know.
My first thought, Washington clearing the books.
Yeah.
Clearing the books. I don't know if they think they have a shot at
reset the timeline. You use that like because you CJ a little bit older. You get CJ out of there, or you bring CJ in. That expires.
Yeah.
You get the your draft picks in here.
CJ could even be rerouted come trade deadline. Like it could almost be
reroute him today.
It might be like Chris Paul. It might be like that situation. I don't see him being part of the future, but he might be along for this season. I mean, they still gotta field a team. But so here's the crazy thing, and I know that it's not an exact science anymore. And I think Washington was one of the teams that attempted it this year. But next year's draft got some stars. This year it's got some stars too. I ain't trying to like go back on everything we've said for like 2 years. Like, no, this year got some stars. But next year, when you talk about AJ DeBanston, and when you talk about
I was reading some about him today. Like 2 days before a day before the draft, reading about next year's draft.
AJ looking like the one, and they got
Friday's going to be crazy. If you're not familiar with who that is or this class that Casey's talking about, you're going to be on Friday.
Yeah,
because all the articles are going to be out.
They got I'm drawing a blank. The shooting guard who they said one of the publications said he jumped over AJ for the number 1 spot. I think it's Devin or Daryl or something like that. They played 1-on-1. He went crazy. The Boozer, one of the Boozers is going to be available. So I say all that to say in a roundabout way that Washington may be looking at like, let's just roll the dice again and see if we can get in the top 3, top 4.
I think you might be talking about Deron Peterson or Darren Peterson.
Yeah. He's in some
Cam Boozer.
In some circles, he's number 1. He snuck up on me, so I wasn't familiar with Darren Peterson until like 3-4 months ago, and they said he went to work on AJ in one of their EYBL games.
Is he going to Kansas or no?
Yeah, he's going to Kansas.
He is.
He's going to Kansas.
Yes. Where's that? Oh, AJ's going to
BYU.
He got do
you see who else?
He got God's bag.
Yeah, you see who else got God's bag? I think I saw the don't want to get chatty house.
Oh,
all right, Scooter saw the same thing, Ryder Lions. going to BYU.
Okay.
Announced this morning. Shout out Folsom.
Oh, that was announced this morning. Okay.
Yeah. So
did the salary come through?
Apparently.
No, I mean, was it announced? Did the? It's just he picked BYU.
Them. I don't even think AJ's got announced. I think they
they really getting that money from the church,
bruh. Bruh. Hey, BYU said by any means necessary. We got. This is God's plan.
I don't think they said that. They might have said that. I don't think BYU said by any means necessary, but man, they getting it done. Holy crap! And he's what, top 3?
Who
the Ryder kid?
Ryder might be the number 1 quarterback in the nation.
Oh my God!
But he's definitely like top 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
he might have been he's been number 1 in that class or top 5 in that class for like 3 years. He had a visit at Sac State.
It's hilarious that I'm looking at the 2026 class.
But that may be Washington's thinking. And they get what they get this year. This is number what pick they got? I'm sorry.
Washington. No, I got you. Washington is at 6.
Washington got the 6th pick this year.
Yeah, Dallas, San Antonio, Philly, Charlotte, Utah, Washington. New Orleans, interestingly enough, is right after that.
SAR showed some stuff. SAR showed some stuff this year as the season went along. So you get SAR, you get number 6 this year, you get a top 3 next year. That's damn near. I mean, Jalen Williams was more of a find. He ended up being like 16 or something like that. Well, they didn't even draft SGA, but that's kind of the model, that a lot of people like load up on these young picks. Houston did that. Houston, Jalen Green was number 2. Jabari Smith was 2 or 3. They found some other stuff. They got Bud Carrington at the point guard spot. So it feels like they're trying to build that way and see what they can do. That may be the strategy.
Kyle Madsen notes that Washington is going to have $100 million in cap space next offseason with CJ's expiring.
Yeah. So cap space.
All right.
Cap space you could take on a deal, absorb a contract, because it's not necessary. It'd be tough to get like free agents to say I want to sign for Washington at the time, but
yeah,
you could absorb a contract.
Yeah.
And that's if you could flip CJ, like I said, at the deadline, or right now, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I would love if they did it right now. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see their approach with CJ. Though, what gives me a little bit of pause on the idea of them moving him, unless it's something that they want back, which I'm going to assume. I haven't been locked on Wizards lately, so apologies. It's going to be draft capital, because where your franchise is, even though it's a lot like the Jrue Holiday situation, where you're getting a veteran in there, right. You're getting a grown man in that locker room. Who can teach, young guys. I think there's value to guys like Jrue and CJ being in young locker rooms. But I think based on the numbers colleges gave us, I think probably the most appealing thing about him is that money falls.
Absolutely. And if you're able to flip that contract and the player, when you talk about CJ McCollum, get even more draft capital and even more assets. But I just thought about this as we're talking. What about, it's an expiring deal. I don't know if it fits with the cap and the money, but what if Indiana got in the sweepstakes to CJ McCollum? Need a stopgap point guard.
Mm-hmm.
He makes a lot of money, so I don't know how that would work. They had already kind of committed to being a tax team, I guess, because they were supposed to sign Miles Turner. Because I remember that was a big deal. I think it was like the first time they'd ever been a tax team if they signed Miles Turner. So I don't know if you'd be going even further into that, but it's still a trade. Like you still got to match some contracts. So what if they did get an Obi Toppin and I don't know. I don't know the roster by heart as far as who's available, but bring CJ in for.
Well, Obi's the one who I think they could probably feel like they could move. Actually, I don't know.
Obi, they rock with Obi.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I feel like they like him.
I think on the Pacers, you look at Mathurin if you're moving someone.
I don't want
just
to
because
move
he's on the
Mathurin, though.
expiring. But like, did you really ever? Well, not Tyrese is down, but like before, it's kind of like it wasn't tough to get him minutes. It was more so like he can play above what the role is for him right now.
Yeah, but he's kind of tough, no?
He is.
Yeah, he's a good player and
He
all that,
is.
but it's just
But he's
maybe you
sometimes
use
a little
him to
trick or
get
treat.
yeah, use him to get something that you need in there.
I wouldn't want to keep Mathurin too, but I look at him a little expendable. I can have if I can have Nembhard because I was about to say Neesmith. I was about to have Nembhard at the 2 if CJ gets there. CJ at the 1 or Nembhard at the 1. It don't matter. They're interchangeable. But that's your backcourt. Neesmith at the 3. I got TJ backing up the point guard. Obviously, I'd like to have Mathurin backing up the shooting guard, but if it allows me to get CJ and in that East, have a real shot now with CJ filling in for Tyrese for a year, I'd have to think about it.
I actually don't hate that for Indiana. But again, you'd have, and I guess that's the tricky part. Do you break up this team to bring in a stopgap for Ty? When I say break it up, obviously, this is Jesse was talking about right there. This is a close-knit team. I think losing a guy off of that will be tough for all of them, but you're obviously not losing the key cogs. But do you risk doing that, bringing CJ in, just for a year to try, with the idea? And this is what I can't look down at Indiana for this type of thinking. Should they do it? It's what I was talking about with the Warriors when Clay went out. They didn't just kind of fold up shop. They were like, yo, let's figure it out. Let's see what we could do, which again, just exhibit like 4,000 as to why Steph they didn't do that with Steph. Steph got hurt. They were like, well, it's over.
Well, just play the Santa Cruz Warriors at this point.
Just win 10 games. We'll see what happens. Clay goes down. Hey, maybe we can fix this. Anybody else goes down? Nah, we got it. Lose Kevin Durant, no problem. Steph goes down. Just forget it.
Even Draymond felt that way. So I'll just stop playing. I'll just quit.
He wasn't even around the team. He just went to the house.
He was at the Floyd Mayweather fight or the Deontay Wilder fight.
He was wherever
LeBron.
He was sick. He was wherever LeBron was. He's LeBron's forever +1.
To the Mathurin point, though, check this out in the Eastern Conference Finals and in the NBA Finals.
Okay.
These are the point totals. Starting with the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
9, 0, 2, 20, 23, 4, getting to the finals. 5, 14, 27, 8, 7, 2, 24. It's just all over the place.
Yeah, that's tough.
And that doesn't even mean he's a bad player,
That's
but
tough.
it's just kind of you just never know what you're getting with him. You just never know. And for Indiana, now you get him in a situation in Washington where he's able to play all the time, get consistent minutes, find a groove on a consistent basis. He might be one of the premier shooting guards in the Eastern Conference potentially. That's the way I might look at it if I'm Washington.
And he's got to be. Again, Spot Track is done. They don't want any part. Spot Track wants no part of the next 3 days.
Are we still going to get our membership paid for?
Oh man.
Well, based off the way that meeting went, I doubt it. Maybe we can ask Andy to get one. We'll use Andy's credentials.
We got to start. Yeah, we got to start using our resources better.
I was going to say we'll either use Andy or Kevin.
What's up, Big Kev? How you doing,
Kev? I need you to go to Miller and tell him how bad you need Spot Track.
I want to do a
bitch. I need Spot Track.
Oh, having Kevin come in and try to read off NBA salaries, having Kevin come in and read that blurb we had yesterday on Phoenix's 2028 draft pick would be amazing content. Just absolutely incredible content. We're also going to put Kevin on before the insiders because
he's provocative. Gets some people going.
That's Jesse's line. Indeed, he does. Okay, so trades are happening just as we expected. Once the Kevin Durant deal was done, NBA Finals wrapped up about 24 hours later, and now we're off and running. Jrue Holiday is headed to Portland for Anthony Simons. That's the crux of the deal. CJ McCollum and Jordan Poole are switching places. Jordan Poole is headed to New Orleans. CJ off on an expiring contract to Washington. Getting back to Jrue for a second, there were a lot of tweets. I didn't see anything past tweets, by the way.
Mhm.
There were a lot of tweets that Sacramento explored Jrue Holiday.
Mhm.
There were tweets that said Sacramento was extremely interested in Jrue Holiday, but there was enough out there from various levels that the Kings, at the very, very least, inquired about Jrue Holiday joining the basketball team.
Yeah, and I can't front, man. I'm like everybody else in this.
Sent a cold shiver down Kenny Caraway's spine last night.
I can't front. I'm like everybody else. Like, I want something to happen. I want them to make a move. I want them to look to improve this team or do something. But I gotta check myself. I gotta make sure I'm looking at this situation in the big picture sense, where it doesn't matter when you make the move. It doesn't matter if you make the move. It's whatever decision Scott Perry decides to do or wants to do, that it's the right one. You know what I mean? And like I said, I'm like everybody else. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. You're seeing people fly off the board. I want Trae Young. Here. And I feel like he's available. And all reports, it's no secret, all reports that Scott Perry's not a fan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bro, you ain't getting Jrue. You're not getting Jordan Poole. You're not getting CJ McCollum. Like, hey, make him. This dude is right here for you, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do something. But I'm like, hey, just make sure, whatever you decide. If you decide you don't want to go with Trae, you want to run it back a little bit, or make moves around the margins, just make sure it's the right move. That's all I say. So I reserve judgment until I see how things play out, whether it's acquiring players or if they do or don't acquire players, how it plays out with the team when they're actually on the floor.
James Ham on the Insiders earlier said that he heard that the Kings were willing to give up a first, but just Boston thought Anthony Simons, that expiring in the 2 seconds, was a better deal. I don't know, like not better deal compared to what the Kings are, but he just said they were willing to give up a first.
Anthony Simons on that deal Anthony Simons on Boston seems to make a lot of sense. And when I saw that, the thing I tried to figure out is who here could do that. And Keon, I don't even think it's possible because there are finances involved in that.
Yeah, you got to make up $30 million.
But yeah, right. But even just from a player perspective, Anthony Simon, especially, this deal doesn't make sense if Jason Tatum is still there. It doesn't make as much sense if Jason Tatum is healthy next year. To have was he 18, 19 point per game scorer?
20, I think, this past season.
Yeah, I get it. Like I get that Kings.
If you're still trying to win, yeah, it makes more sense.
I don't think the Kings can match that. And Brad said, Brad was after the series, right? It was after Tatum went down. He was like, we're still going to try to win a championship. And I know that he's not going to come out there and say, yeah, we're going to tear this bitch down. Like, no general manager is going to say that. But Brad, to me, Brad backed it up. Like, this is a move to keep them. Again, we talked about the East yesterday, how one of these teams, Boston, Milwaukee, Indiana, how one of those teams might change their aggressiveness level in this offseason, because they're looking around like, well, we're hurt, but they're hurt. They're hurt. They don't have a coach. They just stink. Who knows what we could get this conference next year. Yeah, I give Brad all the credit in the world for that. And long-winded point, I don't think there's a King that could have done that.
Yeah, I mean, the first one that comes to mind is Malik Monk.
But you're gonna put Malik Monk at that spot?
Yeah, I think Simons fits better for what they're trying to do than Malik Monk. But just trying to think of anybody that might even come close, and it would be Malik Monk. But I don't think he fits what they're trying to do with this Celtics team this year. So yeah, I've always wondered, and Trista will probably talk about it when she comes on, but I've always wondered.
Well, she's not. She actually just texted me. She's dealing with a serious flight issue right now, so we're going to miss her.
I wonder why it never really worked out in Portland with Anthony Simons. He almost feels a little bit, and I haven't seen as much of him as I have these two other guys, but he almost seems like in that same category as CJ and Jordan Poole, where they're people try to make them point guards by default because of their height, pretty much. But they're not point guards. They're not organizers. They're not Tyrese Halliburton where they're going to set everybody else up. By nature, they're going to be looking to how can I get my shot off? You know what I mean? And I feel like that's the type of player Anthony Simons is, which isn't a bad thing. Like, I don't ever look at that as a bad thing. It's just that's your skill set and that's your nature. And that's valuable in the game of basketball and in this league. But I wonder if that's why he never really got embraced. Because like you guys said, 20-point per game score, you know, but it seems like, I was telling the homie last night, it seems like they've been looking to move on for him for the better part of a year. So they drafted Scoop.
He's a volume shooter, and it doesn't work in Portland. He took 8.5 threes per game last season. But, I mean, what team in the NBA, the one team was like, oh, yeah, that'll fit there? Like this Boston. You're encouraged to get the threes up and all that stuff. So maybe that skill set works a little bit better over here.
Yeah.
I tried to get a feel for what Trista was thinking last night, but I knew I just kind of needed a little bit to guide the conversation. So, because I thought we were going to talk to her today, unfortunately, we're not. But I think this is a hell of a line right here. I mean, I knew it was coming that one day Anthony Simons would get traded, and it would be the most polarizing trade of all time because Anthony is almost impossible to describe unless you watch him play game after game. You can't get a feel for him from a box score. I never realized that about Anthony Simons.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't seen him as much as I've seen Jordan Poole and CJ McCollum. But
everyone thinks they love Anthony Simons until they watch 82 games of Anthony Simons play for their team.
Well, but I also think that might have to do with the role he plays as well and his surrounding parts, right? Like Anthony probably looking around like, yeah, I gotta be the one on this team.
Yeah.
So he's shooting, he's getting them up, he's trying to hit his 20 points per game. He gets somewhere like Boston where he can be a little bit more selective potentially.
Go stand behind Derek White, sir.
Right. You ain't even gonna get the ball like that.
Yeah. Go stand in the corner, get those 8 threes up like you do. But
right. So, but I like his skill set, man. I want to see how that works. And I do like Jrue in Portland for what they do. I think Portland is kind of sneaky as far as what they might be able to do next year. I don't want to say top 6. I don't see him there, but play-in type team potentially
might be better than
Sacramento.
You
see how famous KC is. He got pizza delivery. Like
we legit had 3 different people come into my studio. Like, hey, you guys, does Casey need pizza? Casey need pizza?
Casey need anything? Yeah.
Shout out to my boy Karosh, man. He always
shout out Karosh.
Yeah, shout out, man. It's cookies for everybody.
Kyle came in here. I think Jackie came in here asking, and then Karosh came in here.
My man. Thank you, Karosh. Appreciate you, boy. Karosh, one of the good air horns for our man, Karosh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You see,
I believe I put Karosh number 1 on my Audacy Power Rankings last week.
Now we've got
what shirts we got? These 98 Rock shirts.
This is for the Ridge.
Oh, this is
it's got the address on it.
These are shirts. Kyle says with our address on them. Let's unveil them to the chatty house. Here they are. Shirts. Well, okay.
This is like an unboxing
shirt. Oh, it's the Ridge.
It's legit got our address.
3010 Lava. It does. And then here's the back. Hey, since Complex is here, I think you might as well just scratch these 2 out. There's no point in even having these on the shirt. Just get rid of those.
Hey, we're still on the radio.
We're live.
Hey, just so they know, we're still on the radio.
This is absolutely live. But
I just walked in right now.
No, it's fine. Why don't we just go?
What's going on? What's going on? All right, we'll be back.
That's fine. Thank you, Jesse. Oh, it's good. Now we're in commercial.
The Ridge is the official name. The Ridge.
I voted for Audacy Sac.
What's that?
The cool thing is if I die, someone will know where to drop me off.
Well, you would have to have the shirt on.
I'm never gonna not wear it.
Great call.
Why would you want to be dropped off at work too?
Yep, got the weird. And
well, no, they even put it's the wrong freaking slogan too.
That's hilarious.
But it is the right ESPN, at least.
It also says your city, your music. This is not a music station.
Well, it depends on what Friday.
Well,
you're
they did
talking
change
about.
that.
So it was on Friday. So when I got this shirt, I looked and I saw this tape and I was like, oh, there's a tape. And I said, is there a tape on Kyle's shirt? And I thought you just unrolled that shirt and that was the tape. I was like, they just gave us black shirts of nothing. Bizarre.
Target?
Bizarre. Oh,
I got the Call Live shirts.
Okay. All right.
I don't know who you use for those ones. I did not pay for those ones.
I'm gonna turn the mics off first. One more minute. No, everything's fine. Everything is fine. Did I almost throw a chair through the window? Yes.
Oh, Damian Brown. That's Chris Brown. Remember he reportedly?
Oh God, I don't want to be that. I want
he
to be something
reportedly
else.
threw the chair at the
Well,
Good Morning America studios.
Better than throwing it at somebody, which that's the other thing Chris Brown got in trouble. Actually, it wasn't a chair. I think it was a champagne bottle.
Yeah, he crispy wild. Side note, did you see them hanging from the light poles and hanging from 10-story buildings in Oklahoma City today?
Yeah, I saw 'em.
Hey man, somebody got to take this team out, bro.
This is just,
Somebody got. Do you guys hear me now? Do you hear me now? New York, somebody.
no,
take
we
this
heard
team.
you the whole time.
They won, bro. Like we
heard
can't
you
be
the whole-
having it. David Stern rolling over in his grave at this parade. Come on,
David Stern sick with a parade. David Stern looking at what the hell is this? No looting. No, look, just everybody standing around Oklahoma City golf clapping.
oh, 2,500 people in Bricktown.
I tweeted that looked like 4th of July.
No,
but that's
no.
Well, no, they're in it's in
No.
Bricktown.
No.
What's wrong with Bricktown? What? You don't like Bricktown?
No, bro. That's tough. Oh,
As
man.
they're proud of it. They're proud of Bricktown. But now look, hey, I feel good for the players. This is not on you.
Shout out to Case and Wallace for getting the NBA Today interview.
Shout out to 6 points a game in the final. Big ups
Hey,
to
it's
him.
all good.
I like Case and
He was
Wallace.
valuable. Yeah.
I wish he was available.
I mean, I
for, like-
see he's trying to do something in his backyard, but like, hey, get it finished, dog. Like, you got some work to do back there.
Oh, you can't see it, Jesse. But yeah, it's not. I mean, D'Lo kind of scoffs. at
Oh,
that.
what channel you guys got it on? I got the Club World Cup on.
It's on ESPN today. I'm gonna try and take a picture and like send it to you.
No,
And look at his back. Look at Case and Juan's backyard, and D'Lo's like, oh,
no.
step your game up.
No, that's not what I said.
Scrub.
It's just clear. All right, man. It's clearly
Remember that one
unfinished.
time D'Lo did that show from just that? Where was it? Was that someone else's
That
house?
was,
It was from
DeMar,
Miami.
right?
Yeah,
That was DeMar. Yeah. That was,
it was a
crazy.
few years ago. It
I
was
went
like
back and watched that. That was crazy.
it was like
I
a
don't know what-
backdrop. There was like a white curtain behind you and stuff. It was like you were in Miami or something. You weren't, but it
That
was
was
nice.
that was when he was on with Kyle after DeMar, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't too
I was
recent.
in
It was a
Mexico.
couple years. It was a couple years ago.
That's crazy. That's
Oh
crazy.
yeah,
You
no,
go, no, I'm gonna take the picture. You're gonna see this.
I got
Jesse.
that same chair in my
Like,
patio.
Poor Case and Wallace. He just look Case and Wallace on a rookie deal trying to make it, and D'Lo like you.
No,
noob. You noob.
You need a second round pick.
Oh, just decorate a little bit if you go. Look, don't do that. He got a chain on. You gonna wear a chain? Like decorate the backyard a little bit.
He's
Already.
He's also probably renting.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's probably not his
they
house.
didn't go back to the
Yeah,
Black Street.
it's probably not my man's house. That's a good point.
But good for the Thunder. Good for the players.
That
I
was
saw-
a weak ass parade though.
yeah, man.
Like that sucked. Like don't ever
Good for Oklahoma City too.
Just-
good
just-
for the city.
just
Good.
skip it next time. Just send them to Vegas for the night for the week, and we don't need to have a parade.
I think I could be wrong, but I saw when y'all saw Aaron Wiggins' little speech, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out Nick
think-
Collison.
Shout out Nick Collison. I think I could be wrong, and I don't want to disrespect them people in Oklahoma City. I thought I saw some empty seats in that arena.
I wouldn't fight you on that. I mean,
Well,
we saw the
Kenny, it's a
parade, bro.
work day.
The parade went 2 streets down.
These
Okay,
poor guys.
Like, Bleacher
These
Report-
poor
like
guys.
stop.
Stop who, us?
No,
Bleacher Reports were like, oh, there's so many people at the Thunder Parade.
Well, they were being jackasses.
okay,
too.
that was a joke. Then that was
yeah, no,
sarcasm.
they were absolutely being sarcastic.
wait, who said that?
Bleacher Report. And I pull up the tweet, and it's like, oh, okay, that's where it starts. Okay, maybe the next street. Oh, the video's over.
Oh.
No, they knew what they were doing, and that was foul. Let the people
Okay.
enjoy.
Oh no, hey, there was
No,
one.
there's a
No, it's looking busted, D-Lo.
I got to log back into Twitter, but did you see the one where Shay's walking up to the fans and it's a 6-foot fence and like he's just got to reach over to try to dap him up or whatever?
I mean, no, that ain't it, bro. That ain't it.
So-
man. Oklahoma City. There's a lot of
Look,
people in Oklahoma City. They got to do better than that.
they're not gonna break any records with this parade.
Oh yeah, they are for the least amount of fans at a parade. Did they have Gary Payton at the ceremony where they were talking?
This is funny.
They had Gary Payton there.
I said, did they? I
Oh,
mean, because that's the
no.
lineage of the Sonics and all that.
So I don't.
No.
Is this brother must be in? I guess he's in OKC. The tweet reads: likely largest crowd in city and state history
What?
gathering for OKC Thunder World Championship Parade in downtown OKC. Thousands of fans are gathering along the route. Normally, it's hundreds of thousands of fans.
No,
like how many?
that thousands is doing a lot. It's thousand of fans.
Cleveland was Cleveland a
Cleveland-
mill.
Yeah, Cleveland was crazy.
Cleveland, I think, was like 1 million or something insane
Cleveland
like
was
that.
Crazy. Let me because
Cleveland was an absolutely insane number. It wasn't 1 million. I don't know what it was.
Okay. All right. Hold on, man. Hold on. Because I'm just
It's
Jesse. Maybe you can help me out
rough.
too.
Oh, yeah. I think you might have been right about the arena.
Come on, man. Come on.
Well, it's a work day, Kenny.
Come on. It was a work day in Cleveland.
Well,
and
there ain't nothing to do in Oklahoma today.
It gets even worse, though. It gets even worse because I was like trying to stall him out. You know what I'm saying? I think this might be wrong. I don't know. Jesse, help me out. Dame, you could even help me out too.
This is hilarious.
I went to the population of the city, right?
Okay.
Oklahoma City, allegedly, a quick Google search says 702,000 people.
Okay.
Is the population. It can't. They said Sacramento is 500. That's wrong, though, right?
500,000?
Yeah, like they said in 2023.
I'd be.
I don't know, but I know
maybe
there'd be more here at this
Sacramento
point.
County.
Maybe that's what they're looking at.
We're being a little harsh.
So no, hold on. Okay, Jesse pulled up video.
We're
so
being
this,
a little harsh.
This is bad news for everybody.
Like it's not
Jesse
like
got
look at Shea and the fans going crazy right here. Look at he's just walking up to the 50s of fans.
Hey,
come on, man.
Look
at that roof. Is there anybody on that roof? Is there anybody on that roof? You know, because people be hanging from the roofs. Oh.
Why do we got a fence like we're doing construction or something?
They're not even going to the back of like the wall.
Oh, this is embarrassing.
Look at that space right there. He only walked 40 feet.
So can I
could probably walk through that and get a burger there if I wanted.
Okay. Congratulations to the Thunder in Oklahoma City. They have a title. So I want to reframe this a little bit. This is a lot of people for them. Because I'm looking at an account called OKC Talk. And it says huge crowds around Scissortail Park for the Thunder Championship Parade. And it has pictures attached. Buddy, this looks like a normal business day at Capitol, outside the Capitol. To call this a huge crowd is crazy. So clearly for them, this is a huge crowd.
You know what?
Just not,
I'm not going to let them off the hook, though.
Okay.
I'm not going to let them off the hook.
Okay.
Because you know this.
Mm-hmm.
You've been in these towns. Jesse, you know it as well. The Oklahoma Sooners win a national championship. What's the downtown looking like?
Boomer Sooner.
Come on, man. The Oklahoma Sooners play a damn game against Texas Tech. What is that stadium looking like?
It's a slobber knocker. Shout out Jim Ross. Get better.
I can't stall them out.
Okay.
They just don't care enough. Shout out to those people who were there who do care enough. You aren't in this conversation. I told you I'll never forget OKC. I'll never forget this. I think this was either the day Russ signed or it was like a playoff game. And they were like, yeah, we'll it was something crazy because obviously it stuck with me. But they're like, yeah, we'll get back to the Thunder. We got to get back to talking about the Cowboys have OTAs coming up next week, and we'll dive into that with our. I was like, wait, what?
Thunder.
You guys in the NBA playoffs? So I got a chance to win an NBA championship. We talking? We dedicating the whole segment in your city to a team that's not even in your city.
I got a question. Andre Dre's got me thinking. Thunder, second or third biggest team in Oklahoma? It's football. Softball's pretty big over there.
Yeah, probably third. Like
if they won, I'm sure. Like, what would the parade be like for the Oklahoma softball team?
It would be going crazy. Now look, they won a championship. So right now, today, yeah, they're the toast of the town. Let's just talk.
We're talking parades and stuff like that,
Yeah, we're just talking regular. I think it's Boomer Sooner, and then it's definitely Oklahoma softball is they do go crazy for Oklahoma softball.
I found a Cleveland comp. It's bad. The Cleveland crowd is insane. Like absolute. Like it's like everyone in Ohio found some place to stand around the stadium, around the arena. There is just literally people like as far as you could possibly see.
No, they definitely showed out for that.
Wow.
I don't know what the number was, but God bless it. That's crazy. And then the next post is, well, I don't appreciate this account, but Barstool says dozens of people are packing the OK streets for the parade today.
Being a city like Cleveland where there's not much to do, like when there is something, they'll show up. Oklahoma City, you got to be better.
Bruh, I'm looking at it right now. Like I said, it's an estimate. We don't know. They weren't punching tickets everywhere through the city. They said 1.3 attended Cleveland's parade.
1.3?
They said 1.3.
Wow.
Estimated 1.3 million, everybody. But you know what that also speaks to? And it's no fault of Oklahoma City. It's no fault of the Thunder. They just playing the game.
Yeah, that part by the stage is pretty lit, though. That Securing the Bagley just tagged us in.
For
the
Oklahoma
part
City?
Yeah, the part where the stage is lit. The route, trash. It is. The route is trash. But the area by the stage is pretty fire. It's not comparable.
Wait, they had a curtain off the upper deck like they do for the Kings.
No. Outside.
Yeah, outside?
Outside. You don't see it?
Yeah.
Did Secure the Bagley tag us in it?
Okay.
Let it turn.
Okay, it's
Let it
it
turn.
had to turn a little bit. Because at first, and this is no disrespect.
I still don't think that's comparable to Cleveland, but it's good.
Nah, this is no disrespect because we had it popping. I'm not disrespecting myself, but at first I was like, we had more than that at concerts in the park.
Yeah, this could be any local music festival at any city.
Is that Exhibit on stage? Oh no, that's Shay. That's Shay. That's not Exhibit.
But they pan.
Yeah,
it's lit. It's lit. It's lit. I see them.
Still gonna hate though.
Yeah, somebody got to beat these guys. We don't need to see this 3 more times.
We just finding reason to hate on New Orleans or on OKC for no reason.
Well, they brought it upon themselves. It's not lit.
No, the parade is still weak. That's fine.
Lit.
The video's fine.
Well,
The
what do
parade
you
is
mean
still
they
weak.
brought it on themselves? OKC didn't do anything.
It's not lit.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be honest. Like they tried
Wait,
to
we're
fight
talking
back
about the
against.
Thunder or the people?
Just their whole aura at those games. It's just not popping.
Yeah, they tried to fight back against that. I feel and it's like, no, we learned what it was.
Yeah, man. Now, once again, I said no fault of their own. They just rooting for their team and they're just being an organization. No fault of their own. But to me, this also speaks to lineage. This speaks to history. This speaks to generations, right? One of the reasons why Cleveland was, and I looked this up again, this can't be right, but like you said, maybe it's like Cleveland County or whatever it is. It's like 500,000 people. It's like, I think they said 300,000.
What did
Sacramento
did say
was
500?
Yeah, like.
But again, I'm assuming that Sacramento County.
It's got to be right. But even then,
I don't think they count me.
Even then, there's a lot of history, painful history behind a Cleveland sports fan.
It's definitely Sacramento County, by the way. It's absolutely Sacramento County, which means
Cleveland.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
But in and around Cleveland, Ohio, there's generations of heartbreak. So people in Columbus are going to be like, we there. We at the parade.
Sure.
We going. I don't know if
they're familiar with parades in Columbus.
They're familiar with tattoo parlors too.
Oh, I know you. I know you ain't talking. I know you ain't talking. You guys got caught when it was legal.
Terrell Pryor and Jim Truss were really the biggest villains in the world just because they got some tattoos.
Bruh, SI did this whole cover piece about Jim Truss.
I remember I was a kid. I was like, oh my God.
That's crazy he got fired because of that. And then wasn't the other thing they were selling their like Big Ten ring?
Yeah, they sold. I don't remember if it was a ring. They sold something. Yeah,
that's hella stupid too. Like, it's my ring. If I want to sell it, that's not an NCAA infraction.
And I think he got the tattoo for an autograph, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it wasn't a autograph, it was autographs.
Yeah.
But yeah.
How many tattoos did he have to get to? How many I need 10 tattoos. Let me sign 10 autographs. Now that one. But as somebody once famously said, it's my ring. It's my Twitter. How are you going to tell me to do with my Twitter?
Facts.
That's a good Marvin Bagley and his little buddy callback.
But I mean, it's just not. I don't feel like there's history, and I mean, they've lost in the NBA Finals. They lost, some tough games. Game 7, blew a 3-1 lead. I don't feel like there's enough lineage.
By the way, that's
OKC.
Jim Tressel, the lieutenant governor of Ohio.
What? Oh,
That's the shoot.
that reminds me. Hey, should I say this?
I needed
Yeah.
before you do, I wanted to look at this real quick because I'm pretty sure I have this right. I believe Jim Tressel is the only college coach to ever be suspended by the NFL for what he did in college.
Wait, what?
Here it is. On September 2nd, 2011, Tressel was hired by the Indianapolis Colts as a game day replay consultant. Tressel was suspended by the Colts until the 7th game of the season due to his involvement in the NCAA violations during his tenure as head coach
Come
at Ohio State. How is that possible?
Come on.
How? That man served an NFL suspension for what happened at Ohio State.
So that
means
don't
he-
make no
that means he
damn
had a
sense.
job lined up then? What is the NFL suspending him for?
I have no idea.
I wonder.
I have no idea.
That makes no damn sense.
What were you what were you
Well,
getting ready to-
I was gonna, man. See, it gets to the point now. See, this is why this show be so crazy. I
Well,
can't
one
even
reason.
like report on the news, bro. I can't even report on the news
no,
because
go
I'm gonna
ahead.
get
Go ahead.
heckled.
Nah,
And
be a journalist for once. What's the news?
we talk. Well, that
We'll
was,
be grown up.
that wasn't the thing I was gonna tell you. Remind me, I
Oh,
gotta tell you that.
okay.
But we were talking about parades and stuff and everything, right? I saw a video the other day. Hey man, just y'all, everybody chill when I say this. But we talk about like the OKC parade and we talk about the Cleveland parade.
Mhm.
You know what I saw the other day?
Hmm.
2009 Lakers parade. Hey, I said chill. I said chill. I said chill.
Now I'm gonna walk out.
I said chill.
Lake Show.
No, I know. I'm trying to just be a broadcast journalist. Talk about history. I was a history major for a semester
Why don't you
and
just
a
keep
half.
that stuff to yourself?
Yeah, like, did you think that this show content was valuable enough for you to remind everybody that you was watching the Lakers
I wasn't
parade?
there.
No.
I didn't even watch it. It came across on like YouTube or something like that.
And you watched it.
No, I just saw the clip. It was a YouTube short.
How much of it did you watch?
I don't remember.
Of course. Wow. Wow. How convenient is that?
Hey, man, I love history.
All right, hold on. We'll go around the room. Dame,
Yep.
how many parades have you watched that weren't of your own team?
I didn't watch
none.
the parade.
The answer is none.
What are you talking about? None. What are you talking about?
That
Watch
wasn't his own
Cleveland.
team.
What are you talking about?
I'm looking at Cleveland on Twitter right
that is a
now.
count.
That's the same thing that it wasn't Twitter, but that's the same thing that happened to me.
Oh, was
you
it?
just did
I was on
you just,
YouTube
hey,
short.
how, you just
Okay.
didn't remember when.
I got
right now.
here. I got a question. How did the Laker parade get in your algorithm?
I don't know.
Wow. Does
Yeah,
someone
hold
want,
on. Yeah,
does
hey,
someone
whoa,
want to
whoa,
explain
yeah.
algorithms
I don't
to
know.
King?
Whoa, yeah.
You know,
Jason Whitlock this joint and
well,
just
no,
admitted
no,
what he
look,
searches.
because
We didn't forget Jason, by the way.
No,
Said,
we'll
"Wow."
never forget.
And wow,
We'll
boy.
never
People don't forget.
But hey, I love history. I do love history. So, man, I'm a grown ass man.
Mhm.
I ain't worried about this. It's Kings all day.
Mhm.
All right, it's Kings all day.
Yep.
Don't trip.
Yeah, yeah.
Now I'm talking about Sacramento Kings. And
Kings,
if
yeah.
it's anybody else,
Mhm.
I support the Knicks. Everybody know I don't rock with the Lakers.
Mm.
Everybody know that. So I'm a
Literally.
grown ass man. I can say this.
That's
I
fine.
was-
Just explain why
I
it
was
was in your
listening-
algorithm.
Literally,
I was
no
listening
one
to
knows
something.
that.
I was listening to
Bill Simmons.
it might have been Bill Simmons, and he was talking about what game I can't remember what game they were talking about, like what that was present, but they were like, yeah, it kind of reminded me of that Indiana Lakers game 4 when Shaq went crazy, Kobe fouled out, and I was like, yeah, that was a classic game. Let me see the fourth quarter and overtime of that game, and I watched it.
Oh,
I watched it.
well,
Yeah. Come
Yeah,
on. Now
there
you
it
got the
is.
babies doing
Yeah.
this. Now you got the babies doing
Yeah.
this.
That might be the
Come
greatest drop in
on.
the history of drops.
they all know.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But no, all right, Jesse, somebody, hey. We talk about OKC, bro.
Yeah.
I think Sacramento could match this for sure. They would surpass OKC. I'm talking about what I'm showing. I Google some pictures from that 2009.
Why?
Because there's so many people. That's crazy. Oh, it makes OKC. Somebody got to take these guys out. Can you imagine what it would
all
look
because
like
all
in
because
New
of the
York?
parade?
Yeah, no.
Oh.
I'm telling you, David.
I
Stern,
actually can't. What would a parade in New York even look like?
Bro, it'd be ridiculous.
Maybe going down Jalen Brunson
But like,
Avenue.
but no, like
they go to the
you
canyon.
can't. You
They go to the Canyon of Champions,
okay?
and I don't know
Where's
what street
that?
that is. It's in Manhattan, but I don't know what street. But that's what they did, like for the Yankees and stuff. It's the Canyon of Champions.
Because you'd have to shut it down like you do New Year's Eve.
I don't know. I'll find out where the Canyon of Champions is.
We need them to air that OJ that June
The June
7th, so we
17th.
could. What was that? The Rangers?
Yeah.
So we could see that
Yeah.
again.
But that was it.
The Rangers. Where do the Rangers play? Long Island? Where do they
They
play?
play at the Garden.
They play at the Garden.
The
Okay.
Islanders playing long.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
What does this say? So the Canyon of Champions. Well, okay. I apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm talking about the Yankees. They just did this a couple months ago for the Liberty. I apologize. But they go Canyon of Heroes is what it is. They go from Battery Place and it goes straight to City Hall. This looks like it's in Manhattan.
Battery is a.
I don't think this is in Brooklyn. It should. I think
Battery's like Dumbo, right? Like it's a air. Like the, is it Battery Park? You say Battery Play?
Yes,
Okay.
it might be Battery Park. Let me see. Let me pull it up here.
Shout out to the Liberty because I know that route was not getting any use lately.
Yo, chill, bro. Chill.
Did Aaron Judge just drop that fly ball in center field?
Yo,
Well-
what is this? What
well,
does
we-
Aaron Judge have to do with any of this? It's disrespectful.
I'm not saying this screen name on the air, but my man says don't feel bad. I'm a team
Damn.
hoe too, Kenny. Live your truth, and he donated $4.99.
What's wrong with the screen name?
I don't know.
This is gonna
Mm.
bother me that I can't find this. And I think the guy got time and money to create new accounts is crazy.
Who?
That isn't actually him. You see who's on the picture?
Oh, I did. Yeah.
Shout out to Mr. Dome, by the way. The super chats help us.
Yeah, big
Yeah.
ups.
Yeah, I guess they do.
So yeah, they go from
And after that conversation we just had during the commercial break, apparently we need every dollar we can get.
yeah, we about to call Philadelphia.
Yeah.
No, we need all
yeah,
that back.
Yeah, please, yes, please donate as much money as you can to ESPN 1320. I had no idea we were in poverty. Just hit the thumbs up, hit the like, and just donate. Kenny will come to your house. I'll wash your car. Just donate to the super chats.
So yeah, from Battery Place to Chambers Street. That's the Canyon of Champions.
Man, that would be wild. The Knicks would be the craziest in professional sports in America.
I think so too.
Because the Yankees have done it. We know what that looks like. The Lakers have done it. The Dodgers did it last year.
Cowboys.
Oh, yeah, the Cowboys would be one. Yeah. I still feel like it would be New York, but the Cowboys would be.
I actually think the Niners would be crazy. The Niners would have, and not that this isn't true for like Texas, but the Niners would have people coming to San Francisco from Washington to Arizona and as far east as, let's just say, I'll say Nevada to be safe, but they might have a bunch of co's that come from the East Coast over. The Niners parade will be crazy. That also goes back to what I was saying too, though. There's a lot of history and heartbreak in a Niners Super Bowl win. There's people at this point who are like, I've been, my heart's been broken for 15 years at least. I'm going to this parade. I've been waiting 15 years for this. Once again, do a co. I'm flying out. It's my daughter's birthday, but I'm flying out for this parade. I think that would be crazy. The Cowboys want to be crazy too, though. It'd be insane. Raiders won? Not in Vegas.
Well, I think people would fly all. I think Raider fans would fly all over the country for that.
I think they would.
But I don't think it would be anywhere near any team we just mentioned.
Yeah.
Steelers haven't won one in a while, right? I mean, 20
2010?
years.
No,
No, I guess not 20.
Tomlin. That's the one side.
Well,
Tomlin.
they got Aaron Rodgers now, so maybe they can do
Well,
it.
jeez.
We'll come back. Evan, what's his name? Evan Sittery. He got Jason Anderson. You got Jay. Just want to make one thing clear. That's how Jason Anderson's tweet started. We'll explain what we're talking about. And D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
So I'll tell you guys the other revelation that came my way that I didn't understand. I maybe I was in the minority. Maybe I didn't know this. Did you know our mayor was black?
Who's mayor?
Sacramento.
No.
Who's the mayor?
Kevin McCarty.
He's black?
It's black. So I went to the Juneteenth celebration in Williamland Park on Saturday, and I was on the phone with my mom, and I heard they were like, "Yeah, our mayor Kevin McCarty's here," and I was like, "Oh, the mayor's here. Kevin McCarty's here," and she's like, "Oh yeah, he's black." I said, "Who?" She said, "Kevin McCarty." I said, "He's what?"
Oh, I see it.
And then
sure.
I was like, "I'm gonna check the Carfax, Mom." And sure enough, I checked the Carfax.
I see it.
I didn't know that.
It's one of the.
Now
it needed to be pointed out.
Yeah. I see it now. But his mom is white, his dad is black.
He's like me and Mark Orr.
Yeah. I think his mom is white, his dad is black. But I did not know.
All right, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm still a Dr. Flo guy, but
Shout
all right.
Shout out Dr. Flo always. Always. I had no idea.
No. All right.
Learn something new. They were having I think NFL Today the other day. It might have been Mina Kimes. She was laying out some numbers that supports George Kittle is the best tight end in football.
Today or ever?
Today.
Huh.
And like he's not falling off statistically. And I was a little surprised because I looked at that, like I looked at Kittle before, like he's still good, but he's not what he was 3 years ago or something like that. Like I feel like he was on the downturn. And just from last year, like last year wasn't even a great season for the 49ers, but she laid out all these numbers, right? Like top of the class, like the top. And it's not, and number two, not even that close.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Cole, they broke everything in the offices. Got to redo everything now. They're pissed.
Let's get TC in here. He got a trade proposal. Of course he does. Why not? 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. TC, what you got for us, man?
Hey, man, what's up with my two brothers?
What's good, big dog? How you doing, man?
I'm all right. Just tapping in with the homies. Hey, so look, hey, I got a juicy one for us today, bro. I'm going right back.
Nah, man, no. Just no. TC, we let you get away. TC, TC, come on, man.
Hey, y'all got me. I'll take the flag. I'm going to take that on the chin.
TC, you're not helping your cause, dog. You have got to stop. Hey, come on, man. Go.
Hey, I got you. Hey, D-Lo, you going to like this one, though. Hey, listen, it goes back Manny, right? Jesse, you too. It goes back to not want to trade my dog, right? Monk. But it seemed like if they want him, if that's gonna be a deal breaker, then he might have to go, bro. But I'm sending Monk, Valanciunas, Devin Carter, Isaac Jones, and the 2027 first to Toronto for RJ Barrett, Abaji, that boy Mongo, or what they say, the center Mambo, and their number 9 pick. So it's really about RJ Barrett and the number 9. And I'm thinking at that point, because everybody keeps talking about guards, well, at that point, I'm taking the best guard with number 9, the best real point guard, not a 2 guard, the actual point guard at number 9. And I'm maybe bringing in somebody like a CP3, bro. And then I'm ready to run it.
Can I ask you something, TC, before you go? Why?
Yes,
Why?
What do you mean why?
Why? What's that do for your Kings?
Because RJ Barrett fits in. You can either play him at the 3 or the 4, or with Keegan. You got interchangeable, so that's defense. Then you got Keon starting at the 2. You got Keon starting at the 2. The 1, like I said, you can either go draft the guy at 9 and bring in CP3, but also you got another wing help with Abaji on defense, bro. And then at that point you didn't trade Domas, right? And then you still finding a trade package for Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan. What you want to do? That's a cool trade right there. I'm thinking about number 9 and RJ Barrett. I get what you're saying, D-Lo, but you can't overlook number 9 and RJ Barrett, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not trying. I got you, TC, and I appreciate you. I'm not trying to look over RJ Barrett or the number 9. I just felt like you listed half the roster.
Yeah.
I don't. I also recognize that you named 3 or 4 guys to go along with that 9th pick. I don't think either team is really interested in doing a roster swap. I could be wrong. I think Toronto actually really likes what they have, and I'm also of the belief I don't think they're going to trade RJ Barrett.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he can be had, but I don't know if it can be had for that trade package. Now, the one thing they might be trying to do, and he mentioned RJ Barrett, but we've also talked at times about Emmanuel Quickley, is they may be trying to get off Emmanuel Quickley's money. Not that he's not good, not that they don't want him, but they might not want to spend that type of money on a guy that they look at as a 6 man or a backup point guard, a situational guy or something like that. I like Emmanuel Quickley though, but maybe that's more of a trade. And to give all that up and the number 9 for, I don't think TC didn't mention, did he mention Sabonis in the deal?
I don't think so.
He didn't mention LaVine.
No Keegan. Yeah, he had Keon. I think maybe he misspoke. He had Keon starting at 2. He must have meant Keon starting at 1.
Yeah. I don't know why Toronto would do that. I like him trying. I like CJ. I like TC trying, but I don't know why they would give up all that.
Well, CJ is a wizard,
as
we have learned here today.
And as people have pointed out, we only get slapped around 2 times a year by CJ now, not 4 or 5.
CJ is just relentless against Sacramento.
Jeez.
Absolutely infuriating.
Do you think
I have a Jim Tressel tab open? I have a how many people were at the Cleveland parade tab open.
Big Cleveland day today.
God,
and shout out to WCW because he pointed us in the right direction as far as how to find populations.
No, he didn't point us in the right direction. He made fun of us through text.
Well, he pointed us in the right direction. Sacramento County has like 1.5 million people. I don't know what the county is.
So what's the
Cleveland.
500 number?
Or excuse me, Sacramento. No, I think the 500 is Sacramento City. Because isn't the county bigger than the city?
Yeah, the city is 500 or whatever, and then the county is 1 million. And that was hilarious.
You know what? I don't care anymore.
That was hilarious, by the way.
I'm so sick of trying to figure this out. I don't care.
Casey was like,
why don't we talk about boroughs some more?
Casey was like, yeah, he pointed us in the right direction. No, he was trying to make fun of us. This was a classic Michael Scott and Ryan situation right there.
Oh, I saw something. Oh,
Chris is never doing anything with good intentions.
Yeah.
Please understand that. WCW is never doing anything with good intentions.
Oh, I saw something with
The Office?
The Office.
What was it?
No, you didn't.
Come on, Kenny.
No,
what was it?
You didn't.
We need this.
Who was I talking to? Because it might have been. Oh man, I can't remember.
Oh, imagine that.
Damn.
Something about he can't remember. He remembered seeing that
Who
championship
was I
parade pop
talking
on his
to?
phone.
How recent was
This
this?
man,
This was like over the weekend.
bro, remembers the box score from a game 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But can't remember a conversation he
Over
had.
the
What was
weekend,
it?
maybe it was at a tournament.
What were the what are the little things called that they're not bobbleheads, but the little
Funko Pops. Funkos.
Is it talking to you?
Are you
It
talking
was
about when
literally
Dame
on
bought
the show.
Oh my gosh.
When we was talking about having the office Funko Pops.
Yeah, no, that's not it. It was something else because you guys weren't
that was
around.
literally it.
No, because
we talked about that on Friday.
No,
I
we talked
think.
about that on the show, but somebody mentioned something about the office and you guys weren't around, and I was like, I gotta bring this up to the homies.
Guess he's like, yeah, I was really
Damn.
talking King's trades with someone. Who was it? Was it us, Kenny? No, it was someone else. It was two guys.
I was trying to think if it was the Funko, but it wasn't that. Because you
I
guys
was in a
definitely weren't
conversation
around.
with someone and he just stormed out of the room. I can't figure
Who
out
was
who
it? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Can't put my finger
I
on it.
don't know. And then some other guy brought in pizza and cookies. It was weird.
It's like a dream.
It's like working in this goddamn building is a
It was
fever
hilarious.
dream.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest. Earlier, I was like, yeah, probably not gonna bring him pizza right now.
Oh my God.
Oh, man.
I started this as soon as I saw because you were out there, right? You were out there. As soon as I saw what was happening in front of us, I was losing it. Like I was starting, and I looked over at you to see if you were picking up on this, and I'm not sure if you were, because you have a better poker face than I do. But I'm sitting there like, all right, I see what's.
Oh yeah,
like,
I knew what time it
I was like, come on, Complex, like bring this home for us.
Yeah.
And like now I'm like fidgeting, and I'm standing behind Katie, and Katie looks back and she does the good. I'm like, nope, nope. And then he finished his thing. I checked the clock, and I'm like, hey, I gotta go. And I walked into this room fuming about.
You could tell, low key. I don't know what time. You could tell, low key. You could tell.
I
a little
was
bit.
fuming, and yeah, not a good.
I already,
start to the show.
yeah.
Now we know. Hey,
and all I could think of was, I'm gonna get to this first commercial break. I'm gonna cut these mic off, and I'm gonna say everything I gotta say to Kenny about what just happened. And then Kenny pissed me off, which for really over nothing. Then I just got mad about everything. This is why you don't. This is why you either go to therapy or you just say how you feel, because Complex has no idea what's going to happen at 4:00. He has no clue. He's going to get like 6 months of frustration let out.
What? Wait, what?
And it's going to be one of those. And another thing.
I just wanted to show you our Instagram post, and this is
Guys, we got a Ty Dolla $ign concert coming up. Like Ty Dolla $ign's coming to the venue. We're hosting it. We got something going our way.
Yeah, man. But no, maybe I compartmentalize it. I already know what time it is. I already know.
You do
I know how this thing goes.
compartmentalize, because we had to talk about that before.
Mhm.
That was the breaking point for me.
Yeah, I already know.
Yeah.
I already know what time. And like when we was in here with Complex, I already know why that's going to be that case. Get in what you put out.
When I tell you, man,
You know what I'm saying? Like, you put nothing into it, then
when I tell
Respect.
y'all t-shirts have funded so much of D-Lo and Casey's existence. Like the like with y'all showing up to these events with those hoodies and t-shirts and all that stuff on, we got people ordering glasses. Abe's got a shirt. Oh, they ain't paid for none of it. We put together all of this stuff. Ain't nobody come to D-Lo and KC say, hey, you want to send us a design? We'll buy everybody shirts. No. Miller, Caroche, Vanessa, all of these people who have D-Lo and KC shirts have them because we used the money from the shirts that you purchased to buy for to buy for people who rep them.
And look, no shade to anybody else. That's not what this is, but you know, we step out. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the listeners and the people who support. We always pack out the joint. Always, any time of day. It don't matter. It don't afternoon, evening, or night. It don't matter. But you know, Sometimes I don't get respected or recognized. It's good though.
It's all good, man.
It's good.
You know, when I saw Mike Miller was on Doug Christie's staff, I absolutely thought it was Mike Miller, the shooter.
Brother, that was a wild hour for me as well.
I was certain. Oh, that's a cool gift for Doug Christie. I don't know how that came about, but I say that because Sean Cunningham just tweeted out Doug's full staff. I am not naming all of these people. It's everyone.
How many people he got?
Mike, Bobby, the other Mike, Chris Darnell, Leandro's still here. Depeche, he's now an assistant coach in player development. Paul Jesperson, he's the head of player development. My man Jimmy's on that squad, and Garius Adams, then his video coordinators and assistants. He's got a pretty strong staff here.
That's what's up.
Mike Woodson's obviously going to be really important to what he does. I think Bobby's going to be really sneaky important to that as well.
Yeah.
But Mike Woodson is a vet.
Yes.
And I think young coaches like DC need a vet.
Speaking of the coaching staffs real quick, when you saying that reminded me of something. I don't know. I guess it was on Twitter. I don't know, but I thought about you because our guy, Albia County, had like a tweet or I can't remember if it was a tweet or Instagram. And it was just something like, hey, out here getting to work. And it was him with his hands on his hips and he looking down, and these kids are they going through these young men, they just going through some workout. And I'm like, oh man.
And I guarantee you, Al is just standing there. Come on, you little bitch. Come on, man. What are you doing?
Man, I wish I can't remember. I feel like, does he have an Instagram?
Al?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he's super active on it though. He used to be.
Because I feel like that's where I saw it, but
Al.
Yeah,
I know he on here somewhere. Where you at, Al? There he is.
I saw that.
He's out there. Man. He hasn't posted for a while, but he's out there.
That's crazy. I don't know where I saw that though. But either way, yeah, they getting it in. They getting it in. And look, this is just
good luck to them young brothers out there.
This is just the Kenny Caraway thing. Like I said, trying to speak into existence. All of these photos on Sac State's Instagram, they're working out, they're grinding or whatever. You see Mike Bibby, he's still not wearing the 3 stripes. Fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed. Everybody else is. Mike Bibby said, I ain't doing it.
Is there stuff to talk about with Sac State?
We should have something to talk about today.
All right.
I don't think what you saw yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's fake hustle.
I think so. What Jesse's referring to is somebody. It's not like a no name, but it's also not like a big time reporter. Reported that the Pac-12 may have interest in Sac State, and I'm calling cap right now. As of right now, I'm calling cap. I don't think that's actually what's going on. They're supposed to be meeting with the D1 committee is meeting today to decide whether or not they're meeting today, decide whether or not they're going to grant the waiver or not. I thought the point that AD Mark Orr made on our show and Dr. Wood, he had like a letterhead breaking it down. I thought that was an excellent point. It's like, basically, we're asking for this waiver because we've talked to conferences that want to bring us in, but they're saying like, we just can't do it because of travel costs. And if you look at where we're at, we're on the West Coast. There's only 2 conferences. We have been accepted, in talks by other conferences and schools and stuff like that. They just can't do it because of travel. We shouldn't be penalized because of where we're at in the state, or excuse me, in the country. We shouldn't be. It's not our fault. We've done everything we're supposed to do. It's not our fault. There's only 2. There's not as many colleges just in general on the West Coast, and that we don't have a conference there's only 2 conferences to pick from. I thought that was an excellent point. I thought that was a great point.
Ciphering through all of this conference realignment, conference movement, applying for this, applying for that. It can be exhausting because it's difficult to figure out like what exactly is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the Big West is the one that we talked to AD Marcor about last week, and then the Pac-12 stuff pops up. And then you got this the NCAA meeting, and it's like, all right, man.
Right.
All right.
There's so much going on.
But it's for the kids, though. It's for the student athletes.
For the kids.
What about finals, guys? What about finals? Shout out to Michael who heard our plea for money. We're like now a telethon. He just bought a D'Lo and Casey shirt over at DeLoandCasey.com.
Donate $200 and you can have lunch with Kenny.
Hey, there you go.
Okay, donate $1,000. You can
go to Morton's.
Donate $1,000. You get to live in D'Lo's resort for a week.
Well, you can go. Well, you can go get a.
That's got to be $1,500.
Fine, $1,500 to hang out at D'Lo's resort.
Or we just do an auction.
Could do that. Yeah.
Highest bidder does what?
Stays at your resort.
I don't have a resort.
I would disagree.
Look,
highest bidder with me can cut YouTube videos for the day.
As long as anyone who wants to make that bid understands there's a 4-year-old that runs the house, that's fine. Do what you want to. Understand that 4-year-old is probably going to scream in the middle of the night and actually be asleep. Just as long as you're good with all that. Hey,
I think we're cooking. You could play, what is it? Croquet that James plays in his little backyard. What's it called?
Do a lot.
Oh yeah, you could play. Yeah, you could auction to play bocce with James Ham.
Oh, what would it cost to drive one of James's boats?
$5K.
$5K. That's literally the number. I was
and
on.
$5K.
And
and what would we do with Kyle?
Kyle Madsen. Kyle, what do you
write
what
articles
do
for
what do you have to bring
Wire?
to the table, Kyle? What are you willing to offer?
Vibes.
Vibes. He said.
That's what I heard.
All
Vibes.
right, well,
yeah. Well,
how much that go for?
No, look, you smoke with Kyle.
Oh, yeah. Now we up there.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Now we had like a G.
Yeah, you could smoke with Kyle and listen to his songs to smoke to playlist that he got.
We got something here. Yeah,
boy, go. We on to something.
We'll do it ourselves.
We'll sell stories.
Literally what we always.
You hang out with Charlie too.
Oh, if you you could bid to hang out with Charlie. He'll tell you about the time he met Michael Jackson in the Jackson 5.
The time he met Christy Mathewson.
He'll tell you about the day Yolanda Griffith was drafted. He'll tell you about the day Kennedy was shot and he was in elementary school.
Did you know, Charlie?
Maybe he can give us a firsthand account of Juneteenth, the original Juneteenth. He can tell us all about it. That is a costly. That is a high price bid though to hang out with Charlie.
Did you know Charlie is a Reds fan?
Yeah, I did know that actually.
He's a Cincinnati Reds because it was childhood
Charlie
team.
From Ohio.
Yeah,
he's from Ohio, from the Dayton area.
He might have been at the Cavs parade.
The original Cavs parade.
when they got the team.
Charlie might have been there when Jim Brown won the Super Bowl, and that was the last Cleveland title, right? It was the Browns.
Yeah. NFL title. I didn't know Super Bowl. NFL title. NFL championship.
Oh man,
the Packers be trying to sneak those in to like we're the most winningest franchise. Don't nobody care about no NFL championship. Stop, bro.
The Packers are kind of annoying.
They really are.
Yeah, they really think about it.
I bet Charlie's got like a cool Andre the Giant story or something.
No, not
Paul. He's got a wrestling story.
Paul, it was Paul, was it Andre the Giant?
No, Paul wrestled with Walter Killer Kowalski.
That's what it was.
The guy who trained Triple H. He's big in the. I mean, he was a WWE, WWF, WWF wrestler. But yeah, he like I think Kowalski trained. I think he trained Hunter, and maybe Mankind. So.
Oh,
sorry.
Snap. I thought
sorry, Charlie.
I thought he was in the kitchen. I didn't think he was listening. Oh man. Hey,
hey, come on, Charlie.
Shout out, Charlie, man.
Charlie's got stories. You got a bit on Charlie. Come on, man. Charlie went and stood at that
window. Wesley over there, like, I'm just gonna get back to work.
Wesley's not here for the nonsense. He's really not.
Wesley's
like, what did I sign up for? Let me log back into LinkedIn.
Wesley's probably like, damn, like I really work with a bunch of jackasses.
Work with a bunch of children.
Who's Wesley in The Office?
Oh,
She got Pam vibes. She got Pam vibes.
No,
Nah, but she's too reserved to be Pam.
Mm.
she's not Aaron.
Wesley would be.
Who is someone that's no nonsense in the office? Like Wesley's cool too, but she's just
Phyllis.
Who's the older woman?
Phyllis.
Phyllis.
Might be Phyllis.
I see. I don't know. I knew who. Yeah, that's a perfect.
Phyllis will lay
compliment.
down a lot too.
Do we have an Angela here?
Well,
I think Kyle's got one. I don't know who it is,
I think
Oh.
Angela will probably be.
Yeah, we did, but-
Kelly. Yeah.
Wait,
Angela? No, I think Kelly.
No,
would
you're
be
right,
Ke-
you're
I think
right,
Kelly
you're
would be Kelly. Who's Angela?
I don't know.
No, yes, you do. That's why you're laughing. Who is it?
I think did we say it was?
Is it
Justine
Meredith?
one time?
Is it Meredith?
No, Meredith. Meredith is another character. What do you mean?
It's Kelly Meredith.
No, Kelly. I think is Kelly.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, oh no, okay. I think Pamela Love is Angela.
No.
Wait, who did you say?
No.
What did he say?
He said Pamela Love is Angela. No, that does not work at all. That's
Alyssa?
embarrassing. Yeah, Alyssa is like Toby.
I don't know who Angela is.
Yeah, I know you don't.
I'm just naming all the women in the office.
We settled on who Meredith is, though, right? Back corner, not there right now.
Okay, that's what I got mixed up with then.
Okay,
That's why I didn't say
okay.
yeah. So yeah.
Meredith or Angela? Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Who's Meredith?
back corner.
I guess I'll take Ryan, I guess.
Oh,
You're Ryan.
Yes. I mean, I'm the young one.
who's who's Ryan?
Oh, Katie is Kelly. That's pretty funny. That could work. Katie is Kelly could absolutely work.
Well, hell, you guys are Jim and Pam now.
No. Well, it's
Yeah,
better
we got
than-
those roles fixed.
Well,
Now.
Who's Gabe? Who's Gabe?
Are you looking at a cast list? You have no clue who Gabe is.
Boo. That's like season 7 or something.
That's terrible.
Wait, who is Gabe?
That's Gabe. I don't think we have a Gabe here. Yeah.
Wait, no. Switched offices.
Alt? Yeah. Yeah, that could work. That could work. That could work. All right. You over here got a cheat
Is
sheet.
Andy?
I don't think we have.
No, Andy's not Andy. You're so proud of yourself right now. It's funny.
I know all these people. I've seen them all. Except for Creed. I don't know who Creed is.
Oh man, Eric B says D'Lo got some Charles Minor in him. He's literally the worst character ever on that show.
Kyle says that Daryl is Abe.
That works.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Charles Minor's Idris Elba.
Oh, they don't even have his name on here. That's crazy.
'Cause
They got
he's
Idris Elba, but they don't have his show name.
He's literally the worst character, I think, in the history of the show.
What season is he?
7, 6, 7.
Oh man, he late in the game.
He's got a little. He's got.
Was
a
he already
stretch of
famous?
episodes. Wire was done. I don't know that he was a big movie star yet, but The Wire was definitely done.
Wire put him on for the ladies.
Hey, who's Robert California?
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
We had a Robert California, but he is not here anymore. Yeah. Robert California. Yeah, absolutely.
I thought he was
PDX.
Oh no, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of who's the guy I always talk about that's Michael Scott's boy?
Packer. Packer.
Bob Packer. What's his name?
Todd Packer.
Todd Packer.
I love that you try, though. I love that you try. Who's D'Angelo? We got to find a D'Angelo Vickers. That's who we really need to find. Is a D'Angelo
That's Will
Vickers.
Ferrell, isn't it? There we
Okay,
go.
you're absolutely
No,
looking
he's
at
not
something
even on
right now.
here.
Nah, you're looking at. Well, you will find a way to cheat at anything.
Look, Will Ferrell. His name is not even on the Like it don't say D'Angelo nothing. Look.
Yeah, it's D'Angelo Vickers. Hey, shout out to Leezy. I think this is the first time ever Leezy bought a T-shirt.
Oh, let's go.
Oh no, he didn't. He bought a mug.
We about to get
Leezy bought.
Couldn't even get that
works
T-shirt.
too.
Leezy bought a coffee mug.
All that does is buy us another hour on the show.
Well, we got another hour. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. We'll get back. We'll stop talking about The Office and the interesting place we work
Scott
at.
Perry would do something. Maybe we'd stop talking.
No. Scott Perry is essentially Michael Scott in this situation.
J.A. said, slow down, play.
Yeah, we'll talk about what Jason Anderson tweeted just minutes ago here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Cookie will make us feel better.
Always.
No, it's just complex pays for everything.
That's crazy.
Like all this other stuff is getting bought and it's not that, it's the extra income to do things like have tents and rollouts and the proper fucking logos on the entranceway and things like that. He was doing that stuff on his own. And we knew it. Like, we knew he was. And Kenny's point was what happened at the end of that meeting is because people aren't thinking about us. I know some of y'all won't understand this, but the fucking joy that Kenny and I felt when we met our new sales manager. When we met Bill for the first time, it was all, yeah, shit's going to be different now.
Hell yeah.
Shit is going to be different now.
And to his credit, he know.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on deaf ears. It's just, man, it's almost like it's almost like Scott Perry. Like, shit was fucked up around here. So it might take a season or two to get back on track.
And he ain't afraid to say shit. He was like, hey, what angle do you want to take with this promotion? They're black. That's the angle. Oh, okay, great. Let's do it. And nobody else is gonna say that. And people were like, oh, yeah.
And then it might take a season or two to get the cap right and everything. And I said, go get Trae Young now.
Right.
Now I don't have time to waste.
Sure. Do you have an Andre the Giant story?
You know what? I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
You do have a professional wrestler story, but I can't remember what it was. You told me it once. I just assumed it was Andre the Giant. I don't know.
Oh no, it was the Sheik.
The Sheik. The original Sheik.
The original Sheik.
Yep. Yeah.
And you are a Reds fan still. Oh yeah, I'm still a Reds fan.
You're from Dayton?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Shout out Charlie, man. Somebody sent me the clip the other day of when the Iron Sheik like really went off on Hulk Hogan on Howard Stern.
Yeah.
How weird is it that growing up I knew Ken Griffey Jr. as a Cincinnati Red?
Oh, come on, bro. Come on.
That's not too bad. Like, he had a pretty long career with Cincinnati.
He was there for a minute, no?
Knowing him as a Cincinnati.
Like Drew Bledsoe to me was a Cowboy as well, but when he gets brought up, he was a Patriot.
Come on, man. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad because that's all you know. That was your age.
He's a child.
That's crazy.
Shout out Deion Sanders, the Baltimore Raven.
All right,
man. Okay. That's no. Look, I was on your side.
You're going too far. So
I love Patrick Ewing on the Magic. We're back.
So Jesse said something. Yeah, it's not bad. Like Jesse said, he knows Ken Griffey Jr. as a Red.
What it's like now?
It was 13 years with Seattle and 9 with Cincinnati.
That's almost half of the career.
That's not a small number. I was thinking it was.
He barely played with the Reds. Not barely, like 9 seasons, but like he was hurt more than.
Oh yeah, he was always hurt.
That wasn't the point.
I do remember Ken Griffey Jr. always was hurt as well.
You know,
you remember? Yeah.
Go ahead.
You remember when the Mitchell report came out?
Yeah.
I thought
no Red Sox on there, right? Is that the same one?
Yeah, no Red Sox.
Yeah, no Red Sox.
All I know is Ortiz was never suspended, so I don't know.
Oh, your boy.
What?
Yeah. Your boy.
Hey, you know, don't even do that. All he was doing was telling the truth. By the way,
telling the truth.
All he was doing was telling the truth. He showed the messages.
You know why he wasn't suspended? This is our effing city. They're like, you know what? It's fine.
Was that was before the Mitchell report?
Yeah, no. This was after the Mitchell report. This is our effing city was after the Mitchell report. But the rumblings of him being a part of something, and it was one of those things where like Rey Mysterio's name, like a bunch of wrestlers' name was in it.
See, it was a work.
His name was being like, David Ortiz, like he's been linked to this, and then the Boston bombing happens, and he does this is our effing city, and everyone's like, oh, it's Poppy.
How about this?
Okay.
We'll let David Ortiz do his thing, and we won't act like the greatest player in your team's history wasn't the most roided up guy of all time either.
Well, no.
How about that? We'll just go our separate ways.
But this is what we'll do. We can see Skinny Bonds hitting home runs all through.
Oh wow, yeah, we know Barry Bonds before he had cheeseburgers and steroids. Wow.
David Ortiz will tell you, all I did was change my launch angle, and that's how I started becoming. I was a AAA player, and then I changed my launch angle.
No, it's not true. If you watched the 2004 Netflix documentary, it says that the Twins were dumb and wouldn't play him.
Big Poppy. I like Big Poppy, but chill with Devers, bro. Chill. Left his ass on red. I see why now.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, those Red Sox checks still might be pretty good for Ortiz.
David Ortiz was like, yeah, he disrespected himself because he just wanted to hit. You got to be a true two-way player. Like he was JT Snow at first base. Stop, David Ortiz. Stop. But Jesse brings up he knows Ken Griffey Jr. as a Red. And I was just having a conversation with Jazz last night because ESPN showed The Last Dance all night. And we were watching some of it, and we watched very little of it because she was like, I don't want to watch this again. Turn this. Why do I have to watch this again?
Is that what was on yesterday?
Yeah. Okay. I think they showed all 10 episodes. But she's like, why do I have to watch this? I'm not you. I don't sit up here and just watch sports that I've already seen before. Turn it to SVU. She's seen those episodes 20 times. I lied. She didn't say turn it to SVU, but that's what we always settle on when we can't agree. But it was when it was the Dream Team episode, and they were 92. They were talking about Tony Kukoc and stuff, and they were talking about Michael in Barcelona. And I brought up Jesse's name, and I don't think we're doing too much when we said it is hard to explain. It is difficult to explain to a Jesse or a Reese how big of a star Michael Jordan was. Because I don't think there's anybody today that's even close to what Michael Jordan was in the early 90s.
I don't, from a sports star perspective, I don't think there's anyone even close.
Mike was almost like a pop star.
Yeah.
He surpassed sports. He was a cultural pop star.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, unless you kind of live through it, it's kind of hard to understand like how big of a star he was.
Yeah. I wonder how different, like, I think one of the most notorious scenes of the Dream Team in 92 were other athletes mobbing that team. And Irvin's there. So that's, but I wonder how different it would have been if Mike wasn't. Magic, I think, is, if Michael's above Magic in terms of the pop star level, it's barely. Magic now Magic's star was a little bit bigger in the 80s, but after November 1991, I don't think there was a person in the world, if you didn't know who Magic was because of the Los Angeles Lakers, you knew who he was after November 1991. And so he very much, through the 80s into the 90s had that pop star thing too. I wonder how much those crowds would have been different in the hysteria surrounding the dream team would have been different if Michael wasn't a part of it. Like there's a scene, and I can't remember what it's from. I don't know if it's from that Dream Team doc that I can't maybe I don't think it's from Airtime, but the one where John Stockton is walking around.
That was the Dream Team doc, I think.
And like no one's bothering him.
Yeah.
And he has a Dream Team shirt on with his picture and no one's bothering him.
Yeah.
I wonder how now having been in China and walking around with Sheldon Williams. They didn't know who Sheldon was. Mm-hmm. I'm certain they didn't know who but they knew Sheldon was really tall. He was black and the Olympics were going on. They thought he would, they knew he was someone.
Yep.
David Robinson couldn't have gone walking around wherever John Stockton was and not gotten noticed. Patrick Ewing couldn't have. I don't even think Christian Laettner at 6'10".
6'11",
I don't think he could have.
Right.
But Mike was there's a reason the line is, Tyson, Jordan, Jackson, like those were 3 megastars.
Yeah. I to answer your question, no disrespect.
I don't even remember what my
guys.
question was.
Well, like would it have been different?
Mm-hmm.
It would have been different.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, maybe I'm biased. Mike was my favorite, but he was different. And Magic was a mega star.
Yeah.
Magic was a mega star, but Mike was just different. Mike was, like you said, he transcended sports. His popularity and who he was. He transcended sports. And some people in the chat have said, I'm just wrong on this one. They said Tiger was close. I don't think so. Tiger was a super, super, super duper star, but I don't think he was close to Michael. I in my lifetime haven't seen anything like Michael Jordan.
I think Kobe's close.
Kobe is close.
I think Kobe's close, especially when you factor in the overseas stuff like Mike. Tiger, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't really know like what Tiger. I'm sure I'm not saying I don't know that he had it. I'm saying I don't know what Tiger's impact overseas was. I'm not versed enough in golf. I was versed in one thing, and it's Tiger on Sundays. Mm-hmm. That was it. Yeah. I'll tap in for that.
Kobe's a good one though. Kobe was, like you said, especially when you talk about going overseas, going to China, and what they did for Kobe when he was over there. There is a segment of people who think Kobe's the greatest. Like he is their Jordan. He is their GOAT. And we could, debate about LeBron and all this other stuff. I think LeBron is higher on my list than Kobe, but Kobe, there are people who will fight you, like physically fight you if you say anything negative about Kobe Bryant. He had that type of hold on a whole community of sports fans.
I don't know where this conversation was going.
I don't know, because Jesse had said congrats.
That's what it was. Yeah, that's how it started.
The conversation I literally had last night about.
No one ever goes, I remember Michael Jordan as the Washington Wizard.
Because it didn't happen.
That's right. His last shot was against Utah, as everyone is well aware. Kyle Madsen.
The Kobe thing is weird for me. You guys are talking about like where he sits in the all-time hierarchy for people. Mm-hmm. I was always one of those nerds that was like, oh, but the efficiency. But then you talk to people who played against him or played with him, and you're like, who's the best player you ever played against? Who's the best player of all time? And so many NBA players who played with or against Kobe, you're like, it's Kobe. Mm-hmm. And that just, all right, they win. They know better than I do.
Well, it's so much of like, he's both praised and criticized. Like he emulated everything Mike did down to like his work ethic. And that's what Kobe is. I think that's what Kobe's like legacy, like eternal legacy is going to be Mamba mentality. That's going to live forever. And I don't think it's often used in the right way. I actually think Mamba mentality is a sickness. I do not think it is healthy. That's why, when you think of it, that's why there's only a hand. Like you think of Mike, you think of Kobe, you to a certain degree, I think you think of LeBron James as well. Like there's a lot of people will use the term Mamba mentality, but it's extremely difficult to execute. And again, you talk about the sickness, like being the best basketball player in the world, it just engulfed him. Because it did the same thing for Michael Jordan. And so many young fans and hoopers emulate that because he emulated Jordan. And he had I think Kobe had a different level of a cool factor than Jordan did, because Jordan let us, we'd see the Ferrari, but Jordan was always a grown-up. He was always the adult.
Right.
And he was always kind of similar to Tiger. He was really calculated. And we only knew a little bit. And so when the gambling stuff and the Atlantic City stuff started happening, it was like, what? It was all so confusing. Kobe was 18. Like, we saw Kobe as a kid. We saw Kobe dress as a kid. We saw Kobe dress like us. We saw that. We watched Kobe grow up with us. We hit adulthood when Kobe hit adulthood. That hits different.
Yeah.
That feels different. And I think that's why so many people, you talk about dying on that hill, that's why so many people will die on that hill.
100%.
I don't blame none of them either.
100%. Our guy Will, shout out Will for pulling up the other day. He says Messi and Ronaldo are even, if not more famous worldwide than Michael Jordan. Then he also says such an American thing to just completely discount European soccer stars. I'll say this about those two. You're talking about today, and I don't know how old Will is, but those guys, Ronaldo, Messi, they come to America and they get mobbed. They're unbelievable stars, like iconic stars. They come to America, they get mobbed, everything changes. Michael Jordan was going to Europe and China with no internet and getting mobbed.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not here to say those guys aren't more popular, today, but it was a different ball game. Like, the world is a lot smaller nowadays as far as being able to follow a Messi, know who he is, all this other stuff. It's a lot smaller. At that point in time, Europe was a trillion miles away, it felt like. And when Michael Jordan stepped on that European soil, everybody knew who he was. Everybody wanted to see him or whatever. There wasn't no Twitter. There wasn't no Instagram, none of that stuff. You had to work. You had to be up at 1 a.m. as a kid probably to see one Michael Jordan game a month over there, and they did it. So it's different. That's all I'm saying.
I'll point out one other thing from our brother Will. I live in America. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what, like, I don't know about European, like, soccer stars. I don't know who's the biggest soccer star, like, ever.
Messi. That would be,
so he's the biggest. That means, because so Messi he's the biggest soccer star now.
Yeah.
And ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, once again, no conversation. Well, you should call in sometime. But he said you don't think Messi and Ronaldo. I just said they're getting mobbed when they come to America.
See, I would know who both of them are.
Yeah, I would too. They're getting mobbed. But what I'm expressing to Will is they're doing that in an age where everybody has seen them their entire career all over the world. And when I mean seen them, been able to watch every game, been able to follow them on social media, follow their every move. Will says he's 34, so it's a little different. Back in 92, you didn't have no cell phone. If you weren't in front of your television, how the hell were you going to damn near even know what Michael Jordan looked like?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You had to work, you had to grind, and it was a phenomenon. I'm just telling you guys, I'll put the marker maybe at 35 and younger. Man, that Jordan time I ain't never seen nothing like that. That and I've seen it every time since. I've seen LeBron, I've seen Kobe and all this other stuff. I ain't never seen nothing like Mike. Mike transcended sports. Mike was not a sports star. Mike was a cultural icon on the level of Michael Jackson. Yeah. And that's who Michael Jordan was. Little notch below Michael Jackson. Little notch below Michael Jackson.
But you're probably fainting around to me.
Right.
Jason Anderson. Evan Sittery.
I think it's
Forbes, right?
Yeah. That boy be working.
Well,
He be working.
He does.
It take a lot of effort to tweet that much.
He does. And he was reading Jason Anderson's article, and he said the Kings have no interest in trading Keegan Murray or Keon Ellis, who are both generating strong interest around the NBA per Jason Anderson, or it's actually Jay Anderson, Sac B. Of course, that's our very own Jason Anderson. Sacramento's 2 primary young building blocks are staying put. Jason Anderson quote tweeted and said,
"Hold on, player.
Just want to make one thing clear. My story says the Kings, and I quote, would be reluctant to part with either player, end quote. To my knowledge, no one is completely off limits." That's from our man, Jason Anderson. Speculation is abound here with trades happening. Of course, one happened today with C.J. McCollum, the New Orleans Pelicans, Jordan Poole, the Washington Wizards. Those two are switching places with some other ones. Of course, this comes on the heels of last night's deal that's sending Jrue Holiday to the Portland Trailblazers. Some stuff from The Athletic here. You guys are on top of this one. It sure sounds like Jrue staying in Portland, and this isn't a part of something else. Anthony Simons headed to Boston. Jesse, our resident Boston Celtics consultant, loves the deal. I think it makes perfect sense with the loss of Jason Tatum next year. And we're off and running, man. The draft is 26 hours away, or coverage of the draft begins in about 26 hours.
Yeah. And
not for the Kings, though.
They're about to say
they don't have anything to do tomorrow.
Well, they keep telling people they're getting the first round.
Well, they told us
pick.
OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam also. But hey, at least we got Kevin Huerter, right?
Oh man.
Right, guys?
No,
Because that's why we're not picking tomorrow. It's because Kevin. Guys? No? All right.
Bueller?
Good reference. Have you seen that movie?
Oh, once when I was young. I gotta watch it again.
It's a good movie.
Yeah. It's classic. It's classic.
It is a classic.
Bueller.
Bueller.
They shouldn't have nobody off limits. And I like
No,
Keon.
you're right. Yeah.
I like Keon.
Yeah.
I want those guys here, but the state of my franchise should not, or excuse me, the fate of my franchise shouldn't hinge on I don't want to give up Keon Murray or Keon Ellis. Shouldn't. So that's, to me, that's untouchable. And Jason set the record straight. I ain't say that. I didn't say all that. So they be reluctant. I didn't say all that.
Jason Anderson now knows how we feel anytime we go on 95.7 and the old ... tweet hits during our appearance. Hang on,
He said I didn't say all that. But yeah, I think it feels like there'll be moves that you can make that could bolster that roster and get you, a player that you're desiring without having to dip into the Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis pot. There's players before you get there that, players draft picks before you get there that you could get, I'm just throwing out the name. I'm not saying there, but Trae Young, like you shouldn't need to move Keon and Keegan to get a Trae Young type player. Or when Jrue Holiday was available, shouldn't need to move those two. There's draft picks, there's DeRozan, there's Malik Monk, even though I don't want that to happen. Matter of fact, while we're here, I want to reiterate, I do not want Malik Monk to go anywhere.
Feels like
I would be upset if Malik Monk left. And he's been, a lot of people are talking about trading him and all this other stuff. And I understand how it would potentially be part of getting the Kings better or whatever. But I'm telling you right now, this is a purely emotional, personal want here. I don't want Malik Monk not being a King. That's Malik Monk.
Oh, it is.
Come on, man. I ain't saying he's off limits. Hold on, player. I ain't say all that. But I don't want.
What's the idea behind moving Malik? Like, what are you expecting to get back? Like, what is the plan? 'Cause I've seen Malik thrown around a lot, but I just don't.
To me,
I don't like it.
To me, it would have to be for like a bigger fish. Like, I keep bringing his name up. I apologize, but it would have to be for a Trae Young type.
It was like you trade Malik for a separate deal to bring in a bigger player.
Yeah, Scott. I don't know why he keeps bringing Trae up. No, we've got the message. You don't like him. Like, I don't know why he can't let it go.
To tell him stop bringing it up.
Stop calling me about this and call him. You just gonna keep
Go
bringing that
get
name
him.
up.
Go get him, Scott. Damn it. Go get him. I said Jordan Poole for a second.
Well,
They didn't
that's
listen
too
to me
late,
there.
pal. If DeMar is in fact gone, and I was thinking, I'm kind of with Jesse, and I guess with you as well. If again we keep operating under the idea DeMar is gone or will be gone, it doesn't make sense to me to trade Malik too.
Well, I don't think you're like in a straight up trade. You're getting a player as good as Malik or better than Malik, and like I'm cool off of. I don't think you're getting a first round pick from Malik. Like I don't know. I
don't think you're
I
getting
don't
a
see
first
how
round
it
pick.
really
for
helps.
Malik.
Yeah, trading him.
It doesn't.
Unless Kenny said like there's a separate move or bigger move or something like that to be made.
Well, it has to be like it has to be for a star.
Yeah.
It has to be for a guy.
Somebody that at least I feel is clearly better than Malik Monk.
And you mean like like a straight up deal?
Like part of a deal.
Part of a deal. Yeah, part of a deal. You know, the same deal, multiple players, something like that. Or
He only
a
makes
deal-
like 18 million, so it's like that kind of limits the kind of player you can get there unless you're adding something to Malik and all that.
Yeah, I don't want Malik Monk necessarily going anywhere. I want him to stay here in Sacramento.
Manny's got a good point right here too.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Malik Monk is like he plays for Sacramento. He's not just like a king guy on the Kings. Like he plays for the Sacramento, for a team that needs to build up their culture again. I guess like you want to keep a guy like that around.
I agree. I like I said, there is a limit to that. There is a
Yeah, of course. Like if someone
play-
better is there,
yeah.
but yeah, you do that. But I mean, I'm cool off of trading for someone that's the same as him or a first round pick. I guess. I don't think you're getting from Malik. I guess.
Let me ask you guys a question. This is going to be a tough question too. If I won't say the Hawks, I'll just say the team with a good player on there, and they say, "Yo,
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, can you just call him? Oh, you going to DM him? Yeah, DM. Okay, that's cool. No, it's fine. Hey,
Similar namesake to Mae Young.
check your DM.
If a team was like, "Yo, we can get this deal done, but you got to give us Keon or Malik Monk. Give us one of those." Which one you choose?
For a star player?
Yeah.
Oh, which one am I choosing?
Yeah.
Is the player a scorer?
Yeah.
Does the player wear? Hold on, what number does Trae Young wear for the Hawks?
A 1 and a 1.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I get the gimmick. I get the gimmick.
Who's cheaper the next
If
3
it's
years?
Trae, if we're talking about Trae, it's Malik.
See, okay.
Because Keon is very different, and you're going to need that. I feel like you're going if you go acquire that. If it had been it's not. If it had been Jordan Poole, if it had been Jordan Poole, like to me, the answer is Keon.
See, yeah, I don't know.
He's different. You
I would
got to
just-
have someone who's different.
That one, I would just hand the phone to BJ Armstrong because I can't be making this choice here
But see, here's the thing.
because I'm too.
But
emotionally
here's the
attached.
thing. Scott's not. Scott Perry's not attached. He just got here. He ain't attached to none of these guys. And so, the pizza guy. So what the hell is a pizza guy? Like all of and again,
I stayed because of the pizza.
I'm not
Shout out to the pizza guys. I met those brothers the other day.
yeah, I love Malik, and I don't want him to be traded unless it makes a whole lot of sense for this team. And there's probably very, very few deals. We are talking the level of we're talking a dynamic score. That's what we're talking about. And I don't think that's truly something that the Kings can go acquire this offseason. But we talk about roster balance. You got to have someone like Keon to do some of that stuff on the defensive end.
They would ask me, they would say, "Look, we can make this deal, but I need Malik or I need Keon." And I would say, "Y'all don't like Devin Carter?"
Coming up, Kenny Caraway will explain to us why he hates Devin Carter so much. For those just tuning in, Trista Crick can't be with us today. Trista, someone died on Trista's flight.
Whoa.
Swear.
Like right in front of her. Yeah, and she's like, texting me what's going on. She was like, I want to get home. Like I've never experienced anything like this. So yeah, she's going through. I'm gonna check on her right now and see where she's at. But yeah,
that's awful.
TK going through it. That's why she's not with us. She texts me, hey, I don't think I'm gonna miss you guys today. I was like, oh, like no problem. Like, you okay? And it turns out no. And she laid out why. So we'll check on her in a bit, but we'll come back. Tyrese posted to social media yesterday, and he said what we all thought he would say. Jesse asked the question. Jesse's up to no good. He's really feeling great. You're really feeling good after the Anthony Simons deal, and he's trying to unload Kristaps Porzingis. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that from a variety of different standpoints when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320.
This that was crazy to hear the president speak that way. That was crazy. Yeah.
That's how I feel about
this company. That was crazy. Bro, that's a crazy situation, bro. Come on, man. Oh, man. Bro, hey, every time a tweet came up during the playoffs, everybody would say this. I was like, bro, chill, bro. Well, look, it's like, it was really weird. It was like, yeah, bro, what? Can't get over it. It's not the vid. Lack of oxygen. Like, it's crazy. All right, man. Hold on. Hey, man, hold on, man. I'm going to bring this up when we get back on air. Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course you have. Sorry, piece of... Whoa. Bro, what the... Bro, I'll be getting so mad when stuff that I signed up for and put my card like in there for gets automatically processed. Like, you bastard. Exactly. Exactly. I'll be getting so mad. I'll be like, piece of shit. Why did you take my money? No, of course you would take my money right now.
Do you see Canelo talking to Crawford with all the guys sitting down and all that?
Yeah, with Tom Brady and Shaq.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Was Shaq in there?
Yes.
Okay, I missed Shaq. I saw Dana White and Tom Brady.
Yeah, Dana White too. What are these
Hey,
guys
Canelo's
doing?
hilarious, bro.
I saw. I
He
saw a
got talents in that one too.
I saw a clip, and
Victor
I
posted.
went
Who the
to
hell is
go
that?
back and watch. I want to watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why Shaq and Tom Brady are there.
I had to ask if someone was smoking in the building.
Yeah, I smelled something early too. I was like, we on fire?
Nah, so there's some. I guess there's like, look outside. You could, now that it was pointed out to me, like you could see it. I guess there was like a controlled burn. Andy was telling me, but Andy sometimes doesn't talk quick enough for me to hear out the whole story. But apparently there was some type of controlled burn that maybe got like a little out of hand. He said it's pretty far. Yeah. And I was like, I was like, man, I know I'm like, because as we were doing the show, I was like, I smells like cigarette smoke. And I started wondering, did Kyle take up like smoking cigarettes? Like, is this the mic? Like, what is happening? Then I go out to the bathroom. It's really bad when you exit the suite. And I was like, yo, is something like, why does it smell like smoke in here? And one, the ventilation in the building, I guess, is bad. But yeah, there's something going on outside. And now that they pointed out, like you can see it, it is nasty out there.
You can see the mountains over there.
That is terrible. Yeah, it smells awful in this building. I was dreadful.
Mentioning I got two things, man. Because one thing I specifically waited until we got back on air. I'm gonna get to that in a second. But the other thing I was just telling the Chatty House how pissed off I get when services that I signed up for with my card automatically take their monthly subscription out. I get the email. I'll be so upset, even though I signed up for it. I know it just pisses me off. But here's what I saw, man. And like, oh man, we got to investigate this again. From now, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. At Chris Davis report.
I saw that.
Breaking
TC's alias, I think.
Sacramento Kings and Toronto Raptors are engaged in discussing involving the number 9 pick in the Raptors forward RJ Barrett, per league sources. Now, can
I point one thing out real quick before you continue? That tweet was posted because I looked. I don't know how. Oh, someone tagged us in it. That tweet was posted 19 minutes before TC called.
That's all I'm asking for. I'm not even talking about the validity of the report. I don't care. I don't believe it.
Hold on, TC, I swear.
When did TC call?
It was 19 minutes after that tweet
went up. That's all I brought that up
Someone tagged us in it. Like when I don't know if it was right. It was either right after TC wrapped up or it was somewhere in that vicinity. And I looked and I was like, wait, when was this posted? 19 minutes ago. All right, man.
So are we believing TC took another trade?
Yeah. And like I said, I don't even know if the guy's a good source. That's not even my issue. It's just he did it again.
TC, like, take the day off tomorrow. Take the day off tomorrow.
No. I want TC to call again with a trade. Then we can look it up to try to figure out where he got it.
It's like a scavenger hunt. We got to go find it.
Okay, yeah, we'll play tomorrow. Who can find the trade first?
That's a good one.
Yeah, Chatty House, you can play as well. You got to find the source, the who tweeted it, and the parameters of the tweet as well.
It's like national treasure. Yeah. Okay, we're on to something. Who can find TC stolen trade? When they said he got one from Reddit, that was hilarious. Then when he actually stole one from the insiders,
the Will Z one was nasty work. The Will Z one was wow.
That was like Kenny's thing a second ago, or who was I having a conversation with? TC was like, why does this trade sound familiar? Oh, I was just reading Will Z's article.
TC reading off Will Z's trade right to him on the show.
Man.
Oh, man. Shout out to TC, man. Shout out TC.
That's well, hey, if nothing else, TC stay on top of all of these trades.
He does.
He stay on top of all of these trades.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
The Chatty House and Twitter and King's Twitter.
Oh boy.
I tweeted something out last night. Should I mention it?
Well, let me unblock you real quick. Go ahead.
You should, by the way. And also, I got to shame on some people. By the way,
What you say? What's up?
well, just you can say what you got to say because it'll tie in.
Well, I don't even know if you would know this one. That's why I'm gonna ask Dame. Should I?
Is this the Windhurst tweet?
Yeah.
I think James was talking about this this morning.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
Ain't
I'm
no
just
wrong
trying
with
to make
that.
sure. I'm just trying to make sure. So
I did think of this earlier, like, hey, should we not say this out loud? But no. What are they going to do? Be mad at us? What's not? Well, are we not going to be able to have players on the show anymore?
So the email I got, being a member of the media, was for like a media watch party for the draft tomorrow for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah,
and it was like, we need your RSVP by this afternoon or something like that. And that's where the Windhorse thing comes in, because tomorrow is the first round and the first round only. Kings, as of now, do not have a first round pick. Why are they asking us to come down to the arena for no pick?
For those listening on the radio, Casey keeps pointing his fingers in the air.
And the people who were kids, that's what it was. It was just interesting. To me, it doesn't say definitively one thing or the other, but they could just be being prepared just in case something happens.
Scott Perry's obviously talking to people around the league and stuff like that. Maybe it's just getting people in the building just in case something does happen that day.
Maybe.
I mean, they got to talk to someone, right?
And now,
they don't have to. Well, I get. Oh, you mean if something happens?
Yeah,
I
like
guess
you do.
something happens.
Like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
at least have people on alert.
Yeah.
You know
Like,
what
I'm not saying something is going to or whatever, but like, I'm sure they're working the phones and just in case. I wouldn't say like they have something done right now or anything like that.
Right.
I don't think that's what it is.
But I saw the email. Why they want us down there?
By the way,
I'm gonna go tomorrow.
Shame on
sit down there and watch the draft with Sean Cunningham. Like, I love Sean, but
shame on anyone who thought Kenny was
me.
talking about sources from an email. Like Kenny got some information through an email.
No. Look, you guys, we talked about this on Friday. For the most part, like maybe, breaking a news story here and there. I'm not gonna never say never, but for the most part, I'm a secret keeper. I don't.
They held on to Mo Harkless for half of the summer.
Yeah. Well, my cousin held on to that one. So why did you tell me this?
Was it Mo or Trevor Ariza?
Well, Ariza was before the show started. Mo was during the show.
Oh, okay.
I was like, why did you touch? She's like, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, is this valuable to you?
You have a show?
Could you have used this information?
But yeah, maybe I'll drop hints here and there, but I ain't really. Oh, guess what I heard? I'm gonna tell you guys.
Well, that's why you got to come out to
1:30.
That's why you got to come out to the Sky River show. We'll tell you everything.
We'll tell you everything.
With the bottle of wine open, we'll tell you everything.
How disappointed are we if we go the whole day tomorrow, do the first round of the draft, it's over and nothing happens?
Not
at all.
I'm absolutely not expecting. I'm not expecting anything.
Not even as far as a
expecting
draft,
it,
not even as far as making a draft pick or anything like. But like, no trade has happened. Like, we've gone through. Just teams have made their selections in the first round. Just no trade from the Kings. Nothing.
We
don't care.
No,
you don't care. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just not expecting them to draft tomorrow.
I'm not either. But that doesn't make me any less disappointed.
I hear you.
I want them. I want this team to be aggressive. They may not be on that. They may be slow and steady, and that once, like I said earlier, that's cool too. Like, if that whatever gets them to being a successful team, I don't really care about the path. It don't have to be the same way that I think it should happen or whatever, as long as the end result is what I want it to be. But I want things to happen. Like, let's go get some of these guys. Let's make moves. You want to shake up this roster. Let's go.
Another thing too is like,
No, I'm with you.
The Trae Young stuff was out there, and then that kind of died down and all that stuff. And then Jrue Holiday's a Trailblazer now. So
it wasn't me this time. I promise you, it wasn't me, Scott. Yeah, no, it wasn't me. That was Jesse. That was Jesse. Thanks, bro.
Like, just who's gonna play point guard for this
To
team?
be clear, Scott Perry has never called either one of us.
Facts.
Just to be clear, he has not called either one of us. He's talked to everybody else, but not us.
Yeah, I wondered what they have in mind for their point guard's going to be this season.
I don't know,
like,
man.
Drew's not an option anymore. Wasn't a fan of that either, but it's just now that someone else you cross off the list.
Okay. Let's do that then. Let's go with they get into the first round. Jrue appears to be. That move has been made.
Mhm.
Whether it was ever an option or not, I don't know. The CJ has been made. What direction would you go if the Sacramento Kings did get into the first round? And I don't want to ask a player because they could get in at what was Toronto 9? They could get in at 20. I'm not asking you to pick a player, but ideally, if you could pick a position and they get into that first round, what position would it be?
Best player available, to be honest.
But what if that's a 2 guard?
More work to do for Scott Perry.
Oh.
Yeah, if that's a 2 guard. So if you go best player available and it's a 2 guard, I would, if I'm gonna make that selection for a 2 guard, I'm starting to work the phones to see if there's something I can do to get off of one of my 2 guards.
Yeah, like you're also
to clear room before.
Well, there goes Malik. Wow, after all of that.
That's the thing too. Like you're not drafting a guy and be like, oh wow, we have 4 point guards on the team. What do we do now? Like if you draft, like whoever you're bringing in needs to have a role. Or not just Phoenix.
No, Kings at 1.2. But does that? I feel you.
I think you're right.
Sense?
Yeah,
like how I look at it, like best player available. But if that best player is a shooting guard, I'm already starting to have internal conversations about which 2 guard can we get out of here so we can bring this guy in.
Yeah, like you have a role and
available.
like expect him to have not necessarily an impact, but just more so he's got a role and something they can lean on. Not Devin Carter, where we drafted a guard.
Well,
It's like, we'll see where you fit in, kid.
That's the importance of the conversation Scott Perry is having right now. Because they have to, what direction can we go with these 2 guards or whatever to land? If we wind up going this direction in the draft, we still have to have a point guard. Mm-hmm. If we wind up going this direction in the draft, we need to find someone who could work that 3-4 position. If we go this, like there's so much groundwork I feel like has to be laid leading into the draft, whether you're attempting to acquire a pick the way the Sacramento Kings are, or you're just drafting in your spot. Yeah. Like you have to have had conversations with a variety of different teams about potential moves that could be ahead of you. You might even have to have moves in place if things fall your way. The Sacramento Kings did get into the draft. Let's say 2 hours from now, 4:30, that would check out. 2 hours from now, a trade gets announced. The Sacramento Kings have gone into the draft. That front office immediately needs to start working out. Like, okay, we've got a draft board. We know what we're looking at. We have some ideas here. But if it's this player, we're going to have to make some changes here. Mm-hmm. If it's this player, we've got to make some changes here. We need to work the phones on that stuff right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and like you just kind of mentioned, that's the dance that they're going to have to do with some of the deficiencies that's on that roster. Or, you got too many shooting guards and you got no small forwards. So, like, how do you make up for that? How do you prepare for that if you're able to get into the draft? And to Jesse's point too, how are you, the question you asked as well, like, how are you going to approach the draft with that? We're assuming and we're saying we would do best player available. Maybe they'd go get in the draft just to get need. You know what I mean? Like, we're back into the draft because we got to get a small forward. Maybe that might be the case.
You guys got an ideal scenario for tomorrow? Something you'd like to see happen?
I don't think they're drafting tomorrow. I haven't even tried to create a scenario. I don't think they're drafting tomorrow.
From the rumors we've heard and stuff, like I wouldn't hate if you traded into the top 10. That's the one.
So you're looking at that Raptors pick then.
Raptors, or there was the Pelicans. Yeah, the Pelicans one. Like CJ's not there anymore.
The Pelicans
so Deontay Murray would have to be the money to make up. But
the Pelicans didn't move anything today, right? In the draft
wise, no. But they moved a lot of money. They moved a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and here's an interesting thing about the Pelicans is they moved a lot of money. They get Jordan Poole in there. Unless they trade DeJounte Murray, I'm not sure like what you would be trying to get if you were New Orleans at 7.
Yeah, would you really have like a 6'10" center or something?
Yeah. Wouldn't you?
All NBA?
Wouldn't you?
What do you want that pick for?
But
Is that how you get it? The 7?
That's how it's been rumored.
So.
That's
Now
been
the killer is the money. CJ was supposed to be a part of that.
Right.
Well,
Right,
Dejounte
right,
Murray
right,
was
right,
also
right.
thrown out there.
DeJounte in the 7. DeJounte coming off a torn Achilles in the 7.
Less about Dejounte and more about Herb in the 7.
I don't know that I love the idea.
So Jesse asked that question.
Is that the
would be
only
my
way
idea.
it works? Like you want Domas and Zion next to each other?
I don't want
Not
anything
you,
for the
not you.
Pelicans.
Yeah, but like, why would?
If that's an option, then
It's Joe Dumars, right? Why would Joe Dumars want Domas next to
Scott
Zion?
Perry's his boy.
best friends.
We was in the
Best
trenches together, big dog. We was in the trenches.
Were they?
They won a title.
To be honest, how much longer are you looking to hold on to Zion too?
Well, that's
a
what
whole
they need to
different-
be doing.
that's a whole
is
different
moving on
conversation.
with
Maybe
him.
you bring in Sabonis or whatever, and it's like, all right, now we can start moving towards this next phase where it's like, who's ready to trade for Zion Williamson?
I mean,
Zion's got all the talent in the world, but dude's just immaturity off the court.
this seems like an awful lot. This can't. They wouldn't do this. They would not do this. But DeJounte and Herb for Sabonis works financially.
One more time.
DeJounte Murray, and Herb Jones.
As long as it's on the air, it's fine.
DeJounte Murray and Herb Jones for DeMontis Sabonis works. They wouldn't do that's not enough if I'm New Orleans. I might need another player or something, but that's not enough. Let me see if it still works. If I'm not trying to move this guy, but if Devin Carter's involved, does it still work?
Just find a way to work that Devin
Well,
Carter
that does
into this
work.
deal. Great. We did it. We did it, Joe. Dumars. We did it.
That works. So DeMontis Sabonis, Devin Carter to New Orleans for DeJounte Murray, Herb Jones in the 7.
Good work.
And one of the things I would say about that is, hey, we're taking DeJounte off an Achilles. Who knows if he's even going to be ready to go?
Yeah, if I had it my way, it'd be that. Like the Raptors pick is cool, but if you could get some like Herb in the 7, that's a great starting point for a rebuild.
Okay, let's try this. So like Herb is a big. So what if we changed it to RJ in the 9? Work it however you want to, but it doesn't include Domas. Is that better than working with something with New Orleans that does include Domas?
Yes.
That's the best of both worlds right there.
Yes.
Like
that
I
is.
think you guys have been on the side of like win now, and I've been more rebounding. You get a little bit of both with that.
That would be the best case scenario. I was about to sing, but I'm not going to do that. We'll keep that.
You was
for the
about to
car.
sing?
Yeah, we'll keep that for the car. But that is the best of both worlds.
Let me get this straight. You'll reel off 20 straight minutes of impressions, but you won't sing whatever song just popped in your head. That's where you draw the line.
Oh, why won't you sing the song, Kenny?
Okay.
Kenny, what's his name, Kenny? What's his name, Kenny?
Kenny.
Say his name.
Wow.
Say his name.
Say
Say it.
Say his name. Say his name. Say his name.
Come on, we need this one today.
His name is wild, bro.
We need this one today. Come on, fix the vibes. I knew it.
Nah, man, we just gonna keep it there, man. We gonna keep it there.
Does
Say
Guru
his
like this
name.
artist?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, sure.
Did he come on the show to defend this man?
Say his name is wild. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a little tough, but
Oh man.
it's done is done.
I'm trying to work on getting RJ here. I don't know if it happens. They don't, as far as I can see, I put Jacoby Walker in there. That doesn't work out financially. And there's nobody really like Jacob Pirtle. I don't think that
Jakob
fits in.
Poeltl?
I mean Jakob Pirtle. Yeah, that's not going to get it done either. They don't have the people in the range. Like, so well, I take the, well, he's a free agent. I take that back. I'm about to say Chris Boucher, but he's a free agent. His 10 million would have been like perfect. But then you get into like Jacoby Walter and Abaji, and now it's like it's becoming too much. And you want the 9, like that's asking too much for Domas. So yeah, I don't know.
I think if Kenny opened up his Apple Music app, it
Now, usually I don't do this, but
what the hell?
Yeah, Kenny. Yeah, we all knew what it was. We all knew what it was. Hey, what's the next song on your app, KC? No, we knew what it was. No, we knew what it was.
When the song plays, say nothing.
Look how happy this man looks. Now look how happy.
I told you guys a year ago.
my mind's telling
Look how
me
happy
no.
this man looks. Look at bro. Look how happy this man is. Wow. We knew what you were doing. We all
another
knew.
one? You got another one?
No, that's no. You know what though? I'm gonna be honest.
Gosh.
I can't believe those songs are still in the system.
I was gonna say that's a lot right there.
Those songs are still there.
I told you guys a year ago. I did my time. I ain't doing the time with him.
See how happy
I ain't
that
doing
man
the time
looks on
with
the
him.
record hit.
I just say roll the windows up if you got to do it.
And by the way, you wouldn't find anything on my Apple Music.
Because you use title. Hey, by the way, that's how rich Kenny is. He has 2 music subscriptions. One to hide the music he's not supposed to be listening to, so it doesn't pop up on the screen.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie. We all family around here. I was listening to the Blue album about 3 weeks ago.
What's the Blue album?
The self-titled.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, man, this guy.
Coming in at number 8 on the R&B list, redacted.
Well,
too low.
This will be at the next Sky River show. Redacted's greatest hits.
I was talking to the homies after the show because we had an R&B discussion real quick. They was like, yeah, man, yeah, they tripping. He up there. He top 3. He top 3.
He up there.
I was like, I know. But
that was a wild 3 minutes.
I don't know how.
This man talking about I'm not gonna sing. Like, wait, what? Since when?
Well, y'all know the song?
Oh,
y'all know the song?
I don't, but
man, he killed it too.
What song? What song was it?
I said because you were like that would be the best of both worlds.
Oh, yeah. Now you leave them. Yeah.
He bodied that one.
We're being clear. That song shouldn't count.
Well, that's what Hope did to Watch the Throne.
That's right. If we determined that with Kanye. If Ho's on it, it doesn't count.
You gotta turn down Space Jam when they play I Believe I Can Fly.
Oh,
man,
we gotta keep that playing, man. I'm sorry, it's too inspirational.
Well,
it's a great song. It's a great song. Yeah, I can't figure out how you get the 9 though. Can't figure out how you get the 9. So I think the best course of action. I'm with Jesse when you talk about
9's Toronto, right? 7 is New Orleans.
I think 7 is real. Like you can do that. You can do that.
Why do you? Okay, why is 7 so much more?
Because I'm not
attainable?
sure if I'm not saying
it feels like they need that pick.
I don't think so.
No,
you got Jordan Poole. Do whatever you want at the shooting guard. Maybe you use it on a shooting guard.
Did they?
But you got Trey Murphy. You got Zion. You don't have a center. I don't think you're in the realm of getting a guy like Queen out of Maryland.
Are they the team that recently traded for the Pacers 23 as well?
I think so. I think they did. Yeah. I'm never gonna say you don't need the pick, but getting Jordan Poole changes the timeline a little bit, changes where you're at as a team. You don't, and with that 7 pick, a lot of people were looking at Jeremiah Fears, who is a point guard, who is a Jordan Poole clone, but you're not going to go after him no more. You know, you're going after, one of these, I guess they could get the center out of Duke. I forgot his name. That's a good guy. I'm looking at the list right now. You could get Igor, who a lot of people like Igor out of BYU. He's a good ball player too.
Well, yeah, they do have 2 first-round picks. They got pick 23 and pick 7. Maybe you figure, yeah, we'll take a guy like Domas for the 7th pick and draft another guy at 23.
Let me ask you this. Matter of fact,
Domas got some years on his deal, so it's not like he's just
You want to hold off
gone the
on
next
that?
year.
Yeah. Let me.
I'm
wait.
looking at the. All right, we'll come back. If Scott Perry's not going to do it, we're going to do it.
We'll do it live.
We'll do Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320. What Jrue? Oh no! What is Jrue down messaging about? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, right on, Zabo. Zabo headed to Oracle Park. Good stuff right there. Oh, Wheezy, I didn't know that about PM Dawn. Did not know that. That's not good.
Is there wrestling this weekend?
Yeah.
Is that Night of Champions?
It's in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, that's this weekend?
Yeah. Like there's people there.
Yeah.
The fact that they're going through it is crazy. Or going through with it, excuse me, is crazy.
Sure, bag already got dropped off.
Unbelievable, man. It's just unbelievable. Are the Valkyries going to make the playoffs? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm going to say no. But the direct answer to your question is no. The fact that they're in this position though is pretty crazy. Like this team was very, very obviously not built to be in this position right now. But good for them, man. They're winning. They're taking advantage of teams that are it's not good. No, I watched them. I think game 1, I wasn't sure how many games. Like I did not think they were going to win many games at all. So the fact that they're in this position, man, good for them. But to answer your question, I don't think they make the playoffs. No. You looking forward to the new Clips album? Very much so. Yeah, I like the Clips. I love Pusha. That's July, right? I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. Favorite Royal Rumble of all time?
I think mine is the last one.
Last year's?
Yeah, with Cena.
Oh,
I feel like that one had. I don't know. I feel like
okay.
I don't have like a
Yeah,
memorable
it's
Royal
good
Rumble
stuff.
from him like before that.
Yeah. I think I mean, this is before Jesse. I think I like the one. I mean, it's cliche. I always like the one that Flair won, where the title was on the line. I thought that was a really good Royal Rumble.
I know it's unpopular, but Flair's always going to be the most overrated wrestler of all time for me. Like, I know what Ultimate Warrior and Goldberg are, but...
Oh, right on delivery, Joe. Thank you. I did notice that. I actually say something about that on the air, but appreciate you, man. Love the conversations that take place in the chatty house during the commercial break. If you've never checked this out on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter or something like that, especially like YouTube and Twitch, I encourage you to do that. Big thanks to everybody. We took some of our company gripes to the airwaves, talking about how much this community has done building up the brand of D'Lo and KC and all these different things we're trying to do. And y'all out there, I mean, Scooter and Leezy and Delivery Joe, who already owns everything on the website. Y'all went out there and bought a bunch of stuff on the website, man. So that's pretty cool. We appreciate it. You're always welcome to go to DLoandKC.com to get some gear to rep the crew here. But y'all can stop. Like,
You sure?
we were serious. We were very serious. But we appreciate you guys. You do more than enough. But yeah, like there were quite a few orders that
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Now Lil Ryan can have top ramen instead of just chicken noodle soup.
Oh.
Thanks, guys.
We got 1 more hour so we can get to 10,000 people. 1 more hour. Let's get those phones going. Come on, let's get those phones going, people.
Speaking of how young Jesse is, did you even see telethons? They don't even
Oh,
have
good
telethons
question.
anymore.
No, I've never sat through a telethon.
did
I
you
know what they
grow
are.
up-
I've seen videos of them, but I've never sat through a live
Have
one.
you ever used a landline?
Yeah, we used to have a home phone and all. I know my house phone number and all that from back then.
You do have a home phone?
Well, we used to, not anymore. Yeah.
Oh. Does Mr. Tapia have one?
No, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
Who has a land? Come on.
I mean, someone does.
Well, they some of the, if you got cables, sometimes they try to get you with the bundles.
Yeah, you got to learn to say no. No,
Well,
sorry.
it does
I don't
say-
need a fax machine. No, I'm good. That's fine. Thank you,
It does save money.
Does it?
Yeah, that's why you get it, because it's like, oh, if you get the bundle, you save $50 a month, and you never use the landline, like never.
I think they've also convinced people you can't call the police if you don't have a landline.
Really?
It had something to do. I can't remember what the thing was, and I know that I think it actually was a thing. Cell phone carriers have since changed it, but I can't remember what the line was that they. Oh yeah, the police won't come if you don't have the landline.
Jeez.
They just hold on, let me get this straight. You could ping a murderer's cell phone from 2 inches from the crime, but if I call because someone's breaking into my house, sir, you're calling from a cell phone. Sorry,
we can't respond to this.
Hey, but good luck though.
Could be in Siberia for all we know right now.
Yeah, you could be.
What?
Wild times.
I was around for the pager though, stuff like that.
Okay.
Oh, what are you talking about? You weren't?
That's alive. I didn't have a pager. My dad had a pager.
97.
It was still a thing.
Were you born?
96, the last day of 96.
Bruh,
Shout out,
bro.
Where? My dad had a pager.
I had a pager in 97. You didn't know nothing about no pager?
What do you mean? My dad had a
You had a
pager.
pager in 97?
Yeah, freshman year of high school.
I had
Around
one, but
here.
it didn't work. It was just for the outfit. You had to have one. You could just get a broken pager or someone that didn't work, and you just clip it on, and it looked like you had one. I never had a pager turned on until I started working at KSFM, and Metro Call was upstairs, and we got them Motorola two-way joints. It was the only pager I ever had.
The two-way joints changed the game.
Russ in the chat, I was asking Jesse, do you know what a phone booth looks like? Yeah, they still got phone booths now, Russ.
Do they?
At least, yeah, where you could see
They got
them, though.
pay phones. I don't know if they have phone booths.
No, they got phone booths.
Yeah,
Where a phone booth at?
they're around.
Well, I don't know, but
They're where they put the phone booths at.
I'm sure there's a phone booth.
Oh no! Hey, hit us up
somewhere.
right. Matter of fact, call us from a phone booth right now. 916.
That would be amazing.
1320. Call us from a phone booth.
We'll give
There's
a t-shirt.
there's
to
a
someone
movie
who-
with what's his name? The guy that was the penguin. from
Colin
the phone booth.
Farrell.
Yeah, Colin had
Yeah,
phone booth. Yeah.
Did you see that? Jesse might have seen
That's a good movie.
Did
Yeah,
you?
I think does it Keith or Sutherland who voices the whole thing?
I'm not sure who the
He's
voice
the
guy is,
caller.
but
Yeah, I think it's Keith. I think.
One of a boxing term when nobody's backing down or running or anything. It's they're fighting in a phone booth. They're just real close to each other the whole time.
Mhm.
Did you see when they had a fight in a phone booth?
Yes, that was
I saw
awful.
that, yeah.
Oh, that was that was terrible. Terrible.
That was so ridiculous.
That's
That
awful.
was so
It
ridiculous.
was funny. It was funny as hell, but it was awful.
That was crazy.
I'm convinced the internet was created just to make people dumber. Just what's the dumbest thing we can think of? Well, you know that expression, fighting in a phone booth? Let's do it. Let's fight in a phone. If social media, serious question, if social media didn't exist, would that slap boxing, not slap boxing, but that slap thing,
Yeah.
would that exist?
I don't know.
Maybe it'd be on ESPN 3.
Maybe it brought in some new things, but I also feel like social media just kind of brought the world to the light. Now it's just out there. People are always just crazy.
That's what the conversation I always have with my cousins, stuff like that. They're And I think social media is contributing, but was this stuff just going on before and we didn't see it? Like in
Well, it's just a
Jordan's
bigger
era,
platform for it.
92 was this stuff going on.
But like what? Were people eating Tide Pods in 92?
Maybe.
Were Tide Pods
but fights.
See, no,
like,
but I'm sure there was
fights in
something. I'm sure
neighborhoods.
there's some
Oh,
crazy
those,
back.
Of course, those were
I'm
always
sure there was some
happening.
crazy back then that kids in the 90s were doing or whatever. It's just
What are we doing crazy?
I'm not that it was like you guys or whatever, but I'm sure there was a Tide Pods version of something back then.
What was the old
Cracker
Pop
challenge.
Rocks and soda thing? Like they tell you if you ate Pop Rocks and drank soda at the same time, you die.
Oh my gosh.
Wasn't that the
man.
urban legend?
I don't know if I heard that one.
Really? Pop Rocks and soda. Pop Rocks and soda myth. The Pop Rocks and soda myth claiming that consuming together causes a stomach explosion
Oh my goodness.
is false. While the combination can lead to excessive gas and burping, there's no chemical reaction that would cause an explosion.
Oh man. Now that you mention
Bro,
it
you
vaguely,
couldn't
do
tell
I
me
remember
that when I was a kid. You could not tell me that Pop Rocks and soda weren't going to kill me.
Pop Rocks and soda.
Pop Rocks lost hella money because of this myth.
Pop Rocks rumors persisted that eating Pop Rocks and drinking soda would cause a person's stomach to boil and explode.
Oh my gosh. What?
Oh, this is great.
I don't want those problems. Jesus.
Well,
Wasn't sitting in front of the TV playing video games or whatever, and your eyes go bad or whatever. Wasn't that a myth too? My grandpa used to say, if you sit in front of the TV too long, whatever, your eyes are gonna go bad.
I don't know if that's a myth. That's probably true.
well, what
That
about
can't
the
be
one
good
where
for
if
your
you're
eyes.
making a face and someone hits you on your back, your face is going to stay that way?
What?
You ain't never heard that one?
No.
Is it like if you're making a face and someone hits you on your back while you're making that face, your face could get stuck. That might have been an 80s one. That was
Little ass kids are scared for their
Come
lives,
on.
making sure they don't make a face because they get slapped.
They're making a face. Somebody hits him on the back. Hey, bro. Hey, what are you
You've
doing?
been stuck like this forever.
You play too much. You play too much.
He's acting like he was fouled. Hey! Oh, man.
Oh, well.
HP,
what
you
is-
couldn't have the lights on in the car when you were driving.
Oh, yeah.
Mom
I'm
told
trying
me,
to
the cops
read.
are gonna pull us over right now.
I'm trying to read. A book. Can't do it. Spectre had one up in there. I ain't even gonna put that one on there on the screen though.
Which one is it?
Oh,
Not the one about your eyelids. Yeah.
Oh,
this-
before that?
Yeah.
I
yeah,
don't see
man.
Let's
Spectre.
see.
I heard that. Yeah.
I'm,
put it
I'm
on the
looking.
screen.
I'm looking
Well,
for it. Hold on.
well,
I can find it.
Jesse.
Oh.
Can do it. Yeah.
It's not- I'm not gonna read it, but
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I heard that.
what does it say?
Drinking Mountain Dew will. Well, everyone knows. But I said, don't.
It'll hurt your reproduction.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, man. I was like, oh no.
Mountain Dew's a crazy ass soda though. I drank a Mountain Dew for the first time in a long time the other day, and I was like, "This is not good at all."
I was gonna
I haven't
say,
had one in a while.
and it was because
But I
like, it was because there was
Mountain
nothing else to grab either.
I was gonna say, Mountain Dew doing that to you is probably the least bad thing that Mountain Dew would do to you.
Dew. Yeah, is Mountain Dew. I
It's like-
liked Mountain Dew back in the day, and I don't know. I haven't had one in a while. I don't have a problem with it. But is it like kind of close to ginger ale now that I?
No, it's way
No.
sweeter. It's
No.
closer to juice.
No, it's like, yeah, carbonated gasoline. It is.
It's not good.
bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. Carbonated gasoline and sugar.
Pretty sure it's banned in a lot of Europe.
It might be
Well,
like,
Skittles are banned.
yeah.
If they ever take Skittles from us, that's gonna be tough.
If your car had an engine, which it doesn't, you could probably pour Mountain Dew on it and just clear like any rust or dirt or crud off it, and just it's fine, perfect. Oh man,
Goodness gracious.
Shout out to Hollywood Video while we reminisce.
Hollywood Video. You're big Hollywood Video as opposed to Blockbuster.
Yeah, we didn't go to Blockbuster. We had Hollywood Video around the corner.
Hollywood Video was dope. It was dope. Blockbuster was like, yo, we making a move tonight. Blockbuster. Trying to get WrestleMania 7.
Oh yeah. I just found a Reddit thread that says 90s urban legends. How many can you remember? Don't flash your high beams at a passing car that has their lights off. It's a gang initiation. And
I've
they'll
heard that one
shoot you.
before. Yeah.
These are some of these are a little dark.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip some of the. Well, there's the Mountain Dew one right there near the top. Oh, Marilyn Manson played Paul in the Wonder Years.
Wait, what?
That's true. I mean, it's not, but I remember that. I remember that legend, that myth.
Remember they said well, no, I ain't even gonna
Swimming
say
pools have a chemical that will turn blue if you pee in it.
Wasn't that true?
Oh.
Wasn't that movie Grown Ups?
Yep. I remember this one, the green M&Ms one.
What?
The green M&Ms allegedly were the Blue Chew of their day.
Come on.
There's no stop. No.
That's the shoe. No, that's the shoe. They said the green M&Ms, gave you a little boost. It is. Jesse's speechless.
And I wonder why we are where we are today. We're popping green M&Ms. Like, oh yeah, I'm ready.
I forgot about them green M&Ms.
We're gonna have a night. I got some green M&Ms on. We're gonna have a night.
I had heard that.
You never heard the green M&Ms one?
No. Oh man.
Well, if green M&Ms make the Kings execute a trade, I'll take a
Pop
back.
'em.
Man, let's go. Give me the Pop Rocks and soda. I
Popping
dare.
green M&Ms like they're blue chews back then.
It's true.
Oh man. Oh, I remember. Before I forget, I was gonna ask you guys before we went to break. We were talking about trades, what we want to see from the Kings, what we hope to see, best case scenario, all this other stuff. We talked about getting the 7 pick. Me and Jesse talked about that from New Orleans. Would you do the same deal that we talked about? I think it was DeJounte and Herb for Domas. We said Devin just in case.
DeJounte and Herb.
DeJounte and Herb.
Yeah.
We said for the 7. DeJounte and Herb for 23.
And Domas is involved in that? No.
Yeah,
I'm not. I know. I don't know why.
I agree. I was just asking.
I don't think I want to trade Domantas Sabonis. If I trade Domantas Sabonis, it's because I think it's making the team better.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to do the whole. I think there's enough good players that you could put onto this basketball team that it's a good basketball team. I think they have a lot of them now. Like, if you're trading Domas, you better, like, I still want that to be true. Mm-hmm. I still want you to have guys who could take the floor next season and be like, yo, it's a good basketball team. I feel like the best way for the Kings to win next year is for Domas.
I'm out on any future that has Domas as a top 2 player.
So I was going to say, I'm starting to feel like I might be alone on that.
But no, I mean, I guess I'm in between both of your guys' arguments because I'm not necessarily out here like, yo, we have to trade him and we're trading him at all costs. Like that scenario I just laid out, the 23, that's not appealing enough to me. Yeah. But I do think they need better players than Domas to elevate. I'm only trading Domas. My bad, Jesse. I'm only trading Domas if it changes, if I think it changes the fortunes of this franchise. The number 7 pick, getting somebody like Jeremiah Fears or Igor out of BYU. I think those 2 guys that are around there, if Ace Bailey falls or something like that, they can potentially, I'm not saying guarantee, but potentially change the course of your franchise. That's the type of person. Guy in Atlanta. That's the type that
redacted young.
Look, man. Scott, look, man, I don't know what to tell you. He hung up. Now he's pissed.
Those are the type of guys I'm trading Domas for. I'm not trading Domas for, no disrespect to him, but Herb Jones.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I'm not trading Domas just to trade him either. Like, I think if you trade for the 7, that puts you on a path. It's like, all right, I can see a future where we can be successful. Like, you're building on Herb, Keegan, and whoever you draft at 7, you're going to do something with DeMar, Zach LaVine is around here for the year and all that stuff. But
what's the path though that you're talking about? Like,
it's
if
just
you're
kind of just it's essentially a rebuild. Like you're rebuilding, but also like you have some solid building blocks too.
the hope of it being a quick one,
Quicker,
right? Because
but
you
like-
have
like,
because
I-
I'm sorry, in the situation you just presented, Domas is gone.
Yeah. And
Do
whoever
you-
you're drafting at 7, like that needs to be a guy as
Is
well.
anyone on your roster right now, if you make that move, better than Domas?
Not this year, no.
I mean, is anyone on the roster right now better than Domas? Is he the best player on the team?
I think Zach LaVine is right there.
Yeah, I'll say Domas is the best.
But
player
if I
on the team.
said Domas was 1 and Zach was 2, you wouldn't fight it because
No.
it's not like by a long shot. It's
Right.
like those are the 2 best players. You pick which one you think is the best.
Agreed.
All right.
Yeah. Then also the original question that Jesse asked too. And I think you asked it too. I'd be disappointed if there was no action tomorrow for the Kings. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm like you. I'm kind of expecting. I'm preparing myself for nothing to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm disappointed in that possible reality. It's like, I don't want. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that to Scott Perry. I was gonna say like we could have just kept the same damn guys in here. If nothing gonna happen.
Yeah, that's not fair.
I ain't gonna do that to Scott Perry. No.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do that.
Not wrong, though. Like, I mean, like, not wrong.
Well, it's not wrong if you go the whole off season and he doesn't do anything, but maybe you get some done next week or something like that.
Yeah, I think
Also,
so-
again, if they don't land a first round pick tomorrow, again, who was telling who that they were landing a first round pick?
So that's what I was going to.
Also, that might not be true.
That's and I was going to
You know
try
what
to
I
point
mean?
that out. Yeah.
I try to.
It
catch
came
myself
from
with
one
that, too.
place.
Yeah.
In Jake Fisher's a solid reporter. To the best of my knowledge, he's the only one who said that. I think he's the only one who said that, period. Locally, Hammer hasn't said that. Sean hasn't said that. JA, the guys who cover this team the closest, none of them have been able to get any intel that says the Sacramento Kings have been telling teams or whatever the line from Jake Fisher was. It was something along those lines. Again, the way that Fisher described it too, or the way that Fisher laid it out, it wasn't even necessarily something that he got from Sacramento. He could have gotten that from one of the teams that Sacramento was talking to. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So, and that's what happens. That's got to be a little frustrating too. If you're Scott Perry and that group, where that's out there now,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? Like that's what people are associating with your thought process or whatever. And if you didn't say that, if that's agents talking, or if that's a player talking to an agent who's talking to another team, like, bro, we didn't say this. We did not say that's what we expect. But it's out there now. That's got to be. I can imagine that's probably a little frustrating.
But there's something to it. I think there's something to it because the Kings invited us to a media watch party on a day that they're not selecting anyone.
Let me ask you, because you have more history with something like that. Do you feel like that is just precautionary?
Yeah.
Because anything could happen.
Yeah.
Not, we got plans. Like, we're not sure, but we got plans.
Yeah. It's yes. The answer to your question is yes. I think it's just and I don't have any experience with that, by the way. I just think we've had enough talk. Oh, if we pull something off, we'd like the crew to be here and make Scott available or whoever available. And if not, they popcorn on us or whatever. I don't know.
I like their popcorn.
I've never seen a media watch party before. I've been to watch parties. I've been to watch parties.
Yeah.
I just have never been to a media watch party.
Yeah. If I didn't have to work, I'd go see what it looks like, see the vibes. Me and Alan sitting there eating popcorn.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah, you can go back and forth about Oakland and the A's or whatever. Are the A's out of town now that series is over?
They are out of town.
That's what I think. I think they're out of town for another. Okay.
Yeah, they're in Detroit.
The big series is next weekend.
The Giant series.
Yeah.
Yes. I need to get there. I'm not going to be there 4th of July. I'm already.
Have we looked at tickets for that? We were looking at tickets for bobblehead night. When was that?
We were looking for Giants Dodgers.
That's what it was. That was Barry Bonds bobblehead, right?
Yeah. Giants A's is about the same.
Really?
Yeah. The only difference is obviously they don't have a third deck that I'd be paying $175 to sit in. They're all like lower level, but yeah, that's a tough ticket. It's a tough ticket right there. I got to go one of those days, man. Saturday or Sunday. I'm not going to go 4th of July, but I got to be there Saturday, Sunday. They are going to have a Sunday 7:05 start. Smart job by them.
How so? The weather?
Yeah.
Okay.
July 6th.
Oh, yeah.
It's usual.
Hey, guys, what was it last July? July 6th? What was the weather that day? No, that's not a real number. I think everybody remembers the weather last 4th of July. That was death. I'll never forget. Like I say that night of the California Classic, getting out of the car, because I'm in the car for 30 minutes, getting out of the car, exiting that garage into this was awful. Like awful. I had a tank top on, linen. It was, dear God, this is miserable.
What was the temperature? Because I wasn't here.
It was like 107, 106, 100. It was something. It wasn't 100. It was something totally abnormal. That's why the joke is what DeMar had on. Because DeMar had on the jacket or whatever for all the media stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, man. All right, buddy. Well, welcome to Northern California.
Right. Yeah. I don't think it is. I saw a little 10-day. Next Wednesday is supposed to be 98. So I don't know if that carries in.
It hasn't hit yet this year.
No,
those crazy temperatures have not hit this year.
It hit in like May.
It was like 80 on
like
Sunday.
It was like a weekend in May where I think when the Yankees were here, it was Mother's Day weekend. It was hella hot on Friday and Saturday. And then Sunday it just catapulted down to 75 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, the kids were cold in the pool on Sunday. It was like, hey,
wasn't the wind
we're
blowing
good. Yeah, like, we're gonna get out. This really isn't very fun. We're gonna get out. All right.
By the way, the A's broke ground on their Las Vegas stadium yesterday.
Now, what does that mean, you ask? No one knows. No one actually knows what broke ground means.
Didn't even actually break ground either.
I don't think they did.
No, they were inside.
Yeah, you can't break ground on something you haven't paid for yet.
Vegas is off to the side, like, hey, you break that, you buy it.
Yeah. Like, hey, you put that shovel in the dirt.
Hey, little bitch, this is ceremonial. Don't you dare put that shovel through that floor. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I said, no, we're inside. We're inside.
Yeah.
We brought dirt from outside of the not even on the site. They brought dirt from around the corner.
Vegas is off to the side, like, hey, you're gonna clean that up when you're done. I don't know where y'all think you at.
I was trying to do some research on what this means. And does this mean, they've cleared steps and it's really going to happen? And I can't get a definitive answer. There's still money that has to be accounted for. People in Las Vegas feel like this is a monumental moment, understandably so. But I just can't get anything that says, no, everything's secure, all systems go. There's still money that has to be accounted for as far as building this stadium. We'll see. I have been on the side that they will go to Vegas, even when they came here to Sacramento. Like, my whole thought process is there's too much money and power involved to just be like, oh, we couldn't get to Vegas. Like, you've got the commissioner basically having a red carpet for you to go there. They'll find the funds. They'll find what they need to get to Vegas. That's the way I've looked at it, but
I'm not so sure about that. My thing is like, why haven't you found it already? Like they've already waived the expansion fees or whatever the fees and all that stuff. Like this is all again like there's no money has changed hands here.
not that it necessarily cements things, but I did see the one clip of I think John Fisher. Yeah, it was John Fisher who was talking, and he was like, "Yeah, remember my good friend Rob Manford, who's been with me every step of the way, said we're going to get you here. We're going to get you here." And it's like,
Rob Manfred don't even know what the hell he's talking about half the time too, though.
no, it's true. That's true. I don't know. I still put it at 70-30 they go to Vegas.
70 that they do?
Mm-hmm.
Where do they end up if it's at 30?
Oh, I think 70 feels high, but
yeah,
I don't know. We'll come back. We'll see what Jason Jones thinks about all this. We'll talk about Jason Jones. We'll talk with Jason Jones about all of this stuff. When D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320.
It was hella funny. They rented excavators for the show. Those weren't even real. They weren't even their excavators.
No different than the WWE.
Yeah, Tino, I could. Yeah, Damien was there like 2 weeks ago. And nobody gave a damn.
There's no sign. There's no nothing there. There's a sign that says Tropicana this way. There is no future home of the A's. No nothing.
I don't know why this made me laugh.
Well,
they didn't break.
My man is not wrong. My man is not wrong.
That's like anybody just coming and just. I broke ground on my new house.
Sir,
you don't live.
Sir, there's a whole ass home there. What do you mean? That's not. Hey, it ain't yours.
You don't own this land. Go to just a vacant lot. Broke ground on my
Just
new home.
hold the shovel and a bow.
BS says it's at the Vegas it said future home plate for like where the stadium's supposed to be. I saw earlier today they had a side by side of that picture and then a side by side that said future home of Cisco Field. That's where
I saw that one too.
That's where they're supposed to be in Fremont. It's like, guess that doesn't mean much of anything.
Did you give up the number 2 pick for Jaylen Brown?
No, Jalen's fantastic. Dylan Harper, I think he's going to be, I think he's an all-star. I think Dylan Harper's an all-star.
San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I think Dylan Harper is an all-star. I think.
I watched Boston get under that apron and trade Brown for Giannis, though.
Oh, my goodness. Don't do that. Don't do that. When that ball drops, that's going to be crazy if it ever drops. The Giannis trade.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dylan Harper is going to be better than Stephon Castle.
Okay.
Shout out Universal Studios. That's one of my favorites.
I keep saying this, but did you see they're putting a Fast and the Furious ride out there?
I think I did see that. Or maybe you told me before.
I like Universal Studios. I'm a big fan. That's more my speed as far as rides and all that other stuff. Although Jurassic Park has a nasty little drop.
It's one of the best ones.
I went on like all the other rides throughout the day. I was like, this ain't nothing. It's not really high up in the air. Like, it's cool. They're like, let's get on Jurassic Park. I'm like, yeah, the rides here ain't nothing. Like, it's all good. Get up in Jurassic Park. Take that little dip. I said, whoa.
That's not even a little dip either.
I said, whoa, what we doing? Have you been on Splash Mountain before? Pause.
Yes.
That's higher than Jurassic Park, right?
I think.
Or is it
I
the
don't know.
same?
Try to yeah, fact check that one for us, please.
Because I'm not a no.
Splash Mountain is like
Oh, I was waiting for the guy to talk.
Oh, yeah, no,
I
this is
didn't
one of the
know
other
the
ones,
guy was
yeah.
gonna talk or not.
We're talking about Splash
Right.
Mountain. That's not I don't know. That one you gotta wear a poncho on that one.
There's some water.
I
on-
ain't trying to
on
walk
Jurassic
around
Park.
Disneyland all in wet clothes and all that.
There's some water on Jurassic Park.
Yeah, but you can avoid that one a little bit easier.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Splash Mountain.
I did it once. Fine.
The worst thing I ever did was Drop Zone. I'm done.
I don't think I ever got on the drop zone. Shout out Great America.
I was gonna say that's Great America, right?
Shout out Great America. I got up there. Great America, obviously, it's in Santa Clara. I swear I saw Vallejo when I was up there. This is way too
What's in
high.
Vallejo? Sea World? What's it called? It's
Six
not
Flags
Six,
now.
Six Flags,
Marine
yeah.
World.
Marine World, yeah. It's Shamu. I can see Shamu from here. What's
I
going
said,
on?
this is way too high.
Yeah,
Why did I do
yeah,
this?
yeah,
Oh,
no.
I was trying to impress my future wife.
That's
I got
honestly all it
news for
comes
you,
down
buddy.
to.
It didn't work.
Anyone who's ever
Jasmine was not impressed with
anyone
you.
who's ever been on a roller coaster or theme park ride that they didn't want to be was because of a significant other.
Yes.
Like that's the only reason why, because there's no other reason to get on.
No.
That's why I like scary movies now.
Crystal's a scary movie person.
Bro, yeah, like in high school, I hated scary movies. Like, no, they're scary. I don't want to watch these things.
Who wants to be scared?
Yeah, like
No, they're scary. I don't want to watch them. It's fantastic.
Like, yeah, it's simple. She's like, all right, well, you want to go to the movies? Want to watch this? Like, I'm not gonna be a punk. Like, all right, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, well, no.
Meanwhile, I'm driving home and I don't want to look left because that ghost might be there.
Jesse driving home from the drive-in, just looking straight ahead. Like if there's a ghost there to get his ass, he's not gonna get him if he doesn't
Yeah,
look
no,
at
if
him.
I look left, I'm cooked. If I look straight, like I'm fine.
I'm gonna get home safely as long as I never look to the left again.
Got the lights on in the car.
See, this is the great thing about getting married. Like we've been together 13 years. Andre's like, watch Final Destination with us. She asked. I said no.
Yeah,
Like, we're good.
Yeah, I ain't watching that, bro. I ain't watching Final Destination. That's where I draw the line.
Gotta pay your dues though.
That's terrific. That is absolutely terrific. That's how I feel about spicy food. What I want to eat like something real spicy. It ruins the experience of eating.
You got to
for
get the
me.
right spicy food though, because there's some where it's like,
like
this is
spice,
crazy.
It's yes, absolutely. Spice with like food that has like a kick to it. That's a good look. That's fine. But like Katie put like some wasabi. It's like a wasabi sauce.
Mhm.
Bro, like no, just emphatically no. It's way too hot. Like it ruins the salad. It ruins the sushi. It ruins whatever I'm eating.
I agree.
Well, that's like a scary, but what do I want that for?
See?
I eat it because she cooks, but yeah, we meet in the middle. I think if she had it her way, she would make more spicy stuff.
So
But she's like, nah, I'm not gonna do that to him. But I'm not gonna make it bland. Like you're gonna have to deal with a little kick, and I do. It's good. It's fine. My palate has changed a little bit.
So after our Juneteenth speech at Io's church on Sunday,
Okay.
Katie wants to learn how to make African food.
Oh.
African food has a lot. I don't have a lot of confidence in this, but she is determined to learn how to make that stuff that Io's family, like a lot of Io's family members created it. But like, I mean, people from the church created. Almost all of it has some sort of kick to it.
Yeah.
That's her new focus now, is making African food.
She can do anything she puts her mind to.
She gonna run around. She gonna be Alan Payne. Yeah, I'm blackity black. I'm blackity black. That food was crazy though. Oh my God, that food was so good.
Shout out Io, man. Shout out my man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Dr. and Mrs. Taylor too for always having me at their church, for which I always timed to get there after the service. Mom mistimed it and was real worried because we had the kids with us, and I was like, "Oh God, come on, man!" And you know, it's a like a Catholic, so everything is a ceremony.
Mm.
It's up, it's down, here's a song, here's a cracker, here's some wine, here's
What?
another song. Well, okay. I was going to make another joke. It just might have been a bit too far.
Say it, and we'll see if we done.
I don't know it, but I know the direction, and we just leave it there. We just leave it there.
First time we pulled punches all day. It would have been a good one, though. Nah, we'll leave it. Y'all next live show. We'll tell you that joke.
But when you say that, though, it's the communion. They take.
Just everything is so like. It's just it takes so long.
How long the service?
We got there, so you know, time and Io aren't the best of friends.
I understand.
So he was like, service starts at 10, reception's at 11. I'd like you to speak at the reception. Got it. Told him the following day, hey, we're coming. We're gonna have the little ones with us, so we'll probably be there closer to the 11 o'clock rather than the 10 o'clock. Cool. Okay. But I got you. I'll be there in time to speak and everything. We got there a little closer to like 11:10. And so now I'm like moving a little bit quicker and not really, like I don't want to let my man down and get over. It's beautiful church, Trinity downtown or on Capitol, and make our way over to the reception. All is empty. And so I walk back over to the church. I was like, hi, is service still going on? She's like, oh yeah, I'll sit you guys. Of course. She walks us. We're an hour and 10 minutes late. So we walk all the way to the front. So now it's 11:15. It ended probably 20 minutes later, 25 minutes later.
Oh.
So it was roughly 10 to like 11:40, 11:45.
10 to 11:40.
That is too damn long.
That's pushing the limits. That's pushing the limits. I used to not go to church with my family. Because they went to St. Paul when I was a kid. Like I could handle a little different when I got older. I was a kid. Auntie came in and be like, yeah, get your stuff when you come to spend the night. We're going to church on Sunday. I'm like, oh, bruh. They be in there like 3.5 hours. Like, oh, man, I love the Lord, but man.
I can love the Lord from the house.
That's great.
It's too long.
I love him, but damn, 3 hours, bro.
3.5 hours. What y'all want me to do in here, man?
Oh, man. Look, I do not need another song. Just look, give me the cracker, give me the wine, and I'll sit down.
One of the great relatable moments was when the Dre and them were looking for a church on Blackish.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They went to the black church.
Yeah.
And they were like there and happy. They were like standing up and clapping. They're like, all right, that was great. They went to sit down. They started.
See, black churches, there's an hour and a half concert before the service starts. And then there's like an hour concert after the service ends. So it's kind of pick your poison when it comes to a church.
Shout out to my man, Pastor Reese, because he's like, look, man, we're going to, wind this thing down a little bit now. We're going to get it to about 115, 120. All right, can we do that? I said, absolutely, Pastor Reese, absolutely.
See, that's why you a bad GM. I start to go, okay, Pastor, what have we got down to about 65?
Well, no, I gotta meet the Lord in the middle. All right. He was requesting 3.5 hours. If he said 120, all right. I probably will want it one, but all right.
What if I read some verses in the morning and then we just shorten this thing down to about 55 minutes?
Couldn't get a deal done. Just walked away from the table. Couldn't get a deal done.
And he stormed out of the room again.
Couldn't get a deal done.
Hung up on God. Couldn't get a deal done with the Lord and just hung up.
Didn't like the way he played defense.
Can Jesus protect the rim? Because I'll go to church for 3.5 hours if Jesus can protect the rim.
Oh, man.
Can he hit a three consistently?
Jesus, he can get buckets. That's why I love the Lord.
I think he was like 5'3".
You think Jesus would have tore his Achilles with those sandals he wore?
Yeah.
Because they're blaming it on shoes now.
Well, apparently he wouldn't have, because they didn't tear their Achilles back in the day, I guess. This all happens now.
How is that? Is it
the shoes? I wonder if the shoes do matter. I wonder. Because there's a lot of low tops now, and a lot of it is not as much on support as it is being light and fast and stuff like that. So I wonder.
But yeah,
I was listening to Simmons after
We
the
know,
game.
dude. We know.
Well, I listen to everybody. It was 520. You know what I'm saying? Listen to Joe Budden.
Joe
Listen.
Budden takes 4 days to listen to.
No, it really does. Now I just be going. They got the timestamps on the Apple podcast on the phone. They don't have it in the car. They don't have the timestamps there. But I just be like, man, I don't want to hear about Doechii. No disrespect. So let me just go over here to when they.
That's a little disrespect.
Well, no, I don't want to hear that. Just what they gonna tell me about Doechii. I don't want to.
Did you see what Cardi's doing with the album? We should probably save this for about an hour. Yeah, we'll save it. We should probably discuss that on the other station.
But
we need content there too.
He was talking about like how he just did like some research and stuff like that about Achilles, and it really does seem like kind of random. It's not like if you do this, you can keep from tearing your Achilles.
Well, it's a usage injury, no?
It is, but it doesn't.
Like you can almost certainly tear your Achilles without having a calf strain.
Yes. But you can lead the league in minutes and not even deal with calf soreness or Achilles soreness or anything like
How much of it do you think is just these athletes now, the force that they play with and all that stuff? I remember some of the narrative with Derrick Rose and him blowing his knees out and all that stuff was like the dude is just too athletic for his own body.
I think a lot of that plays into it. I think the training combined with how the game is played, it's super fast right now. And, I mentioned a little bit, I really do think like the way the game is evaluated right now, where you can't take any time off on the court. Like you have to be moving 100% all the time or else your coach is mad at you.
Yeah.
People, you're getting destroyed in the media and the public for, oh, look at them not caring, all this other stuff. I think that does play a factor. I don't think it's the main thing, but everything is just super, super intense. And like I said, you go back to, these 90s and all this other stuff. The game is a little slower. Obviously, you have moments where people are just kind of standing around, jogging up the court, things of that nature. I don't know if I want to say that's like what I want to go back to, but I think it's dangerous to be playing at that type of pace and pushing your body to those limits every night out.
Space the season out at least, because I don't necessarily believe in shortening the season, because if you're playing 65 games with back-to-back still, like I think for me it'd be play 82 games, but no more back-to-backs or anything like that. Like the way these guys played on any given night, like that's too tough, I feel.
Yeah, I won't rant about the media, but can I point something out real quick? If you did a segment on complaining about these brothers load managing and not playing games, don't do a segment about your concern about Achilles tears. You can't have it both ways. If it's a usage injury, yeah, this is gonna play a factor. And I think the point that you just laid out is terrific. Like it was really eye-opening watching the 80s finals that one day during this show.
Yeah.
Them dudes, you did talk about, basketball used to be different. Yeah, it did. Probably not in the way you think. It used to be different. But these guys out here, like, and again, is there a situation where you can, just explode and it pops? Like, sure, like, maybe, but it feels like there's always some sort of, maybe it's a complete, like, hey, red flag, there's something going on here. Or maybe it's like, hey, I feel like something's going on here. And then it's too late. Something happens.
Well, like, and I don't know the answer, and I'm not saying people are wrong, but it's like we look at Tatum and Halliburton and talk about the season's too long. DeJounte and Wiseman tore their Achilles on opening night.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And they just made a step. Dame, while you can maybe say like maybe he shouldn't have came back or something, he had been off for like a month when he came back and tore his Achilles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I've thought about it, and like I said, not to say that I'm right. There's only one way. I do think the intensity of being a professional basketball, being any type of college too. Like they do all, like the intensity of playing basketball right now is a lot, between the demands that are on you when you're with your team and playing in the games, combined with having a Mamba mentality and not working, not, taking a day off, and you got to be working on your game and all that. It's just a lot. I think these guys' bodies are worn down considerably by the time they get to a professional level. And it just kind of shortens what they do. And you combine that with, once again, the intensity they have to play with. It feels like, it's hurting your body or wearing down the body, but at the same time, these things are really random. I do think these things, like a lot of these, and I don't want to say like, oh, everything is fine, but hundreds of other players played the season and the playoffs and played a lot of minutes and didn't tear their Achilles or anything like that. Like I said, James Wiseman was a random bench guy.
How much of it is just a freak accident?
I think a lot of it. I think a lot of it. I think maybe if you don't do certain things like stretch the right way, prepare yourself the right way, you heighten the percentages. But I think a lot of it is kind of random, man. I do. Which is scary.
So do you think what happened to Ty was random?
No. Okay, I'll take that back. No, he had an injury that was existing that put stress on that area.
So what about Dame?
Dame might have been.
Dame had a lower leg issue. Let's call it that. I don't know if we call it blood clotted injury, but it was a lower leg issue, and suffered the Achilles tear.
It could have been related. But that back goes to, like, it wasn't the stress of the schedule. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that. It was he was dealing with something pre-existing that might have, you talk about all the time, compensate or, not strengthening that area before you're ready to go back into that high intensity type of atmosphere. And the body just kind of gave out. Tatum's was like crazy too. Like, I don't know.
What did Jaden do again? Was it an ACL or was it his Achilles?
He broke his leg.
Oh, he broke his leg.
Yeah. He like tibula fibula.
Oh, yeah. That's right. He broke. I don't know where Jason Jones is, but
he's got the link.
Shout out Jason Jones. It's all right. He's allowed to miss when he's been doing this show for 5 damn years. Like, it's perfectly fine that he's not here.
Out of the goodness of his heart, too.
Yeah, just very much out of the goodness of his heart.
Man.
Even when he's told it wasn't going to be out of the goodness of his heart, it was still turned out to be out of the goodness of his heart.
That was a crazy night.
We should try to find a way to get him a couple $.
We should try to find a way to give him something.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of torn Achilles, I guess we can tie this together.
What a segue.
Aaron Rodgers told your boy McAfee that this is probably his last season.
Hey, air horns! Air horns! Let's go!
Wait, I'm on the wrong.
Let's
Here,
go.
I'll hit this button because I'm on the wrong. Yeah. Last season, one more time. Hey!
Let's go! Oh, there he is! There he is!
Hey, wait a minute! There he is! Look at hey!
Is this all for me?
Let's get the music. Yeah.
It's all for me.
He's happy to see you.
Thank you. Sorry I was running late, but thank you for the warm welcome. I'll walk into applause. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
It's all good.
We had just got done. We were kind of talking, and we were like, well, we're not sure where Jason is. And we're like, it's okay because he's been doing this for 5 years out of the goodness of his heart. If he don't show up, like, it's cool. He's like,
I had some kid stuff going on. I wouldn't just no show to no show. This ain't the podcast. I wouldn't just be like, I'll see y'all whenever.
But here's the thing, Jason. We were just explaining how we'd understand because you're getting paid the same amount to do this show as you did the podcast. So perfect.
The difference is I was never promised anything. I didn't have to fill out an application like 3 times and have like 2 meetings about my pending pay to be told there would be no pay. Nor did you tell me I didn't get back to you because I was skiing. Like, where's my money? I was on vacation. How are you? Like, where's my money?
Bruh.
So, all good.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's a black eye.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's
What we talking about? What we talking about?
we have trashed this company for the better part of the 3.5 hours of the show. Jay, it's been a very unique day over here at D-Lo and KC.
Company had like this
We ain't talking about NBA trades. You know, who's gonna get traded next?
No, our guy Miller's out there talking about building a positive culture. Meanwhile, me and Kenny come here into the studio like turning tables over. Like, oh, this is a bunch of crap. Just mad. I'm yelling at Kenny. I'm storming out. Stuff is just ridiculous.
I missed the good stuff out here being a dad. See,
that's all right. That's all right. Well, you have to be a good dad because your kids are bigger than you now. So,
well, right now, technically, only one is bigger than me.
Yeah, but that one's kind of a giant.
You see the future.
Yeah,
you see the future. You see what's on the horizon.
Yeah.
Oh man, the draft is tomorrow. What's the craziest draft that you covered? Well, or is there one?
I'm trying to think. The Papagiannis one was
Marcus
kind of
Yoga
wild.
joint?
Huh?
Oh, Papagiannis?
Yeah, did you the
That was the
Papagiannis?
wild. See, Luka, we had all knew by the time the night rolled around they weren't taking Luka. So it wasn't a shock they didn't take him. I mean, we knew they weren't going to take Luka. The Papagiannis one was just like, who was this? Like, what are we doing here? And then at the end of that first round, I'm like, they don't have a point. They need a point guard. DeJounte Murray's right there. Should take him. They took Scal, La BCA.
Shout out Scal.
You know, and
Coach Cal sold him. Coach Cal convinced me that Scal was a great player. I was like, man, we got one. We got one. Let's go.
Coach Cal is something else, but it was crazy with Coach Cal is that I think it was going into De'Aaron's second season. I talked to him, and the way he talked about De'Aaron, it was like he was actually spot on, but the way he said it, he was just like, for the team to be any good, it'd be all on De'Aaron. It's like typical coach speak, but he said it in a way where you were like, does he realize what he's asking this kid to do? It's like he was like, if De'Aaron's not good, they won't be good. That was the big. If he's not good, they will not be good. And I'm like, that's a lot to put on him. He's like, I know, but if he's not good, they won't. That might have been that Jaeger year where they like teased everyone for like half the season, and then kind of went. When March hit, they became the Kings again. But I mean, he was right about how De'Aaron had to play. He was like, when he had him at Kentucky, the biggest thing was, you're the fastest guy out here. I don't want to beg you to run. Like, run. You're faster than all of them. So it's Coach Cal. If I ever had a kid who could play college ball, I'd send him to Coach Cal. He gonna get it. If they're any good, they go into the league.
Yeah.
If they're a guard, they're going to get drafted in the lottery.
Did you cover Vivek's first? You did. You covered Vivek's first draft, right?
Yeah.
The Knicks.
Yeah. The cool part about that is we weren't in there with the cameras. We didn't know all the fun that was happening until the stuff aired. Yeah, we missed out on all the fun. Yeah, I was there for that one. Yeah. We all kind of run together by the end,
Just saw a bunch of failed drafts.
You ever seen that?
Together.
You ever seen a GM call the draft pick in by chanting it 1, 2, 3? Is that?
That's new for me. Yeah. Probably the most. That was funny. The most fun draft, honestly, might have been the one where they didn't have a first round pick. It was the one where Bagley and Dame Lillard engaged in rap battle, rap beef, like during the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this.
It was a short battle.
Let me ask you this. That year they did not have a first round pick. Did they send something to you saying, hey, come watch the draft as a media, just in case?
I think that, they did. They had a whole draft thing and everything.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, I want to say that was the year they took Gary Trent and traded him in the second round.
Now they did have they did have the second round was the same night back then.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
But that only changed last year.
So
yeah, way back then when Jason was covering the league.
Yeah, way in the olden days
In the
when
olden
they
days.
didn't even have, they were still on dial-up phones calling in their picks.
You can come watch the draft because even though we don't have a first round pick, we got a second round pick. We only asked this because they had the media RSVB to watch the draft tomorrow at the arena, I'm assuming. They don't have a first round pick. So what are we going there for? But we say it's probably just, precautionary. You never know what might happen. It's not a sign that things will happen, but you never know. Just in case they do trade back into the first round, they'll have the people there.
Or even if they don't trade into the first one, they might still make a trade. There still might be a trade to be made. I mean, we've had three of them already? 3 or 4?
Yeah.
3 or 4 trades already. So I mean, who knows what's going to happen between now? I haven't watched the clip yet, but I guess Kroenke randomly just mentioned the idea of trading Joker during a presser today.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I just saw I haven't watched it. I was headed back home. It was like, just out of the blue, just mentioned the idea of Trump. I'm like, what? I'm like, we saying in LA soon.
Oh my gosh!
But also, Jason, Stan Kroenke might be senile, so let's be.
Well, that's fine. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
He might have meant he's
like,
like,
hey, Mr. Kroenke,
Joaquin Phoenix, not Nikola Jokic.
Mr. Kroenke, if you want to save some money, this Jackson Hayes guy can do exactly what he does.
Oh my gosh. Oh man.
Can I interest you in a Jared Vanderbilt,
He's a great defender, Mr. Kroenke.
Jared Vanderbilt was supposed to change everything for the Lakers.
How'd that go?
Darvin didn't play him.
And there it is.
Remember,
it all goes back to Darvin.
He came back in Darvin and wouldn't play him. And then this year, JJ was like, I'm only going to use 5.5 players and down the stretch.
Hey, we haven't talked to Jason since the sale. Do you think it changes stuff with the Lakers? Because I know, obviously, Walters is his name, right? Like he's Dodgers and they change things there, but that's an uncapped sport. Do you think it changes what the Lakers do? At least on the court. I know a lot of stuff behind the scenes it'll change, but on the court with the cap and the second apron and all this other stuff, does it change that?
I think it makes them least likely to run from that second apron if they've got a championship team. I think they'll say, you know what, if we're close, we're going to go all in and we're not going to, get to the deadline and try to unload salary to avoid the second apron if they have a good team. I think if you don't have a good team, that's different. But I mean, for God's sake, Boston is having a fire sale. So I mean, I don't know if the players are even realize the harsh reality this CBA would do to teams. I don't think they really understood. Someone said that CJ got traded because of it.
Like, go to Washington, buddy.
since you want to, yeah. I'm like, that's cold. Like,
shout out to Draymond. He knew.
He did.
Draymond said it immediately.
Yeah.
He said this is going to destroy teams who he build the right way and all of that.
Yeah, it's like, it's like, it's crazy. Everyone's saying, well, OKC's going to go on a run. I'm like, are they?
Mm-hmm.
Because once they pay Jalen, they can't pay Chet and at least not have any depth. I mean, yeah, I think, once again, I think the players agreed to a CBA that helps owners who don't know how to spend wisely. It protects the owners from themselves again. So they can all say now, wait a second, that's why I was like, Jalen Brunson, get your money. So what? So you're going to save the Knicks some money so they can not get you another ball handler? Man, forget that. Get your money. Because I think the days of a team I think the Warriors might be the last time you saw where a team could have a run of like 6, 7, 8 years with like four or five core guys. I don't know if you see that anymore. I mean, I think I said the assumption is that, OKC is young and all these guys they're all under contract. I'm like, they better maximize this now because You know, there's going to be some team with cap space who's going to overpay one of their key guys. You're going to start losing guys. But they also have like 800 draft picks, so who knows?
Well, and there's probably a discussion to be had about those picks and what the Thunder actually have to do with them moving forward, and we can have that discussion at some point. But Jay, you brought them up. These trades have been happening. Let's start with the big one that broke over the weekend, Kevin Durant to Houston. What do you think that does for Houston and in turn for Phoenix?
I think Houston, I mean, it's a win for them. I mean, you give up Dylan Brooks, who I think was good for them, but you also have a young lockdown defender in Thompson already there. You still got Eason. You didn't give up Jabari Smith. You didn't give up Reed Shepherd. You're probably going to keep. I mean, they were able to add KD, and essentially, in terms of KD takes the role of the wing scorer that you wanted Jalen Green to become. I think they did okay because because they did draft Reed Shepherd a year ago. So you have another perimeter guy you can bring off the bench and maybe get some minutes for. Because you got East. They didn't have to break. They already retained Steven Adams. You still got Sengun. They're pretty much bringing the same team back in a lot of ways. I think they did okay. I mean, I'll be nice and say, let's see what the Phoenix is going to do with all these twos.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
they have more ahead. They have to execute.
I mean, there's no way they can. I mean, there's got to be more in store with them. And meanwhile, Bradley Beal saying, ha, ha, ha. He's like, I like me. Yeah. So, I mean, I think Phoenix, was hurt by the fact that, what could really Miami offer? I mean, I saw some of those reported offers from Miami. There's no way you're taking like Terry Rozier and Andrew Wiggins. Like come on. And if KD, if KD had made it clear he didn't want to go to Minnesota, if you're Minnesota, you're not offering a great deal. The Spurs had really no reason to make a move for him unless, to me, the one that made the most sense was Houston. They won 50-plus games last year. Mm-hmm. So, I said, I don't know I have no idea what the Suns are going to do, but they were in the finals, 4 years ago?
Yeah, things change.
And now I don't know what they are now.
Did you see that?
Whoa. Jesse, Boston, Atlanta, Brooklyn are finalizing a 3-team trade that sends Kristaps Porzingis and a 2nd-round pick to the Hawks, Terrence Mann and Atlanta's 22 to the Nets, and Georges Ming in a 2nd-rounder to the Celtics. You, in 2 days, have unloaded Jrue Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis.
It's a lot of money.
Wow.
Milwaukee, how do you like Jaylen Brown?
Man, Brad moved quickly.
Wow. If you look at all his moves, he does not wait at all.
Jrue and Porzingis are gone.
Yeah. Those were the 2 you had to move.
Don't mind me. I'm just going to delete this thought I had scheduled for tomorrow regarding Porzingis and the Kings. Delete. There we go. Sometimes you just got to adjust.
Interesting right there. I mean, yeah. Brad's like, okay, yeah, we got to save money. Bye to all of you. I mean, I don't know.
Good for him. Like Porzingis, that couldn't have been a tough. Did anyone ask? Hey, can you breathe? Like, are you okay? Like, he's got to go through a pretty extensive physical, doesn't he?
Just took it.
And he expires after this year, right, Jesse? Porzingis expires after this year.
Yeah, he signed a 2-year extension with the Celtics, so it should be his last year.
Wow.
And real quick, what did the Nets get in that deal?
The Nets got, let's see, Porzingis is going to the Hawks. Terrence Mann and Atlanta's 22 are headed to Brooklyn. So that's what you asked, right? Brooklyn?
Yeah, Brooklyn got another 1st-round
pick. What is that, like 10? How many picks do they have? Is it 5?
4 or 5, I think. Yeah.
4, 5, or 6.
But I think that
they got another 1st-rounder.
No, everybody be quiet. I'm looking something up.
Kristaps Porzingis and Trae Young. Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. Well.
Brooklyn cooking?
But what?
You can go get you somebody.
But who?
You can go get Giannis.
No, but can you?
Who's going to get Giannis?
They got money, and they got first round picks.
Let's see. I got Brooklyn at 8. I got Brooklyn at 19.
22.
They got the cap.
I got
space.
Brooklyn at 26.
They got the cap space to
27.
absorb.
And what did we just say? What did you just say, Jason?
22.
Yeah, that's 5. Unless I missed one, that's 5 first-round picks.
5 first-round picks and the cap space to absorb the contract. You don't have to match contracts.
But can you get him?
I don't know. I don't know if Milwaukee's willing to do that. But
I mean, that would be a super hard reset. But I mean, you're not going to have Dame next year. You know, I mean, they're going into a season where their second best player is going to be Kyle Kuzma, probably.
Would it be crazy if I was the Bucks and I don't want those first rounders in one draft.
Right. I don't want 5
Give me
guys.
like 2 of them and then 2 the next year or something like that. Like I don't want all 5 in one draft.
Because now, like I said, then you would be like this super young.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is, like I said, we knew it was going to be an interesting offseason with that apron. Like I said, the East is crazy, you know. Boston is, now they don't have Holiday. They didn't have Porzingis a lot. Is Al Horford still under contract?
I think so. He should be.
I think Al's going to be like the new Robert Parrish. He'll be like 42, 43. He's just still playing.
He's still productive.
Yeah, I'm just saying. He's the last one from that Florida team still in the league. Like Corey Brewer's a coach now.
He's actually a free agent this year, Horford.
He is. Yeah.
So he comes off the books too.
Yeah, he's 39 and unrestricted.
Oh yeah,
Scott Perry.
Oh yeah, we talking about soon.
Maybe Al Horford could play with the 7th pick. You moved Domas.
Okay, settle.
Oh, God, what are you doing here?
Sit down.
Wow, let's not play like that.
Jay, thanks for making some time for us and jumping.
No problem. By the time we back next week, who knows? Malik Monk might be a Laker again.
Okay, relax.
Okay.
All right.
Well, all right.
Yeah, I just read Twitter. And they said the Kings are shopping him and the other guard. So you know my motto this time of year: believe nothing but get happy about it anyway.
That's a good motto.
I mean, Jrue Holiday is going his way to sack. No, he's not.
Almost though.
Almost. But and then before we go, and then like in 6 months, we'll get some in-depth story in the Athletic on how the Kings were this close until someone swooped in and offered this.
They didn't want to pay an extension.
Oh, we'll see.
Appreciate you, Jay.
All right, y'all. Take care.
That's our man, Jason Jones. Man.
It's about to pop off.
Hell of a job by the Celtics. Hell of a job by the Celtics.
It's about to pop off in the next 24 hours, 28 hours. It's about to pop off.
Wow. Are we done, Jesse? We're done? I didn't look at the thing. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we'll see you tomorrow, man. I guess we'll see you tomorrow. Draft day, 10 a.m. Lock in. Dealing with KC on ESPN 1320.
Vamos, gigantes. Let's get a dub.
Oh, man. Man, you guys are riding high.
Yeah, it works for me.
Yeah, they got rid of
Kristaps
everything they needed
Porzingis,
to.
2nd round pick to the Hawks. Terrence Mann in Atlanta's 22. This draft doesn't feel as hot as I thought it was. Maybe it's just the second part of the draft that people aren't feeling. But I feel like teams are moving off these picks.
Yeah. Now that they're here.
Yeah.
Now that they're here, they're like, we don't have to stick around here. Yeah, I think business about to pick up.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. And we'll be here for all of it. We appreciate you guys, man. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks to everybody who bought shirts and did super chats and all that stuff. Y'all are funny. We appreciate you.